judicial perspective. This talk will be delivered by Honorable Justice Talwant Singh, former Justice, Delhi High Court. Justice Singh is celebrated as a visionary in the field of information and communication technology in the judiciary. For more than 18 years, he has been at the forefront of using technology to modernize Indian court systems. Sir's pivotal role as a member of Supreme Court's E-Committee was instrumental in computerizing more than 14,000 courts across the country, a historic achievement that has transformed the functioning of the judiciary. He has played a key role in establishing India's very first paperless e-court at the district level. Sir, please join us on the stage. Now, I request our Deputy Director, Mr. Chiranjeev Mukherjee, to please come forward and present a sapling to Honorable Justice Talwant Singh. The stage is all yours, sir.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. Namaskar, Adab, Sat Sri Akal. So, I was to come in the second session, but I was ordered to be here in the first session, and I am here. So, we'll be discussing about the digital evidence and its judicial perspective. So, what is digital evidence? Any one of you from the backbenchers? क्या होता है भाई डिजिटल एविडेंस जिसके बारे में पढ़ रहा है? कुछ भी बता दो जो समझ में आता है. नो रिस्पॉन्स. ये जो मोबाइल फोन आप यूज कर रहे हो और इस मोबाइल फोन में जो भी आप कर रहे हो, दिस इज ऑल डिजिटल एविडेंस. एनीथिंग विच इज क्रिएटेड डिजिटली, स्टोर्ड डिजिटली, ट्रांसमिटेड डिजिटली through electronic mode is digital evidence. तो ये basic definition है digital evidence की. I think now we can proceed further. There is a quote by Catherine Wenner in respect of the digital age. It is easier than ever to publish false information. We are all victims of false information. We get it every day in and every day out. आप जितना WhatsApp messages देखते हो और जितना आप सोशल मीडिया में जाते हो, लोग अपना इलाज कर रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया से. लोग धार्मिक सांप्रदायिकता फैला रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया से. और ये सब मैसेजेस का कोई बेस नहीं होता. ये सब मैसेजेस जो हैं कहीं ना कहीं से ये जनरेट करते हैं और फिर आप जैसे लोग और मेरे जैसे लोग उनको आगे फॉरवर्ड करते हैं, जो अपने आप में एक ऑफेंस है. अगर आपके पास मैसेज की ऑथेंटिसिटी नहीं है और आप उसको फॉरवर्ड करते हैं, दैट इटसेल्फ इज एन ऑफेंस. So she said, which is quickly shared and taken to be true. We believe everything that we get through our mobile phone on any of the social media. As we often see in emergency situations when news is breaking in real time. खबरें बनती हैं, खबरें आग की तरह फैलती हैं. I remember the old days when we used to read newspapers. So newspaper publications were quite responsible publication. We had television, initially the government channels, and of course after that the private channels also, where we used to get at least some responsible news, because there was somebody who was taking responsibility of what is being published. But nowadays I think nobody has any responsibility. You can push anything in the electronic media, and gradually people will start believing that. So why the electronic evidence is required? The electronic evidence is required because there is a rise in cyber crimes. So I think there will be separate sessions on cyber crimes. We have got experts sitting here who will be telling you about all types of cyber crimes. That is not my mandate. So we will be discussing few judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court on this matter on the way. So this is a matter of which is called Tommaso Bruno versus State of UP 2015 Supreme Court, where the Honorable Supreme Court has said that production of scientific and electronic evidence is of great help to the investigating agency and also to the prosecution. Nowadays, every evidence, and especially forensic evidence, has got a where's the target? भाई आप ही कर दो next slide यार. Yeah. So nowadays, if you talk about forensic evidence, all type of evidence, they have some scientific and electronic angle to it. There is no investigation which is complete without there being electronic evidence in it, be it a murder case, be it a data theft case, be it a bank robbery case, be it a simple stabbing case, be it a simple theft case. So every case has got some electronic or digital angle to it. The CCTV footage, mobile location, the evidence which somebody has stored or shared in his mobile phone, laptop, desktop, all these are examples of the electronic evidence which are used to solve the cases of minor nature as well as of serious nature. As on date, there are two laws which govern the electronic evidence. One is the IT Act 2000, which was extensively amended in 2008-2009, and the new act which has come in place right now, which is called Bharatiya Sakshya Adhinam BSA 2023, which has replaced the CRPC, Criminal Procedure Code. So these are two acts which primarily deal with the electronic evidence. If we look at the definitions, the definition is given in section 2T. It is not given in BSS. It is given in the electronic record is data recorded, generated, image, sound stored in electronic form. So those days of writing on a piece of paper, entering into a physical agreement, sending the letter by post to somebody else or by courier to somebody else, those days are gone. You and I, all of us, we communicate through electronic modes. So whatever data we generate, whatever you can say mails we write, whatever WhatsApp messages we write, whatever images we share, whatever photographs we share with each other, these are all electronic records as per the IT Act section 2T. BSA also defines evidence in section 2E, which talks about that now it includes oral statements via electronic means. That is, video conferencing is also recognized. The video recordings are also recognized as evidence. And the documents, the definition of documents which was there in CRPC, of course it was amended in 2000 also. Now the new definition covers the emails, server logs and WhatsApp messages. As far as the judicial recognition of electronic evidence is concerned, it started with a case titled State of Maharashtra versus Dr. Praful B. Desai in the year 2003, when the evidence of a witness was recorded through video conference, and this was challenged, and the Honorable Supreme Court has said evidence by video conferencing satisfied Section 273 of CRPC. The accused can observe the witness demeanor as clear as in the court. So, the evidence given by video conferencing was upheld by the Honorable Supreme Court, and since that day onward, all the courts nowadays, in urgent circumstances, they are recording the evidence through video conferencing. The pandemic, that is the COVID, has given us a chance to shift from the physical courts to electronic courts. The states where we had an advanced, developed electronic infrastructure, they were quite quick to move to the e-courts or the VC courts, we call them. And the states where the infrastructure was lacking, they took some time to move to the e-courts. But nowadays, as per the mandate of the Honorable Supreme Court, almost all the high courts in the country, and of course the Supreme Court, as well as most of the district courts, they have video conferencing facilities. While sitting in Lucknow, you can appear in any court in India, maybe the Honorable Supreme Court, other high courts or district courts, and lawyers are using this facility, and whatever, even the witnesses which are unable to come to court because of the reason of being ill or being in foreign jurisdiction, their evidence is also being recorded through video conferencing. There is another judgment of Honorable Supreme Court, which is the NCT of Delhi versus Navjot Sandhu. This is of 2005, where this case relates to the parliament attack, and in this case, the state, the prosecution had relied upon call records which were produced by an official from MTNL, but there was no Section 65B certificate. So the Honorable Supreme Court has held that where the witness has appeared and he has tendered the call records and he was extensively cross-examined, so in that case, the call records can be relied upon. And these were the call records which established the terror links, because all the accused who had entered the parliament periphery, they were killed, and the accused outside with whom they had call records, they were punished on the basis of the evidence given by the official from MTNL without there being a 65B certificate. So the key takeaway is that electronic evidence is not inferior to physical evidence. So one has to believe the electronic evidence as you believe the physical evidence. So if we look at the types of electronic evidence, there are two types of records. One is a digital record, other is the electronic record. Digital records can be scanned PDFs, videos, etc., which you share every day. Electronic records are basically, they are generated on the electronic media itself, like emails, SMSs, databases. So, and digital record, another example can be CCTV footage of a particular location. And the electronic record, we can give an example, the Excel sheet or any document which you have produced with the help of the electronic media, electronic items. As per BSA 2023, which is the which is the act which governs the evidence of every type nowadays, it talks about Section 63. Earlier we had Section 65B. Now the new section is numbered as Section 63. The conditions remain same. The first condition is that the person who has given the certificate that the evidence being produced in the court is exact replica of the evidence stored in a media. And why there is a need of this certificate? Because there are many types of electronic devices which can't be taken to the court. The best evidence is the original device. If you have the original device, it can be a mobile phone, laptop, or it can be desktop. If you can take that device to the court, that's fine. Then there is no need of any certificate to be given under Section 63. If the device is, let us say, a server of a company which can't be taken to the court, so in that case, the output of that server, it can be the printed form, it can be the electronic form, it can be filed in the court, and along with that, a certificate is to be given, which is, earlier it was called Section 65B certificate, now it is Section 63 certificate. So this certificate is to be given by the person in charge of the main computer system from where this printout or the electronic output has been taken, and it has to be, you can say, sealed with a hash value if it is in electronic form. The certificate should certify the person who is giving the certificate. He has to state in the certificate that the device from which this printout or maybe the electronic output has been taken, this was in regular use, the data was fed in the system in the ordinary course, and the device has operated with integrity. So there was no disruptions or any other, you can say, attack on the system which had changed the content of the data. So this is what a certificate under Section 63 requires. So this is a mandatory certificate. It should include the hash value. Hash value is basically, you can say, it's a seal which is put on electronic data. You can read about hash value because you need a full session just to understand the hash values. You can read about hash values. Open source softwares are available nowadays to generate hash value of any file. And the beauty of the hash value is that the hash value remains same in case the file is not altered. So you can generate the hash value with the same software today. You can generate the hash value of the file maybe after 5 years, 10 years with the same software, the hash value will remain same. But if somebody alters the electronic data, the hash value will immediately change, even if you put it back to its original format. So this certificate which is to be given, it should include the hash value which is there with the electronic evidence being produced in court, and the details of the device from which this electronic evidence or electronic record was produced. There was from 2005 to 2014, the view of the courts was that Section 63 certificate, or earlier it was 65B of the Indian Evidence Act, was not necessary, but the Honorable Supreme Court in the year 2014 had mandated that secondary electronic evidence is inadmissible without Section 65B certificate, which is now Section 63. So this was the mandate of the Honorable Supreme Court. With every electronic record, every output, every data which is secondary in nature. Primary, that you bring the original mobile phone, original tab, original iPad to the court, no certificate is required. But in case you are unable to bring the original device to the court and you have relied upon the printout or the electronic extract of that, maybe in a pen drive, maybe in a disk, so in that case, the person who has taken out the data, the person who was in charge of the original device, he has to give a certificate which is a mandate of the law as well as of the Honorable Supreme Court, in Anwar PV versus PK Bashir, which is a 2014 judgment. Yeah. Now this, our courts, the beauty of our courts is that they keep on doing the flip-flops. As far as the Section 65B or Section 63 certificate, we call it. On this, there were conflicting judgments from time to time by the Honorable Supreme Court itself. The Act came in 2000, the IT Act came in 2000, amendments were made in the amendments were made in the Evidence Act also, which says that certificate is mandatorily required. Section 65B is a complete code in itself. But in Navjot Sandhu in 2005, it was held that the certificate is not mandatory. In Anwar PV versus Bashir in 2014, Navjot Sandhu was overruled, and it was said that the certificate is compulsory and it should be filed along with the evidence. When the evidence is filed, the certificate should be filed. In 2020, another judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court, 3 judges bench came, which is called Arjun Pandita Rao judgment, in which the court, it was said that if the person who is relying upon electronic evidence and he is unable to produce the certificate, so what he can do is that he can apply to the court, and court can direct the person who is in charge of the electronic device from which the electronic evidence can be generated, and he can be directed to file the electronic record as well as a certificate certifying the contents of the same under Section 63 now or 65B earlier. As far as the time of producing certificate, in the latest judgment of 2020, the 3 judges bench of Honorable Supreme Court has held that a certificate should ideally accompany the evidence, but courts may summon certifying authority if delayed. And there is an exception that law does not demand the impossible. If the certificate cannot be produced in spite of the best efforts made by the person concerned or by the court, then the law doesn't mandate that it should be produced. Proof of signatures. So, Section 66 of BSS says electronic signatures must be proven except secure signatures. And Section 73 talks about courts can verify the digital signatures via public key certificates. Section 87 of the BSA talks about presumptions. Every electronic signature certificate is presumed to be true. Section 90 presumes integrity of emails but not of sender's identity. And Section 93 presumes authenticity of 5-year-old e-records. If we talk about the expert opinion, then the law mandates, the IT Act itself had a section called Section 79A, IT Act. Where the government has notified experts like CFSLs and other labs which can come to court and give evidence. And Honorable Supreme Court in Tommaso Bruno has held that non-production of CCTV footage amounts to withholding best evidence. So, in BNSS, the electronic trials are covered in Section 530 and Section 105. There is amendment in Bankers' Books of Evidence Act also to have 2 certificates, and challenges in electronic evidence are tampering risk, chain of custody one has to prove. And in Shafi Mohammed, the Honorable Supreme Court has said that procedural laxity allowed if certificate unobtainable. In Kasab's case, internet transcripts proved the guilt. In Navjot Sandhu, call records linked the terrorist. And the conclusion is that BSA 2023 modernizes the evidence law, and courts have balanced the admissibility and reliability. In Anwar Bashir, the Honorable Supreme Court has said electronic evidence must pass the twin test of authenticity and veracity. It is said knowledge is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. Thank you very much. I think I have not crossed the time limit.
Thank you, Honorable Justice Talwant Singh, for sharing your invaluable insights on admissibility of digital evidence, a judicial perspective. We are truly grateful, sir. Now, I would request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, to please come forward and present a memento to Justice Talwant Singh as a gesture of gratitude. Now, I would invite our Additional Director, Mr. Rajiv Malhotra, to please come forward and present a memento to Justice Talwant Singh as a gesture of gratitude. Let's have a huge round of applause. We now proceed with a discussion that promises to be knowledgeable and full of acquaintance. A panel discussion on a very eminent topic in today's scenario: dark web and cryptocurrencies, emerging threats and mitigation strategies. Moderating this discussion is Colonel Nitish Bhatnagar, retired CEO of Rathan India Private Limited. Sir is a strategic advisor at Garuda Edge Technologies and is a distinguished Army veteran with more than 25 years of service. Sir now drives next-gen defense technology and AI-driven security solutions, blending military excellence with corporate and academic leadership. Sir, please join us on stage.
On the panel, we have Mr. Amit Kumar, IPS, Commandant 35 Battalion, PAC, Uttar Pradesh. Sir has served as Operations in Charge at the Integrated Command and Control Center for Mahakumbh 2025 Prayagraj. He has been recognized nationally for his contributions to policing. His honors include the IACP 40 Under 40 Award and DG Silver and Gold Commendation Disc. Please join us on the stage, sir. The second panelist is Mr. Abhir Nayak, Global Head Academic Alliances Zscaler. Sir is currently working as a Global Head for Academic Alliances at Zscaler. He has vast experience in the field of ethical hacking and cybersecurity. Please join us on the stage, sir.
The third panelist is Mr. Bhishma Narayan Sharma, Senior Cybersecurity Architect, Cisco India and SARC. Sir works closely with CISOs across the region in areas related to cybersecurity to help them achieve security resilience. He works as a customer advocate to drive technology roadmap and closely associates with engineering teams. Please welcome all the honorable dignitaries gracing this panel with a huge round of applause. Now I would like to invite our Deputy Director, Mr. Chiranjeev Mukherjee, to present a sapling to our esteemed panelists. With that, I now hand over the stage to our moderator, Colonel Nitish Bhatnagar, to initiate the discussion. Thank you.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my distinct privilege to be here to moderate a panel, and especially the beautiful audience in front comprising of law enforcement, armed forces, experts, cyber, tech, legal, and you name it. But more importantly are these lovely students who are sitting behind and the faculty who is mentoring them. Today our focus is dark web and cryptocurrencies, emerging threats and mitigation strategies. Which was till now in a realm of speculation is very much a reality today. And that is something which we are going to be talking about. Cryptocurrencies, once celebrated as a pure technology breakthrough in finance, is now also being used to fund all kind of nefarious activities on the dark web and even otherwise. We have seen, and on the dark web, we have seen various markets which have been there. Silk Road, originated in the US, Hydra, Russia, are very much back home. We had crypto break investigations by the NIA. We had the Bangalore drug scam. We had Hawala in Hyderabad, and so on. Rather, to an extent that very recently, even on OTT, I'm not sure which platform it was, but there was a serial called Kali Kali Aankhein, which spoke about a supari being given in crypto. That's where we are. So it is very much a reality and no longer something which we can avoid. And who would know better than the law enforcement officers who are out over here, the forensics, the tech experts, and so on. Now, the question is the challenges which are there. How do we trace the untraceable? How do we do the forensics on the same? How do we bring criminals to justice? And how do we empower ourselves in capability and capacity? And towards this, we have a wonderful panel. And I know I'm limited for time. Luckily, nobody has come in with a chit till now, but I will wind up in the time which has been given to me. And of course, before I start, I would definitely like to welcome the wonderful panelists, Mr. Amit, Mr. Abhir, and Mr. Bhisham. I'm so sure your insights to this live issue will really enlighten a lot of us out over here. So let us focus on four things while we are having a discussion: investigation, technology, policy, and security, and of course the emerging tech which is there. So my first question is to Abhir. What kind of crimes are most prevalent on the dark web, and how are cryptocurrencies being used to enable them?
That's a great question, given the fact the way our cyber, infra is growing. So, as you know, dark web is something which is prevalent, or it's a hidden web underneath the internet, which can be accessed through only a few tools like Tor. When we come to the different types of, crimes that are happening over dark web, it starts off right from data theft to data breaches, selling databases. There are, human trafficking crimes, drug trafficking, and whatnot. Now, the way cryptocurrency has been helping them is to, fund these crimes. Again, since it's anonymous, and given the fact that our, Indian cybersecurity landscape is growing, so are the policies. And I'm sure that the, DPDP, which will, sort of mitigate the data theft, crimes, followed by quite a few other new, cryptocurrency and dark web monitoring, will surely help in, increasing the resilience of Indian cyber infrastructure.
That is great. So typically what we see, a parallel economy is there on the dark web. There are illicit goods and services being bought and sold with hardly any oversight, hardly any regulation. And that is a cause of concern, especially as far as the law enforcement is there. Let's move on to the next question, and I will request Bhisham to take this on, which is we've understood that there are a lot of transactions, and India is typically the third largest in crypto transactions on the dark web. At least that is as per a particular report. I'm not very sure about the fact of that, but anyway, that is what is there. But why is attribution so difficult in dark web investigations?
So, a great question and a very important topic. When we look at dark web, the reason why that exists is to provide anonymity. It's an anonymous part of the network of the internet where things are not easily accessible. You need specialized tools which you can use and go and access the information. Now, the way dark web has been built or has been perceived is it's completely anonymous. It's decentralized, which means there's no single authority. So unlike where we're running forensics for traditional attacks, like if some website has gone down, you know the owner of the website, you can go ask, give me the logs. On dark web, it doesn't work because there's nobody who's controlling the dark web as such. And then these guys have access to a lot of technology that we talk today. I mean, their technology adoption is a lot faster than what we think of today. I mean, we're still talking about AI chatbots being built, very nascent stage of those chatbots. There are ransomware campaigns today when you go and you do a communication with those guys. It's not a person, it's a deep fake running an AI engine behind it. And by the time you have started the interaction, he has got all your financial records. So if you say, I can't pay the ransom, he'll show you all your last 10 years of balance sheets and ITR records and everything. So some of these challenges, the way the dark web has been built around its anonymity, its level of encryptions, false flags being used, and the decentralized nature makes it very difficult. However, while it is difficult, it's not completely impossible to do it. There are ways and techniques to do it, and the best one is if you can get handle of the particular device in being questioned. That's a great place to start because then you can run a lot of forensics on it. You can even trace back the crypto trails. I mean, like the way you trace back the money trails and link it to an attacker, you can also do it for the cryptos and the rest of the part. So, yeah.
Great. That's a great answer. And I'm so sure, especially my young friends who are sitting behind, crypto and dark web is something which is there. And especially as young people who are the future of this country, especially in the zone of forensics and technology, I think it is a good time to start. And correctly brought out that dark web gives you a lot of anonymity. So we have the surface web, we have the deep web, and then we have the dark web. You require very specific browsers, OSs to enter the dark web. Tor, of course, is one of them. Now, how do we go about it? Well, because once you are inside the dark web, it is very difficult to trace. There are no URLs, there is no routes which are available. So you have certain things like nodes, the entry and exit nodes to the dark web. You have the known IPs for that, and that is what you start tracing. Similarly for crypto, which is based totally on blockchain. And, the kind of the integrity and the security which is provided by blockchain. But then there are ways. Initially we had Bitcoin, which started off early in the 2000s. Nakamoto, if I'm not wrong, the block 0, the Genesis block was by Satoshi Nakamoto. And, it has come a long way. While Bitcoins, there is still a certain amount of traceability. You have certain private wallets, private coins which are there, like Monero. There is no visibility about that. You have a wallet, but you've got no idea who is behind that. And that is where you require the law enforcement to really get in, create personas and enter the dark web. And it's like an intelligence operation. Be out over there and then see what is happening out over there. So great. I'll throw my next question to Amit. And Amit, you are from the law enforcement, and I'm so sure that you have carried out a number of investigations previously. So just taking on more towards a policy, what kind of institutional and operational measures should we as a country prioritize?
Right. Thank you. Thank you for your question, Nitish. The thing is that we are still lagging behind as an institution. When I say we, as in police and especially in UP Police, I think we still need to buck up and catch the latest trends. As far as I understand, almost all of the Angadiyas and the shadow economy has moved, at least 90% of that has moved to crypto. And when you were saying that probably the number of transactions is not that high, it is actually high. And I would rather say that almost the entire shadow economy of India has moved to these kind of platform. As an institution, as an organization, I would say that first of all we need to leave back the sort of inertia that we have with regards to the new technology. There's a lot of there's a lot of holding up. We are or rather holding back with regards to taking off this technology, and today or tomorrow, one day or the other, we have to take up and take on these challenges. I would say that UP Police is probably amongst the best in terms of the investigations. And we really have to scratch under the surface, and I'm sure that there's a lot of going on in the crypto world as well. Although there's not a lot of cases or how do I say, a lot of sensational cases in cryptocurrency yet, but then that day is not too far, and as an organization we must be geared up. Another thing is that whenever we talk about crypto and dark web, we always talk about only the illegalities and things like those. So I have to mention this, that about 40 to 45% of cryptocurrency usage is legal as well, and dark web usage is legal as well. So it's not entirely all illegal stuff that we are talking about. Dark web is used by activists, academicians, and for privacy and peer-to-peer communication. So we have to take it like that. We do not have to look at every user with suspicion, but then the thing is that how I look at it is we need to be ready and prepared for these kind of investigations with regards to skills, tools, softwares, and above all the attitude. As an investigating officer, I would like to say that. Thank you.
Brilliant. And you hit the nail on the head. It is about capacity building. And capacity is for people, capacity is for processes, and capacity is for technology. And because it is there, and you're right, everything which is on the dark web is not illegal. Everything which is using cryptocurrencies is not illegal. I myself have a wallet which has maybe, I think, $25. That's all that I could afford. Not 25 bitcoins at all. I wish. How I wish. So that is there, and towards that maybe. And I was, giving a talk in this institute itself about 3 weeks back, wherein I made a mention, and this was to the VIC. We had IPS officers, SPs and above, and I said every state, or maybe more in a state, you should set up nodes. Not a very expensive proposition. You should have a Bitcoin node. You can have any other node which is there, so that when you're carrying out investigation, all the information which is there is updated on your node, and it's totally legal. There are nodes everywhere. It doesn't cost too much. If you do not want to invest in hardware, invest on the cloud. Cloud services, you can do that. As far as cryptos are concerned, it is a matter of time. Bitcoins, by 2040, there will be no more new Bitcoins. We would have already reached a figure of 23 million Bitcoins in the world. Today we are at 19.3 millions, and every 4 years there's a halving of the number of Bitcoins which are released. And this is again, some facts for my young people out over there. Every 10 minutes, a block of Bitcoin is generated, plus minus, a few seconds here or there. Right? And that is where new Bitcoins are infused. Right now, every 10 minutes, 3.125 Bitcoins are infused. And the miners who are there, the miners and the validators, it is huge business. They utilize enormous compute power to resolve a particular or validate a particular Bitcoin as it's called mining. And it is a big business. So you can imagine, every 10 minutes, 3.125 Bitcoins. Value of Bitcoin today is about 1 crore in Indian rupees. Big money. So let me, now we have seen the dark web, we have seen the crypto, and it's a question which is open for all the panelists. We are all aware that there is tech which is emerging. And tech in terms of, let's talk about artificial intelligence, let's talk about quantum. Do you think that these will have a role to play on the dark web, on crypto investigations, especially when you're talking about quantum decryption, quantum encryption and decryption? Do you think the cryptos will be safe as they are as of now?
Can I take this question? So with regards to post-quantum events, we are already looking at post-quantum encryption. I'm very sure that the entire economy, the entire ecosystem will move to post-quantum encryption with regards to, so it's just a way of encrypting. If suppose there's say a hypothetical supercomputer that comes about tomorrow in the market and all these encryption algorithms go away, then we'll have better encryption. So it's okay. The concept is not going to go away. And as much as the buzz that we hear about quantum, I'm still I'm still a bit skeptical about it. How much of it really, this comment of mine, it's on video. It may not age well, and I'm okay eating my words back. But then at this moment, I'm not that much convinced about the whole buzz around quantum.
So just in addition to that, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, while there's this whole AI and quantum going around, yes, AI will definitely help in a lot of ways. But there are two things we need to look at. Quantum is relatively a very new thing when it comes to encryption. It's just about 6 months that 3 standards have got approved, and they are right now in trial phases. They are not ready for mass production, mass rollouts. We as a technology practitioners, if I have to give you a timeline, like by when we will have a commercial grade quantum network ready, it's still 7 to 8 years out. So it's not that it's happening tomorrow. And as far as your question around, will the cryptocurrencies be secured enough if we move towards that? Yes, they will be. I mean, if you look at, and this is more from if you use the cryptos for investment purposes, not for the illegal stuff. So if you look at the way Bitcoin has been designed, that algorithm is rock solid. You can't touch that. And that's the reason why there can only be a finite number of Bitcoins. Unlike Monero or Ethereum, where you can just churn out coins as you need, Bitcoins will exhaust. And that's one of the reasons why you would see Bitcoins. I mean, back in the days, you could have got a pizza for 200 Bitcoins. Now you can buy a lot of, those 200 coins can be worth millions and millions. Yeah.
Agreed with both the panelists here. I would not talk on the quantum stuff because again, it's not right here. But yeah, AI, I feel, will surely help in monitoring quite a few, unlawful activities and would surely help in a quicker resolution from an investigation standpoint.
Great. So we see the effect of emerging tech, and as emerging tech is affecting all our lives, I'm so sure even on the dark web and crypto and blockchain, it will be affected. Now, towards this, there's another query which is there and which primarily relates to the tools which we utilize, the platforms which are there. We have platforms like chain analysis and breadcrumbs and so on. All these platforms are hugely expensive. And if you look at the technology, it is there, but it is not so complicated. Now, and that is where I feel that my young friends who are sitting behind, you should start working on developing maybe crawlers, develop a platform which is out over here. You have crawlers which are crawling the dark web. You have tools which are coming up. I'm so sure you come up with startups who are into this domain. Now, getting back to another question for the panelists is, dark web as also crypto, it is beyond jurisdiction, I mean trans-border. Now, how do cross-border jurisdictions possibly slow investigations?
Hello. Yeah. I think this question is right up my alley. This is not just one of the different crimes that is cross-jurisdictional. Much of the crime, especially after the earth has become round, is, and by that I mean globalization. So much of this, much of the criminal, how do I put it, this activity has become more and more global and internationalized and cross-jurisdictional. There are a lot of coordination agencies, or rather panels or desks for coordination, and within India or outside of India, we have multiple such coordination bureaus where we different investigative agencies coordinate. And whether it's cybercrime or whether it is cybersecurity related issues, within India we have joint JCCTs, joint crime cybercrime bureaus, and then in across the world outside of India we have online portals, even by CBI and such other venues where we can utilize the investigative agencies, their reach in other jurisdictions. So this is the new reality. Jurisdictions are not relevant anymore, and we as investigative forces must be geared up for that.
Hello. Yeah, agreed with what Mr. Amit said, and I wouldn't coin this as it would slow down the investigations, but I guess collaborative efforts might speed up investigations and come to a quicker resolution.
Great, and I think that brings us to the necessity of having treaties, having MOUs, have regional task forces. So we have a specific regional task force, which is of course steered by the National Security Council Secretariat, which is looking at this particular aspect. I think that's great, but let me ask my wonderful audience in case they have any questions for the panel. And yesterday I think we were restricted for time, today we are not. So, and I would really appreciate if we have students asking some questions. See, I've got a chit now. I was praising the students so much yesterday, and I will really appreciate. If you're not going to ask me questions, I'm going to ask you questions. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I have a query with Mr. Amit Kumar. We have this particular section in the new criminal law of section 111, which is related with organized crime. Now, the definition is very exhaustive. This particular section tells that any illegal trafficking, be that of economic related thing or any perishable or non-perishable things, material, non-material things would be covered under the notion of organized crime. Now, after the enactment of this particular section, that is 111 of BNS, can we say that for all those dark web related illegal activities which may be related with committing some sort of crime or terrorizing someone with the uses of dark web be covered under the nexus of organized crime? This is my first question to you, Mr. Amit Kumarji.
Thank you for your question. Organized crime, so we have to look at it from the first principles, from the definition. What is an organized crime and whether all the... so organized crime is like an industry, right? Everybody is doing their specialized part, only that the entire industry is illegal. If cyber technologies or crypto-based technologies are used for committing any such crime, then that gets covered. Moreover, here the jurisdictional question definitely comes in because it's only applicable in India. So that remains to be seen on case-to-case basis. And of course, yes, the criminals are also increasingly realizing day after day that they do not have to even lift a finger, leave alone a pistol to commit huge robberies, without the fear of loss of life or limb. They can commit these crimes across the entire world probably, and there are entire markets for it. So the answer is yes and no. I mean, it needs to be looked at in context. Thank you.
Great. And just to add on to what Amit mentioned is that dark web is just a space. Cryptocurrencies is just the tender, legal or otherwise. End of the day, any crime which is organized, be it on the dark web or not on the dark web, is organized.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists for such a dynamic discussion. Now, I request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, to present a memento to our esteemed panelists as a token of gratitude. Thank you, sir, and once again, thank you to all our panelists and moderator.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists. It's my pleasure to introduce our next segment of panel discussion, which will explore this very subject under the theme Combating Cybercrime Challenges in Prevention, Detection and Prosecution. This panel brings together experts from the front lines to discuss real-world hurdles and share best practices for a safer digital ecosystem. Moderating this panel is Mr. Pawan Kumar, DIG, Cybercrime, Uttar Pradesh. Sir is a 2009 batch IPS officer of Uttar Pradesh cadre, currently serving as DIG Cybercrime. He has also been a faculty at Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Police Academy, training multiple batches of IPS officers. Recently, he has authored a book titled Dear the People, Let's Make Our Country Better. We welcome you, sir.
On the panel, we have Mr. Amit Kumar, IPS, Commandant 35, Battalion PAC, Uttar Pradesh. Sir is a dynamic officer of the Indian Police Service whose work reflects both operational excellence and intellectual depth. Sir is decorated with the prestigious International Association of Chiefs of Police 40 Under 40 Award and Director General Silver and Gold Commendation Disc.
The second panelist is Dr. Amit Dubey, Cybercrime Investigator, Delhi. Dr. Dubey has more than 22 years of experience in telecom and cyber defense. An IIT Kharagpur alumni, he has solved over 1100 cybercrime cases and trained over 9 lakh professionals. Sir has also served on key government task forces for METI, BPRD and the Polish Technology Mission, along with experience at Tech Mahindra, Qualcomm, Samsung and ST Microelectronics. We welcome you, sir.
The third panelist is Mr. Atul Kumar Ojha, Additional Director Law, Directorate of Prosecution, Uttar Pradesh. Please join us on the stage, sir. Please welcome all the honorable dignitaries gracing this panel with a huge round of applause. Now, I would like to invite our Administrative Officer, Mr. Atul Kumar Yadav, to present a sapling to our esteemed panelists. With that, I now hand over the stage to our moderator, Mr. Pavan Kumar, to lead the way. Thank you.
Good morning. Can we behave like kids for a minute, please? So, good morning. With this much energy, how we will fight with this monster called cybercrime? So please show some energy. Good morning. Good morning. That's enough? Do you think that's enough? How much loud you can go? Please try. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. So metaphorically speaking, this is the practical difference between our current capability in fighting cybercrime and in our requirements. What we require. So the first good morning and the last good morning. Now you feel the energy and the difference. So that much gap we are right now having in fighting this devil called cybercrime. It's huge. You must be knowing the data. The internationally, globally, cybercrime is now 3 times bigger than Indian economy. It has crossed $10 trillion or maybe $11 trillion. We are fighting to reach at $4 trillion. So this monster has grown big. Anonymity on the internet has given humans to fulfill their dark desires and no one is watching and they are able to rob, loot millions of people. In India itself, online reported crime is more than 60 lakhs. Practically more than 1.5 crore people they have been cheated. More than 75 crores mobile number have been attempted upon. So the scale is to use, to comprehend. And when we plan how we fight, first we need to know where we stand, what are the challenges. So acceptance is the first step in fighting any problem. And so is cybercrime. So first we need to accept that where we stand, what all are the problems. So today, this 20-25 minutes, we will be talking about 3 aspects. Challenges in prevention, then challenges in detections and prosecutions. So my member in the panelist, one by one we will go. So I will start with prevention part. And my question will be to Mr. Amit, as police officers, that cybercrime prevention require dynamic strategy, from awareness to technical support to law enforcement and so on. So what do you think right now, what are our status in preventive measures we are taking, and what are the gaps, and what are your suggestions how we can improve it? So in total, what are your take on this cybercrime preventions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. We, as a country, are in a transition, and almost everybody in the country owns a phone. There are more phones than people in this country now, and yet there is a lot of steep curve that we need to follow in terms of education or cyber literacy. So there is still a lot of gap where people own the phones, but they do not entirely know how to operate it. How many of us probably know so many of the Android settings that we have on our phones? So this presents a very lush green ground for the cyber criminals. And second thing is that we Indians are also quite emotional. So when an emotion-laden message is sent across to us, we normally are affected by it, and many a times the criminals take advantage of that. So the first thing is education, like you rightly pointed out, sir. Second thing is about letting as in the broadcasted message that the government is also doing. We recently had the calling tune of telling us about in a celebrity's voice, telling us about the dangers of cyber crime and what we are prone to. So that is second thing. And third thing is also emotionally educating people that not every call that you get about a certain scheme or you getting some discount is real. So those are the first steps, letting the people know, and then capacity building.
So awareness is the first key, we all agree. But what do you think that is it possible to aware a country of this scale when, if in past we see that all awareness program, all kind of awareness program across the world, they never reach to all the people in the country. Specifically, then people, they are too maybe innocent, ignorant, sometimes people having low IQ, stupid, more intelligent than required. So how we reach to our populations? How we make them aware?
Sir, awareness is necessary but not sufficient. This is the first step. The second thing is mostly what I have seen as an investigator, how such sort of a crime happens, is when people give in to their, greed. I would call it greed. When the offer is too sweet to be true, that is how it is. It is too sweet to be true. It's not true. So that sort of rational thinking needs to be instilled. And yet, like you yourself mentioned, not everybody can be made aware about the dangers. We have to build our systems such that they are resilient to such kind of attempts by cyber criminals, and I think the authorities are doing a lot in that direction.
So it means with awareness we need to develop technological setup so that we are backed by technology, and then awareness itself is not enough.
Yes,
and we need to go. So my next question will be to Mr. Amit. Mr. Amit is a cyber expert. He has developed an app. So I would recommend people, they can download in their mobile so they can protect their mobile. At least that is called Mobi Armor. So he has been an expert on the subject. So my question to you would be, how you see our system, or the overall Indian ecosystem, maybe government agencies academia, private entrepreneurs, how we are equipped and what are the gaps in our technological development? How you see that?
See, it's not about Indian ecosystem. I think this is a global problem. And I have been to various other countries, Japan, Australia, Singapore, Dubai. Everybody is facing the same challenge. As far as Indian ecosystem is concerned, we are also lagging like anybody else. We are far behind. I always say criminals are innovators. They always teach us something whenever we solve a case. So few days back, I got a case of a crypto investment and see the modus operandi. There was a guy who received a message on LinkedIn from a profound AI expert from US. Very credible handle on LinkedIn. And the person said that I have developed an AI tool which can actually predict the share market. So this guy was laughing. ऐसे थोड़ा ना होता है यार. No, I have done it and you can test it and you can make some money, but this is illegal, so don't expose it to anybody else and this is quite serious, so please keep it with you. तो उसने कहा यार मजाक मत करो. उसने कहा देखो एक शेयर की वैल्यू बता रहा हूँ, कल ये बढ़ जाएगा. So next day when he checked, he found कि शेयर की वैल्यू बढ़ गई थी. बोले यार ये कैसे हुआ? बोले तुम मान ही नहीं रहे हो. आई एम टेलिंग यू दिस ट्रुथ, एआई ने सब कर दिया है. तो बोला नहीं मजाक कर, तुक्का लगा होगा. बोला ये लो, ये शेयर की वैल्यू कल गिर जाएगी. और ये वो शेयर है जहां इनसाइडर ट्रेडिंग नहीं हो सकती. टाटा बिरला रिलायंस वाले शेयर की बात कर रहा हूं. बोला गिर जाएगी. बोले अगले दिन मैंने फिर देखा तो वो गिर गई थी दूसरे वाले शेयर की. अब मुझे थोड़ा लगा यार ये 2 बार तुक्का नहीं हो सकता. तीसरे दिन फिर बोला देखो तो मजाक समझ रहे हो, ये शेयर ये कल बढ़ेगा और अभी बता रहा हूं पैसे कमा लो, कब बैन हो जाएगी एप्लीकेशन पता नहीं तुम्हें. तो बोला तुम क्यों नहीं कमा लेते? बोले मेरे पास है ही नहीं, मैंने सिर्फ एल्गोरिथम बनाई है, पैसा तो तुम दोगे तो बनाएंगे. तो बोले तीसरे दिन देखा तो शेयर की वैल्यू बढ़ गई थी. अब 3 बार ही इज एबल टू प्रेडिक्ट द शेयर मार्केट एक्यूरेटली. बोले मुझे लगा कि यार बंदा झूठ तो नहीं बोल रहा है. फिर लिंक्डइन चेक किया, ओसेंट किया, सब ठीक था. मैंने कहा ठीक है कुछ लगा देता. एंड दैट्स वेयर द ट्रैप स्टार्ट्स. पैसे लगाए, लगाता गया, बढ़ा, कुछ विड्रॉ किए, फिर नहीं कर पाया. इवेंचुअली 45 लाख चले गए. पुलिस के पास केस आया, दिल्ली पुलिस. तो मेरे पास आया तो हम लोगों का प्रॉब्लम ये था कि 3 बार सही कैसे प्रेडिक्शन हुआ. बाकी सब तो ठीक है हम पकड़ लेंगे, कोई गैस कर सकता है कैसे हुआ. एंड देन यू विल अप्रिशिएट द क्रिमिनल्स. आप मत उठाओ सर, आप मेरे सारे वीडियो देखते हो. एनीबॉडी कैसे गैस किया होगा? 3 बार सही प्रेडिक्शन कैसे किया उसने? हाँ जी, पिक्चर्स, फ्यूचर कैसे करेंगे? फ्यूचर पर नो. देखिए होता क्या है कि सर हम लोग इतना जितना ज्यादा आईक्यू हाई होता है ना वो उतना ज्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स सोचता है. गैस नो, यू कांट गैस 3 times एक्यूरेटली फॉर समथिंग, राइट?
सर हो सकता है उसने कई लोगों से बोला हो, 25-30 लोगों से बताया गया हो.
कौन बोल रहे हैं
सर?
अपना नाम बताओ सर.
डॉक्टर पवित्र मोहन त्रिपाठी.
हाँ जी, डॉक्टर पवित्र मोहन त्रिपाठी के लिए जोरदार तालियां. उसने सर गेम शुरू किया 60 लोगों से. 30 को बोला शेयर के दाम बढ़ेंगे, 30 को बोला गिरेंगे. 30 के लिए सही हो गया. फिर 30 को डिवाइड किया 15 में. 15 को बोला शेयर किसी दूसरे शेयर के दाम बढ़ेंगे, 15 को बोला गिरेंगे. फिर 15 के लिए सही हो गया. फिर उसको डिवाइड किया 7-8 में. इवेंचुअली 7 या 8 लोगों के लिए वो 3 बार भगवान साबित हुआ होगा जिसने बिल्कुल सही प्रेडिक्शन किया. अब 7 में से 2 भी फंस गए तो करोड़ों आ गए. इसे कहते हैं सर ट्रैप. So what I am trying to say is that this can't be stopped through technology. That can't be stopped through social awareness. Because every time we find a very new, unique modus operandi that is used. And believe me, I have 160 plus modus operandis. और हर में से इसमें जितने पढ़े लिखे हैं वो भी सब फंस जाएंगे. Because criminal आपका IQ use करता है. So sorry sir, yeah.
So it means like technology alone is not enough and awareness alone is not enough. So how we collaborate it and what is your suggestions?
Very good. So I think we need to build this 6 strengths from the beginning. And the cyber education that we are actually giving in school and colleges वो superficial है. जैसे हम लोग morality सिखाते हैं वैसे cyber education सिखानी पड़ेगी कि eventually we build that consciousness कि यार ये तो झूठी होगा. ये जब तक नहीं आएगा तब तक जैसा सर ने कहा कि लालच है या डर है, काम क्रोध लोभ मोह अहंकार, यही 5 चीजें हैं. इसमें हम फंसते रहेंगे। जब लाखों सालों में हम नहीं सॉल्व कर पाए तो अब कैसे कर लेंगे? तो ये चीज जब तक हम एज ए मोरालिटी नहीं सिखाएंगे कि वो अंदर ही से आ जाए कि नहीं, जैसे कि आज मेरी कमजोरी है, कोई वो एक्सप्लॉइट होगी, कल आपकी कमजोरी है वो एक्सप्लॉइट होगी। ईच वन ऑफ अस हैज सम एस्पिरेशन, सम डिजायर दैट इज गेटिंग एक्सप्लॉइटेड.
That is slightly pessimistic suggestion. So we need to be more optimistic in this. That we need to develop a system, in my opinion, so that it's true that humans' desire will be on extremes, to this end, to that end. So we can't let loose the dark desires to fulfilled. So we need to develop a system when the positive minds, they can grow, innocents they can grow, and devils they cannot take their advantage. And in human society we will have innocents. So how we develop a system technologically, and a system not only technologically, legally, administratively, where even the most innocent person can thrive and grow organically without any age.
सी टेक्निकली और लीगल जितने कानून बनते हैं वो बदमाशों के लिए नहीं बनते, शरीफों के लिए बनते हैं. तो उससे आप सोचोगे कानून बना देंगे तो लोग क्राइम करना बंद कर देंगे? नहीं. टेक्निकली यदि चीजें सॉल्व हो जाती हैं तो ट्विटर क्यों हैक होता, सॉफ्ट बैंक क्यों हैक होता, $100 मिलियन का बजट है सिक्योरिटी. आई एम नॉट गिविंग पैसिमिस्टिक, बट आई एम पुशिंग यू टू द राइट सोल्यूशन. वी आर स्पेंडिंग thousands crores टू टेल पीपल दैट डोंट शेयर OTPs. 1000 करोड़ अमिताभ बच्चन से लेकर नवाजुद्दीन सिद्दीकी तक सब चिल्ला रहे हैं. आज तक किसी ने कभी OTP शेयर किया ही नहीं. मेरे पास इतनी FIR है, OTP कभी दिया नहीं. मैं ऐसे नहीं होता कि सर OTP देना अपना, हाँ लिखो ना, अरे नहीं बैंक वाला, हाँ वो भी लिखो. ऐसे होता है क्या? एंड वी आर एक्चुअली एक्सपेक्टिंग पीपल आर सो डम दैट दे आर शेयरिंग OTPs लाइक दिस. और उसको हम बता रहे हैं, पोस्टर्स में बता रहे हैं. एक्चुअली OTP लिया जाता है, कभी दिया नहीं जाता. और लेने के तरीके जब मैं आपको 12 बताऊंगा तो आप समझ जाओगे यार ऐसे तो मेरा भी चला जाएगा. My point is different. My point is not, we are not giving the even awareness in the right direction. जैसे मैं कहता हूं पासवर्ड कॉम्प्लेक्स बना लो, 15 मिनट समझाएंगे लोग कि देखिए @ और एक्सक्लेमेटरी और कैपिटल और स्मॉल, बना लो पासवर्ड कॉम्प्लेक्स. 16 बिलियन पासवर्ड हैक हुए अभी लास्ट मंथ. 4 बिलियन लोग इंटरनेट यूज करते हैं ग्लोबली, 8 बिलियन लोग हैं, और हम आंख बंद करके सो रहे हैं मेरा थोड़े ना गया होगा, मेरा तो कॉम्प्लेक्स है. Point is that
we got the point that you are pushing us to the last corner. We can think of some solution, so that will remain the only option till the time like we keep thinking like this. So next question will be to Mr. Kumar Jha, that what do you think about our legal framework? The current legal framework in India, our IT Act, BNS, our IT rules, cyber rules, even Data Protection Act, where we stand. And what are your suggestions specifically in lacking in admissibility of digital evidence? Thank you.
Thank you very much. क्योंकि स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ हैं, फ्यूचर यहाँ है, और इन्वेस्टिगेटर भी यहाँ है, IOs भी यहाँ हैं. तो if you may permit me, I want to explain it with a simple example of a case law. कैसे ये साइबर क्राइम होता है? It is not only cyber crime, it happens in a hybrid nature. हाइब्रिड नेचर कैसे होता है कि एक केस जो आप लोगों के पास अक्सर आता है कि आपकी लॉटरी निकली हुई है, आपका इस तरीके से या साइबर थ्रेट होता है, या आपको डिजिटल अरेस्ट किया जाता है. तो वो फंक्शन कैसे करता है, अनलेस यू अंडरस्टैंड दैट फंक्शन, कि वो कैसे ऑपरेट करते हैं, अगर आप इस चीज को नहीं समझ सकते हैं तो ना आप प्रॉपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर सकते हैं, ना आप किसी भी तरीके से लोगों को अवेयर कर सकते हैं, और ना ही आप प्रॉपर प्रोसिक्यूशन कर सकते हैं. मैं आपको एक छोटा सा विद इन 5 मिनट्स में आपको एक केस बताता हूं कि एक केस इस तरीके था कि लोगों को लॉटरी का लालच दिया जा रहा है. लॉटरी के लालच के बाद उस आदमी का पैसा किसी पर्टिकुलर बैंक अकाउंट में दिया जा रहा है. अब ये बैंक अकाउंट कैसे लेते हैं, और हम किसको अरेस्ट करते हैं, और कौन उसमें से स्कॉट फ्री चला जाता है, और क्यों चला जाता है, इस पे मैं थोड़ा सा आप लोगों को बताना चाहता हूं. होता क्या है कि गांव में बहुत सारे गवर्नमेंट अकाउंट्स हैं, गरीबों के अकाउंट्स हैं, जिनके अकाउंट में पैसे नहीं रहते. उसमें कुछ आदमी छोड़े जाते हैं, एजेंट्स छोड़े जाते हैं, जिनसे ये कहा जाता है कि आप उन अकाउंट्स को किराए पे ले लीजिए. गरीब आदमी है, उससे कहते हैं कि आई विल गिव यू 1000 रुपीज फॉर ट्रांजेक्शन, और आई गिव यू 1000 रुपीज पर मंथ, गिव मी दैट कार्ड. वो बच्चा जान पहचान का होता है, बड़ी आदमी दे देता है कि ठीक है बेटा ऑपरेट करो. वो ऑपरेट करता है. इवन द सेकंड लाइन डज नॉट नो दैट ही इज ट्रैप्ड इन अ सिंडिकेट. वो भी इसी तरीके से काम करता है कि साहब कुछ पैसे फ्रेंड्स के आने हैं या कुछ पैसे आने हैं जो पर्टिकुलर आदमी को देने हैं. जब धोखा होता है तो पर्टिकुलर पैसा एक अकाउंट में जाता है, उस अकाउंट से वहां का एजेंट तुरंत पैसा निकालता है उस पैसे को, और बॉर्डरिंग एरिया में, नेपाल के बॉर्डर एरिया में ये अकाउंट्स लिए जाएंगे, या आपके 3 स्टेट छोड़ के अकाउंट्स लिए जाएंगे जिनमें पैसे जाते हैं. उन पैसों को तुरंत निकाल के किसी ऐसे आदमी को दिया जाता है जो देने वाला है वो भी उसको नहीं जानता कि हु इज दैट पर्सन ड्यू टू सम कोड। अब जब हम ये लेयरिंग करके सारे पैसे जाते हैं और ये पैसे जो हैं आपके टेररिज्म में भी यूज होते हैं, आपके बहुत सारी चीजों में यूज होते हैं। अब होता क्या है कि जब हमारा आईओ इन्वेस्टिगेट करता है एफआईआर लिखने के बाद, तो पहली चीज तो मैं एक ऑब्जेक्शन जो यहाँ पे आप लोगों को सजेस्ट करना चाहूंगा, सीनियर आईपीएस ऑफिसर्स बैठे हुए हैं, कि वो आईओ हेल्पलेस महसूस करता है जब उसको अकेले उसको इन्वेस्टिगेट करना होता है। कारण क्या है कि ये इंटरनेशनल और ट्रांसनेशनल जो है इसके रेमिफिकेशंस होते हैं। तो स्टेट पुलिस समटाइम्स एक जो है रोड ब्लॉक को हिट करती है। होता क्या है कि जब आप इन्वेस्टिगेट करते हैं तो इन्वेस्टिगेट करते हुए उस अकाउंट तक पहुंच जाते हैं जो कि सॉर्ट ऑफ विक्टिम आदमी है, फिर आप उस आदमी तक भी पहुंच जाते हैं जिसने उस कार्ड को ऑपरेट किया जाता है, उसको भी नहीं पता होता कि सिंडिकेट इसके पीछे वर्क कर रहा है। आप उन दोनों को अरेस्ट कर लाते हैं। जब आप सिंडिकेट के पास जाते हैं तो सिंडिकेट का आदमी या तो वो लोकेशन छोड़ के जा चुका होता है, या वो नेपाल में बैठा हुआ है, वो दुबई में बैठा हुआ है। तो कहने का मतलब दीज आर द प्रॉब्लम्स। तो इसको रोकने का सबसे पहला चीज है कि यू हैव टू प्रिवेंट, यू हैव टू अवेयर। और अवेयरनेस कैसे आएगी कि गांव के लेवल पे अवेयरनेस करना होगा बैंकिंग ऑफिसर्स को, पुलिस ऑफिसर्स को, जाके उनको इस तरीके के केस स्टडीज बता के उनको बताना होगा कि नेवर शेयर योर कार्ड, नेवर शेयर योर बैंक अकाउंट, कितना भी पैसा तुम्हें कोई दे रहा हो। दैट इज द प्रिवेंशन थिंग। आपको हम ऊपर के लोगों को सब समझ रहे हैं, टीवी में सारी चीजें आ रही हैं, इंग्लिश में आ रही हैं, हिंदी में आ रही हैं, रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में आ रही हैं, मिडिल क्लास आदमी समझ रहा है, लेकिन जो डाउन ट्रॉडन है जिनके थ्रू ये अपराध किया जा रहा है उनको किस तरीके से अवेयर करेंगे। वन थिंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए मेरा कहना है, क्योंकि नेशनल इंटरनेशनल रेमिफिकेशन होता है, तो वी हैव टू हैंडल ऑफ सर्टेन थ्रेशोल्ड केसेस बाय एनआईए और एनआईए लाइक एजेंसी। क्यों? क्योंकि जो स्टेट पुलिस है उसकी अपनी लिमिटेशंस हैं, कोऑपरेट नहीं करता। जो इंटरनेशनल बैठा है, अभी इससे पहले के डिस्कशन में कहा गया था कि वी हैव टू डिफाइन मोडालिटीज, वी हैव एमलेट, वी हैव लेटर रोगेटरीज, लेकिन मैंने एक्सपीरियंस में कहा है कि अगर मैंने 15 लेटर रोगेटरी या 15 एमलेट भेजे हैं तो वी हैवंट गॉट अ आंसर ऑफ अ सिंगल रिक्वेस्ट। हमने कोई भी एविडेंस उनसे नहीं वो किया है। बहुत रेयर है कि हम वहां से लेके आ पाए जो बाहर ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं। तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है कि हमको जो हमारा दिया हुआ सेटअप है उसमें पहला फर्स्ट लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस इज कि हम अपनी जो डाउन ट्रॉडन पब्लिक है जो एक्सप्लॉइट होती है उनको एक प्रॉपर एजुकेशन दें। दैट इज थ्रू बैंकिंग ऑफिसर्स, दैट इज थ्रू पुलिस ऑफिसर्स, दैट इज थ्रू व्हाटएवर एनजीओज एंड ऑल। सेकंड, जहां तक डिटेक्शन की बात है, डिटेक्शन के मामले में आईओस की टीम होनी चाहिए। देयर शुड नॉट बी अ सिंगल आईओ। मेनी ऑफ द केसेस होता क्या है कि आईओ सारी चीजें थ्योरेटिकली अपनी टेबल पे सॉर्ट आउट कर लेता है कि साहब ये केस है, अगर आप उससे पूछिए तो आपको फर्स्ट से लेकर लास्ट चेन तक बता देगा कहां तक गया है। लेकिन इन रियल टाइम अरेस्टिंग दोज एक्यूज्ड, दैट इज अ हरक्यूलियन टास्क, दैट इज नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल। अब व्हेन केस कम्स टू द प्रोसिक्यूशन स्टेज, सिंस द मेन syndicate accused are not arrested, we are arresting sort of a victim in the India. What happens? कोर्ट भी कहती है कि भाई आप बड़े लोगों को लेके नहीं आए जो वास्तव में सिंडिकेट के हेड पे काम कर रहे हैं, दे आर सॉर्ट ऑफ विक्टिम्स, दे गॉट स्कॉट फ्री। तो वो वहां बैठे हुए हैं। अनलेस वी प्लग दीज लूप होल्स, वी नीड टू हैव नॉट दीज काइंड ऑफ ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स दैट वी गिव 3 days कैप्सूल, 4 days कैप्सूल। नो, देयर हैज टू बी अ डेडिकेटेड ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज फॉर साइबर क्राइम, फॉर जैसे क्रिप्टो करेंसी का आ रहा है, ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का आ रहा है। ये ऑर्डिनरी ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स कैन नॉट ट्रेन by just inviting particular expert in 2 days, 3 days. That has to be.
Thank you for your answer. So now quickly in 1 minute each, I would request my panelists to suggest in the field of capacity building, like Mr. Amit, how you see that police should further develop its capacity to prevent these crimes in 1 minute.
Sir, first of all, I would say that this is not only a policing problem. This is not only a jurisdictional problem or a judiciary related problem. This is actually a societal problem. So all of these arms, whether it is telecom, like sir has mentioned, banking, even I would say culture.
Police capability.
So only on police part, sir, I think that would be a held back approach, sir, I would say. But we should have bank and telecom and police may be a common, and work is going on in that direction. In police, we can talk about, like sir mentioned, training, cyber crime related labs, and specific joint coordination teams for cross-jurisdictional arrestings and investigations.
Mr. Amit, your take on capability building, capacity building in country in technological field?
I think whatever we are doing, we have to do it at large scale. First of all, India is a big country, as you are right. कि डिस्पाइट ऑफ हैविंग द साइबर सेफ्टी अवेयरनेस कैंपेन, कल भी एक डिजिटल अरेस्ट का केस आ गया, तो प्रधानमंत्री जी भी बोल रहे हैं उसके बावजूद भी आ गया। इसका मतलब है कि वी आर येट टू रीच टू द रूट So whether it is people, process, technology, everywhere we have to work. Technology will help us to some extent. Processes can help us to a large extent. And the best thing is people. If we could actually make that happen to the large scale with whatever way we can, that can be removed.
Thank you. So, Mr. Atul, your take on legal or procedural development.
My thing is, first of all, we need to amend IT Act 1. Second, we need to have a dedicated training institute for all stakeholders in this. We also need to have a awareness program in rural areas, in town, not only in urban areas or big cities. Unless we make people aware, these kind of offenses will keep happening.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So here we come at the end of our discussions. So I would like to float an idea, as माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि यहाँ से कुछ ऐसे आइडिया निकलने चाहिए एटलीस्ट जो सोचने पर आपको मजबूर करे कि how we tackle these things. So as I have written a book also to make the system better, dear the people, let's make our country better. So recently it went live. So I have proposed one idea that anonymity, privacy and identity, we need to redefine what we means by these. So identity is the core thing. We need to establish all the identities of individuals and all the identities attached with the individuals to remove all fakes from the system. That will be the first futuristic step when we can tackle with not only with the cybercrime, but so many things, all kind of scam, if you name any. It may be pilferage from social welfare schemes, it may be GST scams, it may be land encroachments, all kind of banking frauds. There are some fake IDs behind all these scams. Maybe fake mobile number, maybe fake person, maybe fake company, maybe fake bank account, and maybe fake internet ID. So we don't talk about internet ID. So if kids are here, if they get a message or friend request or reel, they have right to know who have approached them. So that is a basic principle of communications in human society, that when it's my responsibility if I'm trying to approach you, I must tell who I am. This is the basic philosophy behind this. Anyone who is approaching internet, if they are reading, surfing, that's okay. The moment the one tried to establish a contact with a single person, with larger public, to any organization, it is the responsibility of that person to authenticate his or her identity. That is the basic things. When there is no ghost behind the screen, there is a real person and authenticate ID, then only we can think of curbing this monster down. That is my take and that is my thought which I am spreading here. If you, I will request all of you to think over it, that how we can take it further to think tanks, to policymakers, to our leaders, to further develop this concept as a legal framework. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for such a dynamic discussion. Now, I would like to invite our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, to present the memento to our esteemed panelists as a token of gratitude. Thank you, sir, and once again, thank you to all our panelists and moderator.
Our next panel discussion is on the topic Cyber Forensic Scope and Challenges in India. which will explore the rapidly growing field of cyber forensics, the science of uncovering and analyzing digital evidence to solve cyber crimes. Moderating this panel is Dr. Ranjit Singh, CEO, SIFS New Delhi. Sir is the founder and CEO of UPSIFS India Forensic Lab, an institution recognized globally for providing world-class forensic services. He holds an MSc and PhD from the University of Delhi, along with professional qualifications such as CEH and CHFI from EC Council. We welcome you on the stage, sir.
On the panel, we have Dr. Amit Dubey, Cybercrime Investigator, Delhi. Once again, we have with us one of India's foremost voices in cybersecurity and national security. An IIT Kharagpur alumni, he has advised key government task forces on cyber defense and worked with leading global technology companies to strengthen digital security. We warmly welcome you, sir.
The second panelist is Mr. Prabint Kumar, Senior Manager, Client Success, Third Eye. Sir holds a BTech and MBA in IT with over a decade of experience in the digital forensics domain. He has been helping both government and corporate clients to establish advanced cyber forensic laboratories. We welcome you on the stage, sir.
The third panelist is Mr. Indrajit Rai, CEO, Luxor Lab, Noida. Mr. Rai, India's first and world's longest serving forensic journalist, is also a Bharat Gaurav awardee from the French Senate. With more than 24 years in news and forensic investigation, Sir has led top networks like ABP, News 18, News Nation, and Z News, pioneering scientific methods to fight misinformation.
Our fourth panelist is Mr. Sameer Dutt, CEO, Forensic Guru. Sir is the CEO of Foundation Futuristic Technologies Private Limited, also known as Forensics Gurus. Brings over 30 years of experience across USA, UK and India. Sir is the president of the Digital Investigators Association and author of Learning Network Forensics. Sir is an alumni of NIT Rourkela and IIT Kanpur. We welcome you on the stage, sir. Please welcome all the dignitaries gracing this panel with a huge round of applause. Now, I would like to invite Additional Director Shri Rajiv Malhotra to present a sapling to our esteemed panelist. Let's have a huge round of applause for our dignitaries. With that, I now hand over the stage to our moderator, Dr. Ranjit Singh, to initiate the discussion.
Thank you so much. Good morning, all. Can we have the better morning? Good morning. So, thank you, Goswami sir. Thank you, UPSIFS, for giving us opportunity to moderate this panel. As we have the eminent experts, those who are having a vast experience in the different field aspects. So, as we all know that this conference, 3-day summit, is related to cybersecurity, cyber forensics, the challenges and the scope, what actually the law enforcement agency looking for from our side, being a cyber forensic professional, those who are going. Because this is the one huge gap we have between the investigating officers, between the law enforcement agency, and when we go as an expert witness in the courtroom. So the court have different expectation from us, police agency have the different expectation from us. And the title given to this panel discussion is Cyber Forensic Scope and Challenges. So when we talk about the scope and challenges, it is covering the scope means what we can do, and challenges means what we cannot do, what kind of challenges we are facing. So with this, we have a esteemed panelist. So I start with our first panelist, Dr. Amit Dubey, sir. Sir, as you do lots of work related to new technology, new development which is going on, and the new challenges which is coming. So I put one question to you that how with the quantum computing threatening current encryption models which we are having, and what are the new forensic approaches should India develop to safeguard our digital evidences, sir?
So I see quantum as the biggest opportunity and biggest threat that we have for next 10 years. We have already lost the last decade because we didn't exploit the AI potential the way the world has done. And I think now we have an opportunity to exploit quantum, which if we don't do, we'll be lagging behind like in millions of years like that. So the biggest investor in quantum is China. They have invested $15 billion. India has just announced National Quantum Mission with close to $1 billion, which is the fourth or fifth largest investment in the world, which is $1 billion. So you can see the difference, the 15 versus 1. And China has already made 400 qubit of quantum computers. 2 years back, they have announced that they have cracked RSA 2048-bit encryption using quantum computers. What is RSA 2048-bit encryption? It is the backbone of entire banking industry. Whether it is debit card encryption, credit card encryption, login, password, any kind of communication that we do in banking and insurance sector, it is based on RSA 2048-bit encryption, which is being challenged or cracked by China 2 years back. And that's why last year in December, US government made a law, Quantum Security Preparedness Act. It was signed by Biden, the last president. And according to that law, this is a law. According to that law, they have given a mandate for all critical infrastructures to become quantum safe within a year. And whatever the latest PQC, post-quantum cryptographic standards are announced, whether it is crystal Kyber, crystal dilithium, many other standards have come up now. They have been introduced. So they are already moving. Most of the banks, they have already deployed the PQC processes. Very soon they'll become quantum safe, and we are still sleeping. Honestly speaking, we are sleeping. In India, we don't know quantum, though we have already pumped close to $1 billion budget, but not many researches are going on. CDAC is working. I know CDAC is coming up with first quantum computer. Few IITs are working, but the way we have to work, I think, is lagging behind. So it's a great opportunity for us, and India can actually become the leaders here with minimal investment. We don't need 15 billion, but we need a vision. I think that is missing right now.
So as you said that in India we do not have much about the quantum. So we are having a huge student here, those who are going to the future of the digital forensics. What will be your suggestion for them to make their career or enter into the quantum research or make, be an expert on that particular area? What will be your primary suggestion from where they can start? Usually we are lacking with some kind of guidance from where we can start when we talk about the new technology.
I think they can pick quantum as the biggest strength for future. Everybody should learn quantum. They should start working in the researches of quantum, not only in quantum security, but quantum sensors and any other solution that can be solved through quantum computers. We already have simulated quantum computers available from Amazon, from IBM. You can go and search IBM Qiskit, Amazon Bracket. All these quantum computers you can use. I think 50 qubit or 100 qubit quantum computers are easily available. You can program, I have simulated circuits. You can simulate Shor circuit or Grover circuit to challenge any cryptography standards, whether it is synchronous or asynchronous. I think these kind of things you can try. And once we are capable of challenging existing legacy cryptographic standards using these kind of algorithms, we will become confident to secure ourselves. जब तक हम क्रिमिनल की तरह नहीं सोचेंगे, हम अपने आप को सेफ नहीं कर पाएंगे. ये मेरा हमेशा, पहले हमें क्रैक करना आना चाहिए. चाइना कर रहा है ना, चाइना प्रोटेक्शन की ओर नहीं जा रहा, कह रहा पहले उड़ा दो. जैसे ही उड़ाना आ जाएगा तो सेफ्टी आ जाती है. सो आई थिंक दैट इज समथिंग व्हिच आई लुक फॉरवर्ड फ्रॉम दीज स्टूडेंट्स कि आप करें कोशिश. ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है क्वांटम कंप्यूटर्स, ऐसा नहीं कि आपको कुछ बना के देना है. IBM is offering and Amazon is offering, so go and use it. And if we'll become little bullish, I'm sure we can beat China any day. So that's what I am confident of. But I think it's just a matter of mandate. That's it.
Very true, sir. I completely agree with you. And whenever we talk about who know the crime better, either the police agency or the forensic expert or the judges, so I always say criminal know the crime better than us. So thank you, sir, for your input. Now I request our next panelist, Sameer Dutt, sir. Sir, as you have done lots of investigation and you have helped lots of police agency, law enforcement agency for solving several important cases of the nation, where you have given your input. So I I want your input on the topic that, we need that. What are the biggest challenges to the Indian digital investigation landscape you see when you started this service 20 or 25 years back, and now what kind of, because digital crime has increased like anything, and our government has decided to, make this as approach as one of the pandemic. It's a cyber pandemic where we have the ringtone that if someone is calling, they are not the judge, they are not the CBI officers, which was we failed in the COVID era. So, sir, what will be the biggest challenges for Indian digital investigation landscape that you see?
Thank you, Dr. Sahab. I think, और ये बात जो है थोड़ी सी हटके है, बट मुझे ये लगता है कि भारत का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो है वो है हमारी हीन भावना. We have a feeling of inferiority when it compares to the rest of the world when it comes to technology. और ये बहुत बड़ी गलतफहमी है. मैं कई ऐसे उदाहरण, and I will give you these examples where we as Indians, our Indian police also has done amazing things which nobody in the world has done or has experience of doing. उदाहरण के लिए मैं 2012 में एक कॉन्फ्रेंस यूएस में वहाँ पे बोल रहा था, तो उस समय हम लोग तो सीडीआर एनालिसिस बहुत सालों से करते आ रहे हैं, आप सब करते आ रहे हैं. तो आपने वहाँ पे मैं लेक्चर दे रहा था, तो 30-40 मिनट मिलते हैं, मैंने डिलीवर किया. वहाँ पे बात करते करते जैसे मेरा खत्म हुआ तो मुझे लगा कि भाई एक भी सवाल नहीं उठा. तो मुझे लगा कि परहैप्स इनको मेरी अंग्रेजी समझ नहीं आ रही, मेरा एक्सेंट ऐसा है कि उनको मेरी इंग्लिश नहीं समझ आ रही. तो मैंने कहा पता नहीं क्या बात है. तो मैंने कहा कोई बात नहीं, मैं पोडियम से उतरा और मैं बाहर गया. मैंने कहा थोड़ा बाहर निकलता हूं. बाहर निकला तो आधे से ज्यादा जो रूम था वो खाली होके मेरे साथ बाहर आ गया और उन्होंने मुझे घेर लिया. और वहां पर उन्होंने पूछना शुरू किया कि आपने बोला आप इंडिया से आए हो. मैंने कहा हाँ जी, इंडिया से आया हूं. उन्होंने कहा तो आप इंडिया से आए तो आपके पास ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे है. और वहां पे मैं मतलब काफी कुछ एक्सप्लेन कर रहा था. एक हमने फ्रेमवर्क बनाया जिसको हम एलिबाई फ्रेमवर्क कहते हैं, जिसमें सस्पेक्ट्स के एसोसिएट्स, लोकेशंस, आइडेंटिटी, बिहेवियर, इंटेंशन, ये 5 चीजें फटाक से निकाल लेते हैं. तो जब हमने उनको डिटेल में समझाया कि भाई आपके फोन कॉल से हमें ये पता चल जाता है कि क्या आप अपनी वाइफ से बात कर रहे हो या अपनी गर्लफ्रेंड से बात कर रहे हो, तो वो काफी मतलब चौंक गए. उन्होंने कहा ये आप इंडिया से लेके आए हो टेक्नोलॉजी. मैंने कहा हाँ जी, ये इंडिया से लेके आए. तो हमारा जो है काफी लिमिटेशंस हैं, लेकिन हमारी अपनी कैपेबिलिटी भी है. और इसी संदर्भ में मैं कह रहा हूं कि हम लोग अपने आप को सोचते हैं कि हम में ये कैपेबिलिटी नहीं है. 2012 में आपको याद होगा कि सीरियल ब्लास्ट हुए थे पूरे भारत में. मतलब जो स्टार्ट हुआ था जयपुर में, एक ब्लास्ट हुआ था जो किसी ने क्लेम किया था कि भाई गुरु अल हिंदी के नाम से एक ईमेल सारे प्रेस को भेजी गई थी, जिससे ये पता चला था कि ब्लास्ट जो है वो सिमी ने किए थे. और आपको उस समय भी जो एनालिसिस, जो फॉलोअप्स, जो लार्ज वॉल्यूम ऑफ डेटा का जो एनालिटिक्स किया था करोड़ों में, उस समय काफी पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट्स ने इंटरनेशनल हेल्प भी रिक्वेस्ट की थी और किसी के पास इसकी सॉल्यूशन नहीं थी. और इंडिया में ही इन हाउस हमारे को ये सब हम लोगों ने सॉल्व किया था। तो मुझे ये कहना है कि आप सब इधर स्टूडेंट्स भी बैठे हुए हैं, दैट वी हैव टू डोमिनेट थ्रू इनोवेशन as a country, as a nation, as Indians. We have to develop for the world. Stop looking only at India. आप लोग सब के सब ऐसे सोचिए कि आपकी सोच इतनी बड़ी हो कि पूरे भारत को छोड़ के पूरी दुनिया तक पहुंचे और आप जो भी प्रोडक्ट्स बना रहे हैं वहां तक पहुंचे. So this is a major challenge. Change our mindset. We can do this.
So by the way, वो समीर जी वो गर्लफ्रेंड से बात कर रहे हैं, वाइफ से, वाली टेक्नोलॉजी B2C मार्केट में रिलीज कर रहे हो आप, ये नहीं?
बिल्कुल सर,
दैट हैज अ ह्यूज पोटेंशियल.
और मेक इन इंडिया साइबर में हम लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं, साइबर की जो हमारी अपनी कंट्री की अपनी एक प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि इंडिया एक ऐसी कंट्री है जहाँ पे डाइवर्सिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है. क्राइम जो हमारे अर्बन एरियाज में है, जो हमारे रूरल एरियाज में है, उनका मोडस ऑपरेंडी अलग तरह के है. अर्बन एरिया में हम फॉरेन पेटल से कोई बुके गिफ्ट करते हैं और वहाँ से OTP लेके हम फ्रॉड कर देते हैं, जो कि रूरल एरियाज में नहीं है. सो इंद्रजीत सर, मेरा आपसे प्रश्न ये है कि विद दिस राइजिंग साइबर क्राइम इन स्मॉलर टाउन, what measure can be taken to expand the scope of digital forensic beyond the metro-centric investigation?
Hello. See, it is a very important question right now, and these days. The biggest problem is the skill gap towards this problem. You know the philosophy of public library? Public library, the concept of public library is the pool of resources used by the group of person and knowledge sharing pool. Why we are not thinking to develop the pool of technology, the pool of knowledge set, the pool of resources? My idea is when we think or do something on the domain of pooling, then we can cover the large population and large geographical area of the country. यहाँ पे इतने सारे बच्चे बैठे हैं, ये हमारे रिसोर्सेज हैं. अब इनके पास जो टूल्स हैं, द कॉस्ट आर वेरी हाई, लाइक सेलेब्राइट, MPEG-5. द कॉस्ट ऑफ दीज टूल्स आर इन करोड्स. Either they get the jobs in the public sector or reputed library, otherwise they don't have option to practice on the basis of the skill. So we need to think on the pooling system of technology. Why in the town of Gorakhpur or in the Gazipur, through the public-private partnership, a public library for the technology is not established. Maybe the kids from the Gazipur and Gorakhpur can practice the forensic science within the territory of his hometown. So this is the one problem. The second problem is knowledge sharing data. As we know, that technology is cognitive and growing, and there are a lot of challenges. No one is complete expert in the domain of technology. There is requirement of expertise sharing and knowledge sharing. So we need to create a pool of knowledge for everyone, for the experts from the public sector or experts from the private sector or the practitioner or the researcher or the students. So we need these type of things to tackle the huge number of population and the large area of geography.
Thank you, sir. So as very rightly said that the problem is of the Tier 3, Tier 4 city and Tier 1, Tier 2 cities completely different, where we are looking for the different shift of the technology and the people mindset, like the services which we have in our metro cities if you talk about the TSCM services or any services which is not required in the local things. So as Praveen sir, you have developed different laboratories. You have assisted several law enforcement agencies or the forensic science laboratory to equip them with the technology which is going on. So what are the biggest challenges you face when you are going to make a forensic lab infrastructure ready to use, particularly about the training and the technology?
Okay, thanks. That's a very thoughtful question, I can say. In current trend, infrastructure is not a challenge. Future ready infrastructure is a challenge. We have to ready with the future challenges. Like in previous panel, we are discussing of the cryptocurrencies, quantum. So these are not just such technology that can be opted on a single day. And for that, the resource is very much, rich resource is required. And that not comes on a single day. We have to work on the fragmented infrastructure. We have a very, even state government, central government have lot of labs, and even our state government are investing a lot of money for creating, like if you are talking about the UPSIFS, they have invested a lot of money, and in future they are also investing a lot. But this tradition, there must be a standard for all the tools, all the resource. If you have some standards in central and state, you will work on a single ecosystem. And ecosystem is missing in all technology. If we are planning for future ready infrastructure and we are not a single ecosystem, that will not work. We have to plan accordingly that our certain government, state government, their modus of operandi, use cases must be shared on a single platform, so that if any case is happening, any crime is happening on a central agency, with the central agency like NIA or CBI, that must be transferred, that must be shared easily to the state agencies. So they are future ready, or they must have the ideas. If I receive such cases, what are the precautions I have to take, what the things I have to address. So based upon our expertise, last decade, we have found that our infrastructure must be on a single ecosystem. The second one is, we are very lacking on the technology adoption. In digital forensics is such a technology. Every day or every year, the new technology, new skills are coming with that tools, and the tools are very expensive. So every agency have to define the budget, have to define the ecosystem, taking consideration of the future crimes, and they have to plan in such a way their resource must be trained, and the resource who is dedicated for their lab, that must not assign with other responsibilities, because forensics is a research. It's not a one-day training program or 2-day, 3-day training program. You learn and just you will start performing, because forensics is research, and that comes day-to-day cases you receive. So I will highlight, based upon our expertise, resource is the key factor, and skillful resource is the key factor to make an ecosystem and for the future ready infrastructure. Thank you.
Very true. It's a very important aspect when we talk about the infrastructure development, the budget of particular agency. So as lots of things to discuss with this esteemed panel, but as we have the time limitation, so I take a quick 1 minute view on from all the speakers, started from Amit sir, that in your view, what is the single most critical reform or innovation we needed to expand the scope and tackle the biggest challenges in the cyber forensic today?
I think we should full throttle exploit the AI capabilities in cybercrime investigation. I'll give you the real example. 2 days back, I was investigating a case and I got 2 signatures of a lady. And the lawyer's team and everybody was sitting and they said, these are different. Because see, we can see the curve, we can see the gap, we can see everything. So it's a fraud case, we can file the case, we can go for FIR. मैंने कहा जरा दोनों सिग्नेचर देना, दिया, मैंने चैट जीपीटी पे अपलोड किए. मैंने कहा बताओ ये एक ही आदमी ने किया, अलग अलग ने किया. तो चैट जीपीटी ने इतना अच्छा एनालिसिस दिया, उसने पूरा 1 full page एनालिसिस दिया कि इस वजह से बिकॉज ऑफ दीज थिंग्स बोथ सिग्नेचर्स आर डन बाय द सेम पर्सन, बट सेकंड सिग्नेचर दबाव में और जल्दबाजी में किया गया
विद हाई प्रेशर एंड द प्रेजम्पशन.
ये चीज कोई लैब नहीं बताती. So this is the power of AI. I think we should full throttle exploit the AI for cybercrime investigation. I'm just giving you a hint, but I'm using it for IPDR analysis, CTR analysis, image analysis, forensics. But I think we are missing a big opportunity here. If we could do this.
Very true, sir. Indrajit, sir.
See, as we discussed earlier that our population is very large, the geographical area is very big. So we need to decentralize and utilize laboratory system. For that, we need to develop the remote transfer of evidence or the examination of equipments, so that we can cover the large number of person and large area in terms of geography. As I remember in last year, I was in UK. They are sending and examining the evidence remotely through the satellite connectivity. So we need to develop these type of things so that the expert available in Delhi can investigate a crime which is not good for our country in 24 Pargana in Calcutta. He can access the evidence or examine the machine or whatever the scene of crime digitally available. So we need the remote access capabilities in the forensics in India.
Very true, sir. Your input, Praveen, sir.
Talking about the future standard, I request all the prestigious agency to come very quickly to on a single standard SOP of all the labs. Even I will request all the agencies to come to some certifications for the standardization of every lab, even the educational lab or it may be forensics lab.
Very true. Sami sir, your last remark.
We should look at one particular aspect. Any crime that is committed, there's a lot of innovation coming from the criminals. जितने क्रिमिनल हैं वो बहुत शातिर हैं, वो अपना बहुत दिमाग लगाते हैं, एंड यू विल फाइंड कि भाई वो अपनी तरफ से जो इनोवेशन कर रहे हैं उसके लिए हमारे को भी इनोवेट करना पड़ेगा. ये नहीं है कि शायद करेंगे. एमओ चेंज हो रहा है, जो मोडस ऑपरेंडी है वो बार बार ये लोग बदल रहे हैं. आप ये देखिए डिजिटल अरेस्ट अभी नया है और नए तरीके ले आए हैं. और पहले तो सिंपल ये होता था कि भाई ओटीपी ही चुराते थे, अब तो पूरा बैंक ही उठा के ले जा रहे हैं. तो आप ये देखिए कि दिस इज इवॉल्विंग एंड वी हैव टू इवॉल्व विद इट. एक पॉइंट और मैं लाना चाहता था दैट वी मस्ट एम्फसाइज एंड इंक्रीज द यूज ऑफ इंडिजिनस टूल्स. आपके जो भारत में जो बनाए गए प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उनको एक यूनिक एडवांटेज है. वो क्या है कि आप भारत में बैठे हैं, आप ये देखिए आपके एप्स कौन से यूज हो रहे हैं. आपका स्विगी है, जोमैटो है, ग्रो है, इतने तो एप्स यूज हो रहे हैं. और ये क्या है? दे आर इंडियन, दे आर स्प्रेड ऑल ओवर इंडिया. अगर आपका इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आपको इंडिया स्पेसिफिक इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है, आप इंटरनेशनल के बेस पे चल रहे हैं, तो आपके केस सॉल्व नहीं होने वाले. अगर आपने ओला देखना है और जिसका सपोर्ट उबर का है तो आपका काम नहीं होने वाला. आपने भारत की ओर मुड़ के देखना है, क्योंकि भारत इतनी बड़ी अब मार्केट हो गई है कि भारत से हमें बाहर देखना है. बट वी मस्ट लुक विद इन, strengthen ourselves within and then go out towards the world. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. A lot more things to discuss as we have a time limitation. I thank you all my panelists, Amit Dubey sir, Inji sir, Praveen sir, and Sami sir for sharing your knowledge and input. And I thank you all the audience for your patience listening. With this, I like to close this panel discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists for sharing such valuable knowledge and perspectives with us. Now, I would like to invite our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, to present the memento to our esteemed panelists as a token of gratitude.
Please give a huge round of applause for our distinguished panelists.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all our panelists and moderator. The next session is based on the topic Cybersecurity as Nation Security, Current Geopolitics and Threat Environment. To enlighten us on this engaging topic, we have with us Professor Sandeep Shukla, IIIT Hyderabad. Sir, we warmly welcome you to the dais. Professor Shukla, Director of IIIT Hyderabad, bringing with him more than 30 years of expertise in cybersecurity and embedded systems. He previously held the position of Rajiv and Ritu Batra Endowed Chair for Cybersecurity at IIT Kanpur and played a key role in driving initiatives like C3 iHub. Sir is a member of advisory committees for several top institutions including Rebit, RBI, SEBI, NPCI, Kotak Mahindra Bank, IRDAI and the Ministry of Power, contributing to national level cybersecurity frameworks. Now, I would like to invite Dean SLS, UPSIFS, Ms. Ritu Chhabra, to present a sapling to Professor Sandeep Shukla. Please give a huge round of applause. Sir, the stage is all yours.
First of all, thank you to UPSIFS, the founding director, Professor G.K. Goswami, and all the organizers for inviting me here for this very interesting 3 days of deliberation on various topics about cyber warfare and associated topics. So when I was thinking about what to talk on, I was talking about it some time ago, I would have spoken about things that are slightly different from what I'm going to talk about now. And this idea that India needs take sovereignty has been more urgent, has not been more urgent before, until the current situation that we are facing. And that's what I want to talk about now. So I want to talk a little bit about the current geopolitical scenarios and then what kind of cyber threats that are germane to geopolitical threats. We'll talk a little bit about advanced persistent threat groups which are also geopolitical. and then we'll talk a little bit about what kind of approach is required. And this requires a long-term approach. This is not something we can solve tomorrow. And then I will conclude. So what are the current geopolitical threats, right? So we have external threats such as border aggressions, like we have seen in Doklam, we have seen during the 2020 between India and China. Some of the nation states have expansionist approach. We have military buildup in border areas from time to time. Cross-border terrorism, we have seen Pahalgaon very recently, but it has been ongoing for a long time. Then we have a nexus of various nation states that are working together, as we have seen during the Operation Sindoor and many other situations. On top of this, these things are direct threat from across the borders of India, but we also are affected by various other global conflicts, like, for example, Ukraine-Russia war. We have seen, in the beginning of Ukraine-Russia war, there was a lot of cyber attacks, even on Indian infrastructure. Iran-Israel conflict, and whenever you make a foreign policy, action, many times then there are activists, aligned with some other, nation state might be actually attacking your infrastructure. US has taken a very aggressive stand since January, since President Trump has taken over, and that also has resulted in trade war, tariff trade war. And also we see instability in the Middle East in general, beyond Israel and Palestinian conflict. And then we have internal threats. And this is something that was discussed by Professor Amit Kapoor yesterday, that cognitive hacking or cognitive, the creation of cognitive dissonance across the nation is one technique that the foreign nations use. And they have all the data, because we are using 75% of our phones are Chinese made. And there often are browsers in those phones which are not uninstallable. And there is data going, and you might think that this is benign data, but there is an enormous amount of information about likes and dislikes, the enormous amount of information about our whereabouts, our travel patterns, everything that is going across the border through these phones. Plus, you are giving all kinds of data about yourself, your likes and dislikes, to Facebook, to Google, and various other things that we are using on our phones. And these things, can be used for hacking your mind. This information, with the use of AI, can be used to create influence operations, disinformation operation. We heard yesterday that there were disinformation campaigns from across the border during Delhi riots and many other such situations, right? So there are insider threats, insurgency, and there are insider threats to critical infrastructure, and then, creation of communal disturbances. So the, trade war and hegemony of powerful nations like US, for example, advanced persistent threat groups. These are threat groups aligned with nation states. We'll talk a little more about that. Like, for example, there are advanced persistent threat groups we normally hear about from China, North Korea, Iran. We often hear about Russian advanced threat groups, but we never hear of American threat groups, or we don't hear about European threat groups. Why? Because this information is fed to us by Europeans and Americans, and not by our own ability to track these groups, right? So we are not tracking these groups. We are dependent on threat intelligence companies that are abroad. Then we have to worry about energy security. And energy security, how energy security is affected, we saw with the Naira energy case where Microsoft turned off their Office 365 because of some sanctions and association with Russia. Although Iran can give us much cheaper oil and gas, but the powerful nations are forcing us to actually buy expensive oil and gas by creating this kind of situations. And then the biggest thing is we do not have technology sovereignty. Think about the chips that you are using, like for example, the processors, the GPUs, the various other chipsets that we are using. None of them are being currently being manufactured in India or designed in India. We do not have our own operating system, device drivers coming from Microsoft or other companies, including the open source community, but that's mostly abroad. Enterprise applications, emails and office applications and so on, cloud infrastructure. So even if we are using Zomatos and Swiggies and stuff, but they are actually on the cloud infrastructure of AWS or Azure or GCP. So and even the GeoCloud is actually a use of AWS technology. The Uttar cloud is Azure technology, but we do not have our own middleware technologies. Think about things like Kafka, open source supply chain ownership. Right now GitHub is owned by Microsoft, right? That's a pretty scary situation. Then cybersecurity products, right? So think about cybersecurity products. They are all mostly, not all, but mostly foreign. And of course, we have climate issues and climate-related diplomacy issues that are also a geopolitical threat. So technology supply chain, right? So we are so dependent. And we saw when China had to do DeepSeek, they had to, scrape to the base of their, understanding and innovativeness because they were actually pretty much denied the top class GPUs, right? So they had to do that. So we must also rise to that occasion, and we should do that. And also, there could be denial through trade embargo, there could be denial through tax and tariffs, there could be denial through sanctions. We could see the Naira energy situation. Then we can also have somebody contaminating the supply chain, putting malicious payload. We have seen such situation in the last 5 years many times, starting from SolarWind case that didn't affect us that much, but the other cases, many cases, the open source libraries, Python libraries have been contaminated. So contamination of open source, and of course denial of authentication and access, because many of our authentication products, like we use Google Authenticator, we use Microsoft Authenticator, we use various kinds of authentication platforms, Okta, and all that stuff. These are none of our indigenous products. Now, I was talking about APT threat groups. APT threat groups are advanced persistent threat groups. These threat groups are usually sponsored by their national government. So, these first two, Lazarus group is a North Korean one. We hear a lot about it, especially in the cryptocurrency heists. They are very much involved. Fancy Bear or APT 28. This is Russian. They did the SolarWind in the US. They are mostly targeting US. But the Equation Group, how many of you have heard of Equation Group? Equation Group is actually the National Security Agency of the United States. And who discovered them? It was discovered by Kaspersky. Kaspersky is a Russian antivirus company. And they figured out that this group has infiltrated majority of Indian critical infrastructure. And this is not today, 2015-16, this was done. But you will hear very little about it because all the threat intelligence companies, Recorded Future, Mandiant, they're US companies. So they don't tell you about US-based companies. So the last one is Pakistani mythic leopard. The Pakistani APT groups are not very capable. So oftentimes they're helped by the Chinese APT groups, but they're by themselves are not as capable as Lazarus or Russian ones. So we need to have our own APT tracking capabilities. We should not depend on the threat intelligence provided by foreign companies because they are going to suppress certain information. So I think that today, even though we are, we can talk about, strengthening our critical infrastructure security, strengthening our OPT security, our operating system security, or network security, or application security, all that stuff is required. But last 6 months or 7 months have shown us that we need to get technology sovereignty. We need to have our own semiconductors. Semiconductor mission is currently on the way, and hopefully, by 2026 we'll have some semiconductor probably at 90 nanometer or maybe 45 nanometer. But by 2030 we should get at least 22 nanometer scale and at scale, processors and chipsets, etc. And then we have to take similar mission mode efforts and resource from the government and probably from the Indian industry and academia to actually build our own operating system, our own mobile operating system, cloud infrastructure, email and office applications, and then the entire technology stack for web applications and stuff like that. One can start with the OSS, the open source software, but one has to then verify that the open source where they start, where they fork the open source repository, it is actually secure and tested, and from then on it should become an independent branch, and it should not be actually marched back to the main branch and should become our own stuff. And China has done this for last 20-25 years. So they do not use Microsoft, they do not use Facebook, they do not use WhatsApp, they do not use Google, and they have a replacement for all these things like Baidu and various other things. They have all these things, and we should do the same as well. So then we also have to worry about the cybersecurity products. There has to be indigenous cybersecurity products, all the firewalls and XDRs and IDS and NDRs and the IAM products, everything, and also the TCP/IP stack, DNS implementation, everything should be done or at least tested for robustness, for hardening, etc. So we need mission mode efforts for these. So in summary, the current geopolitical situation contrasts against 1990s when we were talking about full globalization. We were talking about free trade, free market, etc. And we were saying that, wherever it is the cheapest to produce, we'll produce there, and everybody will use. The whole world is a village, and everybody is looking after each other. But thing has completely been toppled in the last 1 year or so, and we have become very parochial and nationalistic and very worried about foreign things and so on. So I think that it's time that we have to also do the necessary things required to actually make this take sovereignty as one of the major mission for the country, for all the students, all the academics, all the industry. Everybody has to participate, and the government has to push for it and also drive it. And I think with that I will finish for now, and I hope that you will be thinking about along these lines and do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your insights today have truly deepened and broadened our understanding of cybersecurity in the context of national security. Now, I would request Mr. Pavan Sharma to please come forward and present a memento to Professor Sandeep Shukla as a gesture of gratitude. Now, I would request our founding director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, to please come forward and present a memento to Professor Sandeep Shukla as a gesture of gratitude. Thank you so much, sir.
It's my honor to introduce our next panel discussion, which will explore digital audit and cyber insurance, evolving practices and legal consideration. Moderating this panel is Dr. Manish Kumar Rai, cybersecurity expert, UPSIFS. Sir is a researcher, trainer, and academician, specializes in IT and OT security with a focus on critical infrastructure and digital forensics. Sir has earlier served as Center Head for Cyber Defense at Rashtriya Raksha University, represented India at NATO's Locked Shields, and contributed to Bharat NCX. We warmly welcome you on the stage, sir. On the panel, we have Mr. Pavan Sharma, cybersecurity expert, USA. Sir is the founder of Bravity Digital Inc., USA. He has led global consulting, ITO engineering, and BPO operations for companies like HCL, HP, IBM, and more. A TIE Charter member and philanthropist, he has also served on the Strategic Advisory Board of NC State University and as founder, president of PMI North India chapter. We warmly welcome you on the stage, sir.
The second panelist is Colonel Pankaj Verma, National Security Officer, Cisco India SARC. Colonel Verma brings more than 30 years of diverse cybersecurity experience across government and corporate roles. He has led national-level offensive and defensive cyber operations. Sir has also played a pivotal role in establishing Defense CERT, Cyber Forensics Laboratories, and Cybersecurity Centers of Excellence. We warmly welcome you, sir. The third panelist is Mr. Shailesh Chirputkar, CEO of Cyber GRC Corporation. He is a seasoned technology and business executive with a strong track record in designing and executing enterprise information security, cybersecurity, and privacy governance programs. Please welcome all the honorable dignitaries gracing this panel with a huge round of applause. Now, I would like to invite Additional Director Shri Rajiv Malhotra, UPSIFS, to present a sapling to our esteemed panelists. Can we have a huge round of applause? Please give a huge round of applause. With that, I now hand over the stage to our moderator, Dr. Manish Kumar Rai, to lead the way. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us at this live panel discussion. Before we dive into today's discussion, let me give you an analogy. Think about cancer, a life-threatening disease. Most of the people have lose their life and saving to it. People generally what they do the regular health checkup to find to catch the risk before they become deadly. And at the same time, people take health insurance. Now, in my point of view, cyber threat for organization is like same. Once any organization hit by a cyber attack, they feel helpless. For example, we have seen in 2022 November AIIMS Delhi, where everything was from automatic, they have to switch to the manual. And that there was average data that 7,000 people are visiting each day in AIIMS Delhi. So they have to switch from digital to manual. So in this particular panel, we are going to talk that how digital audit can find the vulnerability of a network, similar like a health checkup, and how cyber insurance can help an organization to recover from that particular cyber attack. So, and there is a data published by IBM that in 2024, the cost of data breach was $4.5 billion. So we have a panelist, and it is a 360 view panelist along with us, Shailesh sir, Pawan sir from for cybersecurity expert. We have industry partner from Cisco. So sir, first question for you, that why are the digital audit become essential in today's cyber risk environment, and how do they shape an organization eligibility for cyber insurance?
Thank you. So let me first explain a little bit about cyber insurance. It's like regular health insurance. You can buy it from cyber insurance companies. And Government of India, IRDA, which is the regulation authority, they have come out with underwriting guidelines on how a cyber insurance product can be sold or bought. So I'll just explain it from an insurance perspective. If an insurer company is writing a policy for you, it is very important for them to understand what risk that they are taking on the book. So if you're a bank and you're holding tens and millions dollars worth of data or rupees worth of data, then in particular incident, what is going to be a payout for them? So from that angle, a digital audit is very important. What is the scope of digital audit? So in any audit will look at what are the risks for that particular organization. Any risks are always mitigated by the controls, and the controls that are implemented is the design of controls done well, and how effective those controls are. So overall, that is the scope of digital audit and how it relates to the insurance. And if the controls are not well designed and they are not effective, obviously an insurance company is going to charge you a premium. If it is less, if it is very effective, they are going to charge you less premium. So that's overall overview. I hope I've given answer. Yeah.
Hello. Yes. Very true, sir. Actually, when we are going to take health insurance, generally they don't give. They ask, do you have any medical complication? Do you have? If we are saying that we have medical complication, so they increase the price that you have to pay that much. So, what is the ratio? Means how a digital audit will affect the cyber insurance? So can you add that how they are correlating with each other?
Yeah. So I'll give some numbers, right? So there is an organization called CIS, Computer Information Security Standards. So they have come out with their standards, and the best of best cases, you are going to have about 95% protection. And so insurance company is always going to carry at best a 5% risk on their books. So the type of assets means the amount of data, the risk that's posed to your organization. That is how they'll look at it. Think about digital audit as like a blood test. If you buy an insurance, life insurance policy, You'll always do a blood test. No insurance company is going to underwrite the policy without that. That's how this process will work.
So now on the similar line, I'll ask, when we are buying cyber insurance, we are doing cyber audit. But still, if we encountered any cyber attack, so next question from Pon Sharma sir. And last day I got to know that Pon Sharma sir is expert in cybersecurity, but he just knows more than 10 languages: Hindi, English, Marathi, Chinese. So that is very fantastic. Even I can call sir as a small LLM, that he can talk in any language. So sir, my question for you, in context of cyber insurance, how do the companies approach ransom payment dilemma and what legal implication came into play?
Got it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So I just want to elaborate. Good afternoon, everybody. People here seem not to be awake. So just to what Dr. Chirputkar said, it's very important, even from a CISS perspective, is to have your own policy within the organization, right? Ransomware will hit later, but first of all, every organization should have their own policy. So when a ransomware hits, the first thing that you do is, the question is to pay or not to pay, right? That's a question. To pay or not to pay. So डरना नहीं है. जैसे यहाँ पे भी जब साइबर थ्रेट्स होता है, डिजिटल अरेस्ट होता है, तो सब क्या कहते हैं? डरना नहीं है. So the first thing you have to do is go back to your corporate policy and see, do you have a corporate policy to pay or not to pay? So every companies have to do that. And why do they have to do it? Why do you have to look into your corporate policy? Because whether it is Europe, whether it is the US, as well as in India, you are not supposed to pay. Only in case of an exception, there is something where you will have to pay. Whether it is GDPR, whether it is CCPA, there are new directives coming from the US, okay, in India within the DPDP, because money that you pay, and the police officers here will understand, can be taken as money laundering. So you have to be extremely careful. The first thing, go back into your books, policies and see, do I need to, can I pay? The second is, as I said, look at your legal laws of the country. And if you have to do cross-border transaction, which always, 100% of the cases called cross-border transaction. Am I right, Amit? It will always be a cross-border transaction. You will never pay in the money in India. It will go somewhere else. So look at the laws of the country. The third, very important thing is, call your insurance guys. I assume that you will have a cyber, they will have a cyber insurance policy. If not, you're dead. But if you have, look at the process. See if you have identified the process as per CISS standards. See if you followed the process. See if you've done regular internal audits, and you have a report that you've been sharing with them on a regular basis. And then see, does that insurance cover you? If the answer is yes, it's covered, then the second is, am I compliant to the process? If I am, then yes, insurance companies might come and pay, subject to the laws. Again, everything is subject to the law. The third is, उसके बावजूद भी ऐसा होता है कि people don't have to pay. No, people do pay. I was recently, one of the companies that I sit on the board of in the US, worked with another company whose data got hacked through this company. Right? But we did have to pay, differently. But when do we pay? We first do these three things, and then we come to the fourth thing, is we assess the severity of the problem. Severity of the hack. What is the financial loss that I will have? What is the reputational loss that I have? Like, for example, Nike had to pay. Why? Because it was more of a reputational loss than anything else. Right? So it's the severity of the loss that you have to look at. What's the last thing that you have to do? You have to have your own incidents response program, policy and arrangement within your organization. And the first thing that you do is, what is the first thing that I would do? जब ऐसे होगा as a CISO, first thing I will do is, before looking at all this, I'm going to ask my tech guy to go and look at the data, is my data backed up? मेरा कितना नुकसान हो सकता है? If my data was backed up this morning, and if I have somebody's hacked me now, I know that I really don't have to care because my data is backed up, right? So we need to have our incident response policy in place. The fifth is very clear, is that you have to be connected with standard bodies. You have to reach out to an expert in every country. So these are the 5-6 things that I would suggest when there is a cyber hack that happens and somebody asks you to pay ransom. And just to this morning, I think a lot of the people spoke about ransomware, dark web. I just wanted to let you know, and I'm sure we will be facing in India, if we have not faced, I'll be surprised if we have not faced it. There is something called ransomware as a service. How many of you have heard of ransomware as a service? Right? So it is ransomware as a service. They are people whose only job is to help you do a ransom and help you make money. So I just thought I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Really, what point you have actually made it, ये बहुत जरूरी है किसी भी organization के लिए. And sir, I have visited multiple organization for their audit, like critical infrastructure audit or IT audit. So they are in a mindset that we are very much secure. हमारा कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता, हमने ये यूज किया है, and still they are saying कि we are not connected with the internet. Means they are in an intranet, somewhere they are connected with the internet, but they are not accepting. So cyber audit sir, इसमें really it is very important कि आपको पता चलेगा कि how you will get attacked. So my next question is from Cisco. Everyone knows Cisco is providing hardwares like if you have to establish your network, firewall is there, switches is required, everything. Packet tracer for students, those who are in BTech. So we are using packet tracer that is facilitated by Cisco. जहाँ पे कि हमें we will just establish the network. Now sir, next question is from Pankaj Verma sir. That what are the most effective practices organization can adopt to make their digital audit both security focused and insurance focused?
Yeah, so thank you. I think both are important, right? So we've heard the panel speak about why this is important, what is really digital audit and how ransomware specifically becomes an issue. So what do you really need to do? Do we just need to do a paper audit? Today, when we talk about audits, people are going into organizations, filing a compliance list and doing a checkbox audit. I think that needs to change, and it is changing with insurance coming in. This convergence of audit being checked by insurance companies is becoming very, very important. Regulatory bodies, of course, is important. But a lot of time we are seeing that these audits are being done in a very, very rudimentary manner. Digital audits are an extremely important way to calibrate the company's readiness, the organization's resilience, and the way they can come back after an incident happens. So really what we need to do are a couple of steps that I think we could follow. One is, of course, risk-based audits, where your prime jewels, crown jewels as we call it, should be first. Like in a SCADA system or in a critical infrastructure, SCADA is most important. In a banking, your core banking is very important. So ensure that these are audited extremely well. They are also complied with your regulatory requirements, be it DPDP or a certain requirements, or be it your RBI. They are all giving, IRDAI, they are all giving very, very clear guidelines of what they require in a compliance audit. So that is very important that we do that. And when this is being done, we need clear evidence that all these controls are really deployed. Rather than doing an annual audit, which is a point-in-time audit, I think we are moving to a continuous audit status. And that's again a very different way of looking at it, that today it is not going to be a third party is going to come audit funds and give you a report, and then you will spend 6 months just addressing those audit requirements or audit complaints that have come. So continuous audits using dashboards which are really mapping all your compliance requirements, be it a SIEM like Splunk or a Cisco XDR or any other such platforms that are available in the market, requires to be mapped to what compliance are required. So these audits are continuously mapped. It is being checked on a daily basis. And then all your security control logs are also available. And once this kind of a story is done, and the last, of course, what Mr. Pavan also said about incident response. If you can demonstrate clear principles, your clear policy, and The evidence again that you have BCP, business continuity planning, or incident response planning, if you have that clearly, if that has also been documented, tabletop exercises are there, red team, blue team exercises are there. If you have done all these things, then insurance will have no problem. Insurance can come in and see this evidence that this organization is continuously auditing themselves. There is a clear incident response planning. This technology is being used not just to show, but also to prove that we are taking all measures to be safe and we are resilient to all these attacks. So once all these technologies have been put and their resilience, I think insurance will have very little to cover, and they will be happy to reduce your insurance cover also, the premiums, and this could be a very good alignment between audit and insurance.
Yes, sir. Now, sir, as we are, I am working as assistant professor, I am teaching students, so there is one requirement that audit is very important and everyone must have to adopt this. Now, who can do the audit and how these students can find their futures in cyber audit field, and what is the scope as you are from industry? So,
perfect. So this is the way it goes, right? The audit generally is done in India. CERT-in is an organization which impanels organizations, smaller security companies. There's a very strict policy that they follow. And there is a list put on the CERT-in website who are designated CERT-in impaneled auditors. These companies are authorized, and every other organization is supposed to get themselves audited by a third-party auditor. That is point one. However, that is the requirement, the minimum requirement CERT-in has laid. It is once in a year annual audit from a third-party auditor. But what I was saying is continuous audit. So your audit, large organizations have invested a lot of manpower within the organization who do audits. Cisco, I belong to Security and Trust Office. Globally, this organization within Cisco audits itself. We have a large team. We ensure all our products, our P-certs which come out, any vulnerability that we see. So we continuously audit internally. And then we are able to tell the world before we have an annual audit which comes out and certifies us. That is definitely a mandatory requirement, but we don't wait for that. So the scope is immense, the question that you asked. Scope is immense because you could be in a large organization which understands the requirement of audit, and you could be part of that audit team internally. And this is going to be a continuous requirement. While you could also be part of some certain impaneled bodies which will go ahead and do audit of various other organizations in the year. So a lot of scope and a very good field to be in. But the idea is to understand all security controls. There could be technical or there could be procedural in place. Please understand both are very important. Don't just see technology is important. Procedures are extremely important. Principles are extremely important. Please see that. That is the way I would say.
Indeed, sir. Indeed. Next, sir, now we are doing audit, so there are some audit reports. So, Shailesh, sir, what are the common challenges do company focus when aligning audit findings with the insure requirement, and how do they overcome this?
So, like I was explaining for the first question that you asked me, right? So, if you find any issues in the audit, right? How those issues get linked to the type of controls you have and how overall risk for that organization is increased. So let me take a simple example, right? Password is everybody knows, right? So every company will have some sort of password policy in place, like 8-character minimum, some complexity and everything, right? While during the audit, it is found that 8-character is not really enforced, the complexity is not enforced, which means the control has been defined, but it really doesn't exist. So in that particular case, being this is a very universal control touching every aspect of the organization, the risk, if it is a bank, that means your money that is being stored, it can be stolen very easily. So in this particular case, the insurance premium will go up, right? And the second aspect of this from an insurance is how much risk that particular organization is posing to the, what risk insurance company is taking on their books, right? So if that, what I mean by that is if the quantum of records is, let's say, 1 million records versus 10,000 records, that is a different type of risk. So this is how the digital audit will relate to the insurance. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now, sir, I'll just make one small request. There are students, so I'll just want can you suggest them how they can progress in their life? That how because they're in second year, so they have 2 more years.
Okay.
So,
Yes. So if you want to become an auditor, there is a global certification called CISA, Certified Information Systems Auditor. It is provided by a non-profit called ISACA. People can take the exam earlier, but they'll need a 2 to 3 years of experience to be finally certified. But you can start with that. The beginning, 0 experience, there are certifications like Security Plus. You can start with that and then enter in the field of cybersecurity. Yeah.
And Sponsor, same for you, same question. What you want to suggest our students? How they progress in their future?
Yeah, the advantage that this institute has is that you have law students, you have technology students, you have forensic students together. And this is one field which will overlap, all the 3 fields that are over here. My suggestion is pick up one thing. I mean, don't boil the ocean. Pick up one area and then become strong in it. So you can either be, if you want to be, so from those who are in the law side, can focus on law, very specific to, whether you are looking at how to manage ransom, right? Or you are looking at very specific to how to manage the cross-border law relations, right? So I think it's important that if you focus on that. For those who are on the technology side, technology is a vast field. You can look at data, you can look at infrastructure. Now with IoT, there is another different thing, right? IoT is a very different ball game. So if you think that because I'm doing on a PC or on a server, I'll be able to do security audit on IoT, that's wrong, because IoT hacks are very different that we have seen over especially in the last 12 months, are incredible. You won't even, beyond our mind. And those who are into, any other field, you don't have to be an engineer to be a cyber security audit. You need to have common sense. And I think Amit, in his first panel, mentioned 2 things. One is that you have to think like, and I always call, right? You have to think like, like a kufia or like a criminal to enable to do the audit. So one of the best way to do an audit is, think much more ahead of what others are doing. So it's common sense. The second very important thing I believe is required is, again, he mentioned people, process and technology. You can only use technology up to some extent, but that doesn't mean to say that you're not using it. So learn the use of AI definitely. Right? Learn blockchain, learn crypto, right? But that will only help you up to a certain extent, right? The next is processes. Very, very important that you yourself follow a process. I'm very sure 90% maybe 98%, maybe 99%, or maybe 99.8% of the people sitting here, including law enforcement officers, would really not know how to fully utilize your phone and what are the vulnerabilities in your phone. Maybe I might be wrong, Amit, it'd be 100%. 100% of us sitting here may not know, how our phone is being vulnerable. So it's important. So process is very important. Follow the process. And the last thing is people, which is awareness. We have to first become aware of what our privacy is. And yesterday I took a picture. I asked some of the group, some students were there, can I take a selfie with you? And they agreed with me. And I said, what you've just done? You've given me your consent as per India DPDP Act. You've given me your consent. As per GDPR, you've given me your consent. But India doesn't have that sensitivity data today. Right? But GDPR and, you can't take a picture. You have to ask. I'm also an investor into films. We do Hollywood films. Anybody who walks on the street, we have to sign if somebody is walking on the road while an actor is performing, we have to take a signature from them. Because that person tomorrow can come and sue us for millions of dollars कि मैं चल के जा रहा था और मेरी photo आ गई इसमें. Right? So it is our own respect to ourselves and all understanding of what these laws are is what. I know long answer to a short question, but I thought it's important that people here understand that.
Definitely, indeed, sir. Pankaj sir, for you, how they can join Cisco at a very fancy package? So what is your suggestion?
Please see the Cisco website and then you can always join, but not that is not the only reason. I think technology companies or OEMs are looking always for a varied roles. These are global companies. I would not just want to just talk about Cisco, but if you want to join any global OEM or an MNC, the way to really look forward, they are looking for good talent in multiple fields. Don't just think engineers are only required. As Pavan was also saying, you got to be laser focused on one. So see your field. We have lawyers in our company. We have corporate lawyers, and we have so many other process people from marketing, from every other field you can think of. There are people who are employed. So what you really need to do is become laser focused. Understand in your field what really you are good at and be able to demonstrate that. That will always help you, because then nobody can, you generally know something versus I know very good about this thing will make that difference when so many people are applying and you have to stand out. So really it's more about skills. Definitely certifications help because they baseline you, benchmark you against a global standard. But again, I would go back to your skills. What do you really know in detail? And you are able to demonstrate that skill. It will help in getting any job in any global or even a smaller company. That is my advice.
Can I add something over here? Definitely, if you don't mind, sir. If we have a minute.
Definitely.
I have another question for the students here. It's always good to join a corporate, but why not start something on your own? Professor Shukla just mentioned about, India lagging behind. We today use third-party softwares, right? The biggest worry to us as India Inc., is that most of the software that we use are third-party softwares. These are softwares, which come from abroad, but also software that we run here, right? I might build a software, but then the surrounding edge softwares are all softwares that come from anybody else. Vulnerability in those poses a vulnerability to us. So how many of you over here want to become entrepreneurs? Okay, I think we should stand up. How many of you have good ideas in the area of cybersecurity? Any hands? I'm only 37 years old, so I can't see. But if any hands, stand up. If anybody has got a good idea. Okay, let's move to the next question. How many of you want to become entrepreneurs? Stand up, please stand.
That's good.
So that's good. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's it. But it's good. It's a great number. Please take my number when I'm outside or take it from Manish. I'll be happy to mentor you right from the conception of an idea to helping build your own company. Build your company because we in India need that. We need products that are built here, products which understand the market of India. Right? The problems that are here are very different to the problems outside. So we'll be more than happy, and I'm sure there are many of us sitting here, we'll be more than happy to guide you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for valuable inputs and suggestion to our future warrior. We can extend this conversation one more hour, but we have a time limitation, so I want to conclude this. Thank you for all your valuable inputs, and a big round of applause for our expertise. Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists for such a dynamic discussion. I would now like to invite Administrative Officer Mr. Atul Yadav, UPSIFS, to present the memento to our esteemed panelists as a token of gratitude. Thank you, sir, and thank you to our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our pre-lunch session for day 2. We will now break for lunch. Respected dignitaries will be escorted to the lunch area by the volunteers. Students are requested to wait for some time and move after our dignitaries leave the hall. We request everyone to reconvene here by 1:45 p.m. for the post-lunch sessions. Thank you.
वजन से आवाज उठाइएगा। हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो
I kindly request everyone to settle down. We will be starting shortly.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Akshara Mishra.
And I am Kavisha Kumar.
Together we welcome you all to this post-lunch segment. We hope you had a refreshing lunch break. Now, it's time to explore our next topic with panel 7 on multifaceted use of drone technology and forensic. Drones have become indispensable in modern investigation, aiding in crime scene documentation, to search and rescue and disaster assessment. This segment will explore their diverse application in forensic science.
We have with us as the moderator Mr. Milind Raj, widely known as the Drone Man of India. He is celebrated for his innovative humanitarian and rescue operations using drone technology, blending engineering brilliance with social impact. On our panel, we have Ms. Maya Sharman, Science and Technology Diplomat at the Embassy of Israel in India, New Delhi. Ma'am is an American Indian Foundation Fellow with the Karo Sambhav in Gurgaon. With over a decade of global experience, she brings deep expertise in AI policy, ethics, climate, innovation, diversity and inclusion, whilst also bringing along digital transformation. Ma'am will soon be joining us virtually.
Mr. Shailesh Chirpitkar, CEO Cyber GRC Corporation. Sir is a distinguished leader with over 2 decades of experience in technology and business executive with deep expertise in information security and privacy. Skilled in global standards like NIST, ISO and GDPR, and works with industry leaders to drive digital transformation and cybersecurity. Before we begin, I request Vivek sir to kindly represent Sapling to our esteemed panelists. Please welcome all the dignitaries on the stage with a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for joining this meaningful session, sir. A very good afternoon to all of respected guests who are a part of this discussion. आज का जो डिस्कशन है ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट चैप्टर पे है and it goes for both professionals and the students of this institute, while all the people who are connected online with us, because this is related with a very important technology which is known as UAV, or in simpler terms जिसको हम लोग drones बोलते हैं. And the topic for this discussion is like the multiple use and combination of drone technology and forensics. अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ था. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से हम लोगों ने बहुत सारी चीजें देखी हैं कि ड्रोन्स का यूज कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है. एंड द वर्ल्ड इज विटनेस हाउ स्ट्रांगली इंडिया हैज रिस्पॉन्डेड टू द ड्रोन्स, टू द अटैक्स दैट वर कंडक्टेड हमारे बॉर्डर्स पे फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान, एंड किस तरह से टर्की के ड्रोन्स इन्वॉल्व हुए थे. So these important topics and elements has a very strong relationship with forensic studies, because ये emerging technology है, और rather I would say that ये बहुत ही तेजी से एक evolving technology है, and students, especially students, must get into this tech sector to understand and build a stronger country, right? So we are extremely delighted to have Mr. Shailesh sir with us. Sir is a CEO, and welcome to India, sir. And I can say you're from New Jersey, US. So I did my graduation from Boston, Massachusetts. So that's the same thing we share together here. And sir is going to tell us something more about what we call as incident response and isolation. And because drones की जब हम लोग बात करते हैं, my friends, then drones is not just a technology जिसमें सिर्फ एक scientific domain यूज होता हो. ये एक holistic bilateral technology है. आपके इंस्टीट्यूट में तो एक वर्ल्ड क्लास लेवल की फॉरेंसिक AI ड्रोन एंड रोबोटिक्स रिसर्च लैब आ गई है जिसका नाम है तरकश. आपने देखा होगा बाहर एक आउटडोर यूनिट पे भी आपका एक तरकश UAV टेस्टिंग जोन है. एंड देयर इज वन मोर डेडिकेटेड ड्रोन रिसर्च लैब व्हिच इज इन योर एकेडमिक ब्लॉक. So you students of this institute are extremely fortunate, I would rather say, to have resourceful labs in your campus, and you have that opportunity. So before we start, because this is an academic institute, I would request each and every one of the student who are a part of this institute or who are joining in, the newcomers here, should participate in every practical skill development programs which are going to be originated from the drone labs. क्योंकि ये opportunities, my friends, सब जगह नहीं मिलती हैं, right? So, sir, like we all know, about drone technology और ये किस तरह से इसमें cyber attack का भी एक concept है, and drones are evolving in every domain, चाहे वो आपका military हो, policing हो, even in logistics, medical, उसमें जहाँ पे आपको medical supplies and SOS emergencies पहुंचानी होती हैं. And like taking my personal experience, अभी हमने महाकुंभ मेले में बहुत तरह के अलग-अलग तरह के ड्रोन्स यूज किए थे. So उसमें एक नया ड्रोन हम लोगों ने डिप्लॉय किया है, my friends, जिसमें सिम कार्ड लगता है. So a drone which uses SIM card, and आपको पता होगा कि जो डेटा कम्युनिकेशन होता है वो IP के थ्रू होता है. तो जैसे इंटरनेट प्रोटोकॉल जिससे हम लोग वीडियो एंड कंटेंट रिट्रीव करते हैं. So, sir, first of all, I would like to request you to tell me about your research domain in the company. Yeah.
अच्छा, थैंक यू. मेरी यहाँ आने से पहले गोस्वामी सर से बात हो रही थी, तो he was asking about how a forensics can be deployed in situations like that, because he was saying कि ड्रोन का काफी misuse वगैरह भी होता है. तो just extending the logic, दो ये जो कम्युनिकेशन होता है फ्रॉम अ सेंट्रल लोकेशन टू ड्रोन, वो आईपी एड्रेस IMEI ये हिसाब से होता है. सो दैट विल एस्टेब्लिश सम सॉर्ट ऑफ लिंक कि दिस इज द सेंट्रल लोकेशन, यहाँ से ये ड्रोन गया.
राइट सर. जैसे एक टॉपिक से अभी हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे, आपने बताया था इंसिडेंट रिस्पॉन्स. could you throw some light on this?
हाँ, इंसिडेंट मतलब कोई इवेंट हो गया, क्राइम हो गया, right? How that is an incident really.
So like in banking we were discussing, there's a incident response system. Because incident response जो हम लोग drone technology की बात करें, that is also related to IP and other kind of cyber attacks, and same goes for the thing which we were discussing.
Same should go for something like drone technology.
So incident response का कोई example आप बता सकते हैं? What kind of incident response is?
So banking का मैं बता सकता हूँ.
जी बताइए.
हमारी यहाँ if you have a big network like say 10,000 computers और उसमें से कोई एक कंप्यूटर खराब हो जाता है or it gets infected, now you know about it, now you have to get in and isolate that, right? So
you need to isolate that
particular computer.
So my friends, here comes how this isolation and incident response is important in drone technology. आप लोगों को पता होगा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में एक टर्म हम लोगों ने सुना था जिसको बोला था सॉर्म, ड्रोन सॉर्म. सॉर्म मींस सॉर्म ऑफ बीज होता है ना, जब बहुत सारी बीज मक्खियां एक साथ आती हैं उनको हम लोग बोलते हैं सॉर्म ऑफ बीज, प्राइड ऑफ लायन. सिमिलरली अ सॉर्म ऑफ ड्रोन अटैक. सो सॉर्म ऑफ ड्रोन में इंसिडेंट रिस्पॉन्स होता है, यानी कि सपोज इफ वी हैव फायर्ड 500 ड्रोन्स, जो एक्चुअली हुआ था 500 ड्रोन अगर एक कंप्यूटर से हम लोग फायर करते हैं, स्वॉर्म ऑफ ड्रोन्स फायर करते हैं, उनमें से कुछ पर्टिकुलर ड्रोन्स सपोज दे आर अंडर सम काइंड ऑफ साइबर अटैक और कोई मैल फंक्शन होता है डिवाइस में, दैट इज नोन एज इंसिडेंट रिस्पॉन्स एंड वेयर वी फॉलो द प्रोसेस ऑफ आइसोलेशन. ये एक स्टडी है, ये एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट डोमेन है जो हमारे इस AI रोबोटिक्स एंड ड्रोन फॉरेंसिक्स में इंक्लूडेड है. So these kind of things, my friends, are very important to understand and relate technology with each other. Like sir is telling us about computer incident response, exactly the same thing comes with the drone incident response. Because drone swarming, my friends, drone swarming is the new definition of terror. आज 2025 से आप 5 साल के अंदर देखिएगा किस तरह से पूरा एक वॉरफेयर चेंज हो चुका होगा, and this will be more inclined for drone swarming. Similarly, there are lot of things, जैसे हम लोगों ने सुना है सर IP होता है, right? There are lot of drones that SIM card use करते हैं. So like IP में what is your feedback, I would say, your reflections कि जो आईपी एक्सचेंज होते हैं, क्या ये कितने सिक्योर होते हैं? जैसे हमने मोबाइल में देखा है, लोग कहते हैं हैक हो गया, उसी तरह ड्रोन्स भी हैक होते हैं, क्योंकि प्लेटफॉर्म एक ही है सर. तो
करेक्ट. सो ये सेंट्रल पॉइंट टू द ड्रोन, ये दोनों में कम्युनिकेशन जाता है. इफ द कम्युनिकेशन इज नॉट सिक्योर, राइट, नॉर्मली मोस्ट सिक्योर कम्युनिकेशन, पहले somebody was describing RSA 20448 बिट एनक्रिप्शन की उसको बोलते हैं. When that's the length of the key. So अगर उस हिसाब से सिक्योर करके कम्युनिकेशन भेजा है तो इट कैन बी कैप्चर्ड बट इट कैन नॉट बी डिसाइफर्ड. सो उस हिसाब से सिक्योर कम्युनिकेशन सिक्योर किया जा सकता है. अगर एनालॉग ड्रोन है तो इट इज अ वेरी प्लेन कम्युनिकेशन, प्लेन टेक्स्ट में रहेगा. यू कैन कैप्चर एंड लुक एट दैट.
राइट. सर ने एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात मेंशन करी है, अगर एनालॉग कम्युनिकेशन है ड्रोन में. माय फ्रेंड्स, इन योर डेडिकेटेड ड्रोन रिसर्च एंड फॉरेंसिक लैब, जिसको तर्कश हम नाम से जानते हैं, वहां पे दो तरह के ड्रोन सिस्टम्स हैं, एक है डिजिटल और एक है एनालॉग. एनालॉग ड्रोन्स वो होते हैं जिनको आप बहुत आसानी से उनके कम्युनिकेशन को हैक कर सकते हैं. And that is as simple as that you just need 2 or 3 classes how to capture analog signals, or even less than that. फिर आता है जो सर ने बताया, जो स्ट्रॉन्ग कम्युनिकेशन चैनल्स होते हैं, विच आर फॉर डिजिटल कम्युनिकेशन. सो आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू टू टेक अ टूर. कभी आप जो इंस्टीट्यूट के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, आप एक बार उस लैब में विजिट करिएगा एंड एक्सप्लोर अबाउट एनालॉग एंड डिजिटल कम्युनिकेशन. वन फाइन डे एक प्रॉब्लम अराइज होगी, अपने भारत में ही अराइज हो सकती है, जब आपने कोई वॉरफेयर या किसी भी सिक्योरिटी के लिए ड्रोन फ्लाई किया और आपके कंट्रोल से वो बाहर है. ऑल द फोटोज, कंटेंट्स, जो भी आपने चीजों को जो पुलिसिंग में आपने यूज करी थी, वो किसी और के हाथ में लग सकती हैं. सो दैट्स अ ब्रीच ऑफ योर सीक्रेट डेटा फॉर नेशनल सिक्योरिटी. सो वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड एंड लर्न अबाउट कम्युनिकेशन. एनक्रिप्शन बहुत जरूरी चीज है. एंड माय फ्रेंड्स, सर मैं एक आपसे सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा. जैसे एक क्वेश्चन मुझे जनरली स्टूडेंट्स की तरफ से मिलता है, जब ये ऐसे वर्ड सुनते हैं, एनक्रिप्शन, डिक्रिप्शन एंड कम्युनिकेशन, इज इट रियली वेरी टफ टू अंडरस्टैंड? जैसे आपने बताया आइसोलेशन, इंसिडेंट रिस्पॉन्स, फॉर समबडी हु इज एंटरिंग न्यू, जो बिल्कुल जिसको बैकग्राउंड भी अभी उनको उससे नहीं आए, बिकॉज एक्सपीरियंस से सब चीजें सीखता है इंसान. बट अगर कोई नया फ्रेशर स्टूडेंट है, क्या उसके लिए कितना टफ होता है ये सीखना इन रियल लाइफ, नॉट इन बुक्स? बुक्स में तो आई कैन लाइक शो यू एनीथिंग, लाइक यू नो the stats and facts, but in real life, हकीकत में क्या कितना टफ होता है सीखना, या आसान होता है?
नहीं, इतना टफ नहीं है. If you understand the basic concept, right? A plain text which we all read is called a plain text. Encryption key, जैसे मैंने describe किया, encryption key is the text. Again, it is a key text, which is उसका product लिया जाता है, multiplication किया जाता है, and then it generates what is called as a cipher text. So cipher text, cipher text, right? So ये एक encryption का concept हो गया. इसमें दो टाइप के encryption आते हैं. There is something called as symmetric encryption and there is other thing called as asymmetric encryption. So symmetric encryption में क्या होता है कि एक ही टाइप का की, अगर आपने ड्रोन स्वाम बोला तो सभी 500 ड्रोन का कम्युनिकेशन एक ही की से हो रहा है, तो उसको सिमेट्रिक कम्युनिकेशन बोलेंगे. अगर हर एक ड्रोन को एक आइडेंटिफायर दिया जाएगा तो उसको असिमेट्रिक कम्युनिकेशन बोला जाएगा. उसमें भी दो टाइप होते हैं. एक प्राइवेट की, यानी हर एक ड्रोन के ऊपर जाएगा और सेंट्रल पॉइंट पे उसको प्राइवेट की एंड पब्लिक की बोलते हैं. जो सेंटर पे है वो सेंट्रल पॉइंट पे पब्लिक की जाएगा, ड्रोन पे प्राइवेट की जाएगा. So that's how the communication will happen on the. So ये दूसरा टाइप हो गया. दूसरा कंसेप्ट इसमें है something called a hash signature encryption में, right? So जो भी टेक्स्ट है उसको हैशिंग एल्गोरिथम बोलते हैं. यानी अगर 10 लाख वर्ड का है तो उसको काउंट करके बोलेंगे इसमें 10 वर्ड है. So it's a very simple concept. There are different types of hashing algorithms. There are different types of encryption algorithms. And they produce different results. So,
okay, hash. Thank you for sharing this vital piece of information, sir. Because सारी चीजें, my friends, like I said, अभी भी मैं ड्रोन लैब में था, वहां पे भी स्टूडेंट्स ने क्वेश्चन किया था, how this technology जो ड्रोन है, ये forensics technology, robotics, AI, क्या ये एकदम अलग अलग चीजें हैं? That you have to learn chapter different topics and subjects all together? But the answer is no. सब कुछ interrelated है. सर ने एक एग्जांपल दिया था इन बैंकिंग अबाउट इंसिडेंट रिस्पांस एंड कैसे एसेट आइसोलेशन, एसेट मीन्स कंप्यूटर, राइट सर, एक सिंपल लैंग्वेज में. उसी तरह सेम डोमेन इज रिलेटेड इन एवरी टेक्नोलॉजी, वो चाहे यूएवीज हो, अनमैन्ड एयर व्हीकल्स, चाहे वो आरओवीज हो यानी कि रिमोट ऑपरेटेड व्हीकल्स, या कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी हो या कोई रिसर्च हो. सो प्रिंसिपल प्लेटफॉर्म एक ही होता है, राइट. सो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट सर हैज शेयर्ड विद अस, एन्क्रिप्शन. बिकॉज साइबर अटैक, सिर्फ साइबर अटैक की जब लोग बात करते हैं तो आपने कहीं ना कहीं आई थिंक 99% लोगों के फोन पे वो कॉल आई होगी कि हम आपके नाम पे कोई कुरियर डिलीवर वो डिटेक्ट किया गया है एंड या समथिंग 100% किसी ना किसी ने यहाँ पे एक्सपीरियंस किया होगा. वो भी एक तरह का साइबर अटैक ही था. Similarly, the domain, the principle of these kind of cyber attacks will go same for the drones also in form of other, encryption, hacks. So it is very important to learn about these things. Sir, एक चीज मैं और जानना चाहूँगा. How far you see the future? Like you are from US, right? आप वहीं पे रहते हैं ज़्यादातर समय. अगर हम इंडिया और US की बात करें, there are a lot of students जो हमसे क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं, तो I am forwarding it to you because you can answer it better. वो कहते हैं कि सर रिसर्च के लिए इंडिया में हम लोग रह के करें या वी शुड गो टू अदर कंट्रीज. माय पर्सनल व्यू इज दैट आप भारत में ही रह के करिए. एंड सर इज फ्रॉम यूएस, सो सर विल टेल अस बेटर एक्सपीरियंस. एंड सर, व्हाट्स योर व्यू इन यू आर इन दैट कंट्री स्टेट्स?
सो आई थिंक पहले जब मैं गया, आई वेंट देयर 30 years ago.
Sorry?
I went to US 30 years ago.
30 years ago.
तो right, वो टाइप में फैसिलिटीज और फर्क था. यहाँ पे आई मीन नॉर्मल आपको इलेक्ट्रॉन माइक्रोस्कोप लेना है, एक्सरे. आई वेंट टू IIT, इलेक्ट्रॉन डिफ्रैक्शन मीटर लेना है, तो उतना टाइम नहीं मिलता. अभी थिंग्स हैव चेंज, सो आई वुड, आई मीन डेफिनेटली, एंड आई सॉ योर फैसिलिटी. It is awesome.
So big claps for UPSFS for having a great facility and acknowledged by sir, who has spent 30 years in United States, and sir is saying this country is a place for research. So the time has changed, my friends. देखिए, कोई चीज हासिल करने के लिए आपको मन चाहिए होता है, मौसम नहीं. So if you have that attitude of not giving up, if you have that consistency, then my friends, एक गाना है, मैं बहुत पुराना गाना है, ऐसा आपको भी पता होगा क्योंकि आप भी भारतीय मुल्क से ही हैं. नन्ना मुन्ना राही हूँ, देश का सिपाही हूँ, राइट. सो ऑल ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स हियर, आप सब इस देश के सिपाही हैं, और इस देश की जो सुरक्षा है वो फॉरेंसिक्स एंड ड्रोन और इस तरह की जो इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी है, इससे इसको आप बहुत स्ट्रांग कर सकते हैं. और ना कि आप इसकी सुरक्षा, बल्कि आप इंडिविजुअल एज योर ओन करियर भी आप एकदम न्यू पॉलिश्ड स्किल डेवलपमेंट कर सकते हैं. एंड सर इज विद अस. सर हैज अ ग्रेट एक्सपीरियंस. आई मीन सर, हाउ मेनी years has been you're into this domain? You can take this mic.
More than 20 years.
More than 20 years, sir, and you are a pure asset for all of us to share your experience here. So, my friends, if there is any question related to drone technology and this related sessions in UAVs, आप इसी ऑडिटोरियम में पूछ सकते हैं. I will be really appreciating this question. If anybody has any doubt, anything related to UAVs, career in UAVs and forensics in drones, so you can ask in between any time. Sir, एक चीज आपसे और पूछनी थी मुझे. Like you said about communication. अभी एक प्रॉब्लम आती है हमारे जो सिस्टम से. हमारे पास एक ऐसे ड्रोन है जिनमें सिम कार्ड लगता है, राइट सर. सो दे आर ऑपरेटेड बाय सिम कार्ड. They're just like mobile phones. Can those be hacked?
Yes, absolutely. They can be hacked. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Like किस तरह का hacking possible हो सकती है उनमें जैसे?
So
just like a mobile phone.
अभी central point to drone, right? There is a wave that is flowing between them. Right. So there is something called a man in the middle attack.
Yes, it is.
Right? So which can intercept this communication and read the
man
communication.
In the middle means a hacker, you can say, right? The person who can steal your signals.
Correct. He can read your signals and he can instruct the drone to, अगर आपका drone पहले बोल रहा है कि ये location पे जाओ, उसकी जगह he can ask it to go to a different location. So he can intercept, change the instructions. That's called a man in the middle attack.
Right. So, my friends, I think this is fairly more possible in those drones technology who are dependent on SIM card operation. So we have drones that fly using mobile signal. हालांकि उसका एक benefit भी होता है. Benefit सर ये होता है उसका कि if a drone is communicating via GSM signal, let's say for example, उसकी range बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाती है. So wherever we have, right?
Correct, and it is traceable also.
It is traceable also. Correct. It is absolutely traceable. Wherever we have mobile network, mobile connectivity, the drone network will be there. Of course, battery को देखते हुए, because power is a challenge, right? Because drone में भी power revolution की जरूरत है. And I'm sure इसी institute से ऐसे students निकलेंगे जो इस revolution में role play करेंगे, because you have just witnessed the kind of setups and labs we have in this institute. So sir, who's been in United States for 30 years, has acknowledged the UPSIFS drone labs as one of the best facilities for the students. And we expect यहाँ के जितने भी students हैं sir, वहाँ से कुछ एक नए research, नए patents पे हम लोग को work करना होगा, so that we reflect our country as a whole before the world, before the globe. So, sir, coming back to the point of 4G operation. So, drones that operate using SIM card, is there in the lab, by the way. If you want to see an experience, you can visit your Tarkash lab. Drones जो SIM card से sir operate होते हैं, वो कितना easy होता है उनको hack करना? Is it like anybody can do this, या
like everything else, you will need tools, training. Right. I mean,
it's not everybody, but it is doable.
It is doable, right? Like everything is, yeah.
And sir, is there any possibility 100% security in data? या ये एक myth है?
No, it's a myth.
I've heard that Apple has created data encryption, जिसको FBI ने कहा था कि ये FBI भी इसको break नहीं कर सकती है. Like, so is it true, sir? Is it something कि like you cannot hack into any thing?
No, everything is possible. It's just the resources and time, right? Anything can be broken as long as you have enough resources and time. So.
Right, sir. And my friends, I tell you one thing. The future of warfare दो तरह से होंगे. एक तो जो शुरू हो गया है, which is drones. दूसरा होगा cyber seizure. Cyber seizure क्या होगा? If there are two countries in war, the other country जो technology में ज़्यादा powerful रहेगी, सपोज एक कंट्री है जिसके पास आप जैसे आपके पास फैसिलिटीज हैं, लैब्स की हैं, इतनी फैसिलिटीज नहीं है, तो ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स भी नहीं है जो साइबर एक्सपर्ट्स हो. सो अगर कोई दो कंट्री में वॉर हुआ तो यू कैन सीज देयर एंटायर साइबर सिस्टम. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मे बी इन नेक्स्ट 10 or 15 years देयर विल बी अ डे जब आपके इवन इफ यू वांट अ वाटर, आपको पहले सरेंडर करना होगा, then only your system will allow you access to get water for yourself and food for yourself. This will be like 15-20 years. Because the way technology is progressing, जितनी ज़्यादा development है, उतने ज़्यादा इसके risk भी होते हैं. So risk की preparedness, risk preparations, इसकी forensics, इसके do's and don'ts and proactive measures हम लोग को अभी से निकालने होंगे. All of a sudden drone की एक देखिएगा importance बढ़ गई है post operation सिंदूर. Right, and you trust me, maybe in just 5 years, आपको जो सर ने बताया था about incident response and assets जो ड्रोन से हमने रिलेट किया था swarming में, swarm attack is a new attack. Then we will be needing people and students कि किसी को swarming आती है, किसी को drone swarming में expertise है, तब shortage ना हो. उस दिन की preparation आज यहाँ तरकश से शुरू होगी. आज यहाँ के जितने भी साइबर लैब्स हैं, जितने भी फैसिलिटीज आपको दी गई हैं, आप उनको भरपूर यूज करिएगा, बिकॉज उससे एक मजबूत भारत का निर्माण की शुरुआत है. राइट. एंड एज सर सेड, spending 3 decades in United States, sir said the type of facilities now what we have here, sir.
It is awesome.
So any word of I think you would like to say your reflections about the facilities we have
No, the
here?
facility is awesome. Every type of drone is there. You can go test it out, play with it. Really,
you
awesome.
have the outdoor testing systems.
Outdoor testing facility. So
and nice. Furthermore, I have a new idea to share with you. You can link DNA and AI forensics in drones. We'll discuss this later. DNA lab and the Turkish are two parallel systems going together hand in hand. Later on, I'll tell you the scope of this. And sir, extremely grateful. Any question from audience? If there's any question, you can drop us an email or you can contact us via social media pages. And keeping time in mind, as we start on time and we end on time, I would now, we are on the last concluding phase, sir. Anything else you would like to address a message to the students and कोई ऐसी चीज जो आप उनको बोलना चाहते हैं सर?
The lab बहुत बढ़िया है. Please take benefit of it. And he is a drone man of India, so please take benefit of his expertise easily available here. So, yeah.
No, sir, that is the vision of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He always taught me to be with the students, and he made me do a promise that whatever I learned from Kalam, I should carry forward this message to them, and their responsibility is to utilize him and carry it further ahead. And I have great expectations and great hopes from the students of UPSIFS. I'm pretty confident, and जब आप आए यहाँ पे sir with your expertise and experience, we are even more confident, especially if I talk about our institute as a whole. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
And last time again, I'm requesting any questions, please reach us via social media, or you can drop us an email. In case you want to ask anything in the auditorium, you are free to ask. The stage is all yours, right? So, right, sir. So I'll now request my anchor, please conclude the session. Thank you so much, sir. Big round of applause for sir. And sir, how beautifully has reflected the synergy in drone technology, in isolation from banking experience, कैसे asset isolation, incident response, and how it is all linked together. आपको आज यहाँ पे live discussion में दिखा. So sir, technology, I feel it's all interconnected, right, sir? And you can take this mic if there's any problem.
Interconnected, yeah.
Right, and there's no different domain, my friends. So आपको सब कुछ सीखना है. And remember what Dr. Kalam once told me. He said that you should know something about everything and everything about something. So इसका मतलब है, gone are the days when jack of all, master of none. Now are the days jack of all, master of some. So सीखिए, learn, and keep exploring and become a wiser and a better man for your nation, because you reflect the country as a whole. And with these words, I would again like to express my gratitude and big thanks to sir for joining us here.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And big round of applause for sir.
Thank you to our panelists for those valuable perspectives. I would now like to request Professor Sandeep Shukla to present mementos to our panelists. Thank you once again for those valuable discussions. We now proceed to panel 8 on governing emerging technology under the DPDP Act, India's strategic response and high-risk data processing. This session will examine how India's data governance framework addresses innovation, high-risk processing and security in a rapidly changing tech environment. Moderating this session is Dr. G.K. Goswami, Founding Director of UPSIFS, a 1997 batch IPS officer. He is a Fulbright Fellow, a recipient of the President's Police Medal for Gallantry 4 times, and a respected academician and author in the field of law, forensics, and cybersecurity.
Our panelists are Ms. Meenal Maheshwari Shah, General Counsel and Head Public Policy, Angel One Mumbai. Ms. Shah is recognized legal strategist with an experience in corporate law and governance. Her work is vital in ensuring Angel One's operation as a forefront of policy discussion and fintech sector.
Our next panelist is Advocate Akansha Bhatt, Senior Manager at Privacy and Tech Private Limited, New Delhi. Ma'am is a strategic data privacy leader with over 5 years of expertise in implementing GDPR and Digital Personal Data Protection Act across diverse industries.
Ms. Anuprita Daga, Group Chief Information Security Officer at Angel One Mumbai. Ma'am is a renowned cybersecurity leader with over 25 years of experience in data privacy, compliance, and digital banking security. Formerly the Chief Information Security Officer at Yes Bank, she has been globally recognized among the top 100 CISOs and as one of India's top 10 women tech leaders.
Next on the panel, we have Mr. Aditya Giri, a distinguished advocate at the Supreme Court of India and the youngest ever member executive of the Supreme Court Advocates on Record Association for the 2024 to 2026 term. His expertise spans constitutional, commercial, criminal and cyber laws, with notable specialization in cybercrimes and data privacy. Please welcome all our panelists on the stage with a round of applause. Before we begin, I request Mr. Shailesh Chirpitkar, sir, to please present samplings to our esteemed panelists. Thank you, sir. Director, sir, you may now take the lead.
So, thank you very much and good afternoon to one and all. And we all are very delighted to welcome Sri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir, who is very senior IAS officer, and sir has spare time for all of us. So I request you all to give a round of clap for him, to welcome him. His presence itself, his vast experience, will certainly lead us in a very big way, and we are very enthusiastic, very much looking forward to listen his experience, because he has served as the chief of METI and now he is chief of UADI, and such sir has vast experience. We have witnessed his great work in India, in UP particularly. I have seen various contribution by sir, being the member of police service in UP. Having said that, I again welcome my panelists, and it is quite difficult task to handle three great angels, and especially the fourth one, Aditya, who is the better half of Akanksha. I don't know who is the better half, but certainly they can decide. So the topic precisely is governing emerging technology under DPDP Act, India's strategic response and high-risk data processing. I think, as I said yesterday itself, data protection is the most challenging task, not only India, but across globe, all jurisdictions are facing. And I believe that we have deliberated various points but since police officers and many other experts, participants, bureaucrats are sitting here, so it is a very right forum to discuss more topics on this point. Without taking much of time, I just want to highlight that nowadays the political sovereignty is directly dependent on digital sovereignty. And for the purpose of this digital sovereignty, the data protection is the most vital aspect. So, Ms. Meenal, I would ask you a very simple question or the query. Could you elaborate on the applicability, scope and legislative intent of DPDP Act? Because this is quite a new subject and everybody of us want to know it in a very simple manner.
Yes. Thank you so much for that question. So yesterday I had just briefly touched upon the applicability. I'll expand on this a little more. So let's start with the legislative intent. Why did we need Data Protection Act? Or what was the need for it to come out? The few very, very important reasons for the Data Protection Act to have been enacted is that India has recognized that India is going to emerge and is already emerging as a digital first economy. And if you are emerging as a digital first economy, you need to have privacy safeguards in place, because that is the only way that the customer, consumer, individual, every citizen of India will have trust on the digital economy. And therefore, the Data Protection Act it has been enacted with an intent to lay trust as the very foundation of our newly emerging digital economy. And what we have tried to do is that, unlike GDPR, which is an extremely rights-heavy act, India has tried to balance the rights in such a manner that it does not curb any innovation. Because there is so much innovation that is going to come out and is already coming out because of the emerging technologies. Now, to understand the applicability of the Data Protection Act, as I had explained yesterday, the Act is only applicable to digital data, which is different from GDPR, because there it is applicable to all kinds of personal data, even if it is handwritten. But in India, it is only applicable to digital personal data. So anything, कोई शॉपकीपर दुकान पे अगर हाथ से कुछ लिख के अपनी दुकान पे बैठ रहा है, the act is not applicable. The act is only applicable if at some point in time that data is digitized. And at that point in time, the act starts becoming applicable. Act is of course applicable to every company that is processing the data, any person, not company, any person, any company who is processing the data in India. But the act is also applicable to anyone. Suppose कोई सिंगापुर में डेटा प्रोसेस कर रहा है, कोई इथियोपिया में डेटा प्रोसेस कर रहा है, लेकिन they are targeting their services or goods they want to sell to India as well. So उस जो बंदा या बंदी इथियोपिया या सिंगापुर में भी डेटा प्रोसेस कर रहा है with targeting it to Indian audience, to that company also or that person also, the Data Protection Act will be applicable. And I'll just say a few things, that there are exemptions to whom the Data Protection Act will not be applicable. So for example, if you look at anything where the sovereignty of India is applicable, in such cases, the Data Protection Act will not be applicable. अगर कोई offences हैं जिनको prosecute करने के लिए data की ज़रूरत है, there again the Data Protection Act will not be applicable. So there are exemptions that are given in the Data Protection Act कि किस को ये Data Protection Act applicable नहीं होगी. Also, another thing what they have done is that they have come out with certain exemptions जो कि एक छोटा business या एक छोटा बंदा नहीं meet कर सकता. So they have come up with the concept of small data fiduciary, and they have said इस तरह के जो बहुत ही कम डेटा प्रोसेस करते हैं, चाहे डिजिटल डेटा भी प्रोसेस करते होंगे, उनका they are going to notify such people, and those people will not have to adhere with this act, and also for anyone who's doing it just for research or domestic purposes. So this is how the scope, applicability and the legislative intent of the act is in the simplest of terms.
Thank you, Ms. Meenal, sorry. Meenal, you have very briefly have underlined the scope and legislative intent of the act. Now, Ms. Akanksha, can you explain in detail the right and duty of data fiduciary, data processor and data principal? Although I have asked you in detail, but be precise because otherwise we will get the slip to conclude soon. So time is essence. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, sir. So before I answer that, I'll just say that the DPDP Act is not just about compliance, but it's also about building trust in the digital ecosystem of India. So we start with the obligations of a data fiduciary. Under the DPDP Act, there are three major key actors. One is the data fiduciary, any organization that process personal data. Now, what does the word processing means? Processing means anything storing, accessing, deleting, destruction of personal data via digital means is called processing of personal data. So any organization that processes personal data for providing you with top-notch services or maybe any other regulatory purposes is considered as a data fiduciary. Then comes the data principal. Who is a data principal? All of you, me, all of us in this panelist, we are the data principals because we on a regular basis go to these organizations. We go to a bank, we go to schools, we go to a salon and we provide our personal data to them. So we all are data principals. Now coming to the third stakeholders, which is a data processor. Any organization, when they process personal data, they need certain third parties. I'll take an example of a bank. A bank collects data from DSAs, connectors. They have their own lead originating systems. They have their lending management systems. These systems can be your third parties. For a human resource department, you have a HRMS system, which could be another third party. So that is again your data processors. Because on a daily basis, as a data fiduciary, you're sharing that personal information with them. Data processors again have a major role in this act because if there is a breach or any violation from your data processors end, the data fiduciary will be responsible, which means any violation or obligation which is applicable to your data processor, you have to bear the penalty of the same. Then coming back to the obligations of a data fiduciary, अगर एक company है जो कि individuals का data on a regular basis process करती है, तो under DPDP क्या obligations उन्हें follow करनी है? If I go by the legal language, section 4, it talks about the grounds of processing personal information, which means कोई भी organization personal information collect करते time या personal information collect करने से पहले they should have a lawful basis, which means you should not just be collecting information for unnecessary purposes. If I go to a bank, I submit my personal data for account opening, they should not try to sell me a credit card with that because I have not consented to that purpose. Coming back to section 5 and section 6 of the DPDPA, these are the core of the act. We talk about consent, we talk about privacy notice. Consent comes into two parts. One is the live consent of data principles, which means जो भी आपकी website पर after the enactment of this law 2023 के बाद data principles आए हैं, उनको you have to serve a specific consent with a privacy notice, which should be DPDPA compliant. Second would be the legacy data principles, which means all the data principles that you have onboarded prior to the enactment of DPDPA. You need to ensure when you are updating your privacy notice, you are sending them with a copy of that privacy notice, and it should be an actionable privacy notice. Now, consent should be specific. So currently the organization are taking banking consent, blanket consent. If I give you an example, you go to a bank website or any other website, they just have one checkbox in which they say, I hereby provide my consent for newsletter, for banking operations, for marketing, and for any other purposes. Now, that is a blanket consent. DPDP says the consent should be specific to the purpose of which you are processing the personal data. So, I'm not saying that you need to have 7 check boxes, but maybe come up with a mechanism where you are being transparent with your data principle. Now, consent should be reasonable. It should be affirmative. It should be unambiguous. It should be presented in a clear and plain language, which means your consent notice or your privacy notice should not be that complicated. आपका privacy notice में इतना ज़्यादा legal jargon नहीं होना चाहिए कि आपके data principal को समझ में ही ना आए that why they are giving their data to you. As a data fiduciary, आपके privacy notice में all the data that you're collecting, उसका एक itemized list होना चाहिए. किस पर्पस के लिए आप डेटा कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं उसका एक आइटमाइज डिस्क्रिप्शन होना चाहिए. व्हाट इज द लॉफुल बेसिस, ऑल ऑफ दिस थिंग्स नीड्स टू बी मेंशन्ड. नाउ एज अ डेटा फिड्यूशरी, whenever you make a request for personal data collection, ensure you're delivering them with a privacy notice which is transparent. That privacy notice also needs to be provided in the 22 languages which we have under the constitution. So we need to ensure we are providing a clear privacy notice at the time of data collection or before the data collection. Now, as a data fiduciary, you have other obligations as well. You have to provide all the data principal with a grievance redressal mechanism, which means if they have any complaints, they want to have access of their data, they want their data to be deleted, they want to withdraw their consent, you need to ensure that you have provided them with a mechanism where they can reach out to you or your data protection officer. Again, for the children's data, we have high-risk data processing. Data fiduciaries have additional obligations. You need to ensure that you are taking a parental verifiable consent, which means just adding a statement that, individuals below the age of 18 cannot access this website is not sufficient. We need to ensure of that as well. Then comes the significant data fiduciary. Okay, so I think these are the major obligations that we have to take care of. Anything else we can discuss offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Akanksha. You have highlighted very well that consent is the bedrock of data protection, and there are various nuances, and I think there may be a new participant today. So, Madam has spoken two words frequently. One is the data principal. Data principal means the owner of the data, and data fiduciary means the custodian of the data. So, thank you once again, Akanksha, for your contribution. Now the third panelist, Ms. Anuprita, I request you to elaborate the cybersecurity and data privacy, especially differential privacy, and how it is intersected in safeguarding today's digital landscape, which is a very, very challenging task. And I request you, because of the time time constraint, be little precise. I know it is difficult, but still I request you.
I'll keep it short. So just to break the ice, because I see a lot of people on the mobile, right? So I just wanted to ask one question. How many people has just blindly said, yes, I accept in the mobile apps what you have downloaded? If you don't raise the hand, I'll be doubtful. Whoever are not going to raise the hand, I'm sure you guys have read it, and now there is going to be a test. Okay, so I know we all, we don't have time, right? None of us, including me. We just say, I accept, right? And Sir has also mentioned, Meenal has mentioned, Akanksha has mentioned. This is going to be a new norm, right? The old generation like us, we have lived without mobile, without banking apps. You guys are not living, right? Because you don't carry the cash. We still carry the cash. I still carry the cash. So this is going to be the new norm of life, and you guys need to really understand, not only as a student, as a professional, because you are going to be the upcoming professionals who can make a difference to it. Now coming back to the question, what exactly is the interlinkage between the cybersecurity and the privacy? So cybersecurity talks about what is the crown jewel and how do you protect the crown jewel. That is the objective of cybersecurity, like confidentiality, integrity and availability part, and which all fundamentals you guys have learned about it. Now privacy goes beyond the data protection. So cybersecurity is like, objective is for protecting the data, protecting the identity. While privacy says about, why are you taking my data? Okay, you, as of now, like a lot of people might have been the lucky draw of Mahindra and Mahindra, or something, right? You have given your data. You have given their data and you don't know how exactly your data is being used. And now in data privacy, it goes beyond the cybersecurity. So cybersecurity remains same, or rather the role of cybersecurity increases And here we also need to start finding out what exactly the data privacy means and what are the additional controls what we need to put in. Another last 5 years, there is a new term called as shift left. Now this privacy come as a part of shift left while you're defining the business product. That time itself you're defining what are the cybersecurity controls, what are the privacy related controls, and how do you maintain it throughout a life cycle. This is what you define it. So, sir, just coming back to interlinkage, our life remains same, rather life becomes little more critical. It's as of now, the definition of crown jewel was limited up to us. That definition has become complex and we have to add more and more controls because the penalty, the obligation is very heavy and the penalty is very high. So considering that, our role has complemented, and today if you talk about AI, cybersecurity and data privacy, there's a very, very thin line. We have spoken about, now we talk about perimeter is getting blurred, right? Perimeter is blurred now. Now, within these three domains also, the perimeter is blurred, and all the three professionals, including business professionals, they should know about how to use these tools and how to really start adopting the new norms so that, you don't have a bottleneck in your business roadmap.
So thank you, ma'am. You have very precisely discussed various nuances of privacy, which is...
I just try to avoid technical stuff because students are there.
Yeah, I know. But the purpose of this whole exercise is to make them understand so that they can develop on various nuances of this complex subject. I know this is a very new subject, but very precisely and very lucidly elaborated this point. So, Audit, you are a lawyer by profession. So, now I come to this point that suppose there is a breach and somebody asks you because you are a lawyer, so your client may be police also, may be victim, maybe even the person who is from the defense side as well. So you have a very varied role. So you are the right person to address this question that in case of data theft or breach, what role can law enforcement agency play? And how does their involvement complement the regulatory framework under the DPDP Act? Because ultimately it is the evidence. And quality of evidence is the essence of trial as well. So from either side, how police or law enforcement agencies should look into the evidence part. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, as the last speaker, I have a limited time to answer this query. And practicing in Supreme Court, we mostly get 1 minute to put across our case. So, when the criminal laws last year come into picture, everywhere there was a confusion as to new law will apply or old law will apply, from which date the procedure will apply. So, similarly in DPDP Act also, as rules are not yet been, in picture. So, there is a lot of confusion as to what will happen, how much time the companies will get to comply. So, I see a lot of senior police officers here on the dais, and this question must be going across your mind as well as to how our role come into picture. How will we complement to the DPDP Act? So, answer is, I'll explain you in a case study. So, person A and person B, both were directors in a company. Person A resigned and person B got the access of the company bank accounts and all the financial data. He rented out that account to some person C. Now, C is the person who is doing a lot of cyber crimes in India. He rented out that account, got various money from all across the country through that account, converted into crypto, and the money went out of India. Now A, who was the former director, he went to the police enforcement agencies saying that, see, my data has been wrongly used, what should I do? So police said, no, it's not our concern. You both are directors, known to each other. This is not a cyber case. You go back to bank, tell them to remove your name. That's all. But that's not the case, sir. As per the DPDP Act also, as per the cyber crime also, as per the new criminal laws also, it is a clear case of breach of trust. Now, this is a real life example. I am just concealing the names, but this is something which has now gone to the High Court level. This issue is still pending. Because everybody is confused. Even the district judges say that let High Court come with some case study, some clarification. Then only we'll be able to implement the particular thing in picture. And this is what will happen for some months initially, until the High Court or the Supreme Court clarifies on the point of law as to this is the procedure of investigation in such cases. Now, the role of police investigation is multifold. So to say or put on some, so they can lead to arrest, seizure of devices, prosecution, to prevent the further misuse and certain things like that, because ultimately the idea is to catch the last person. Thank you.
Very rightly said, Aditya. Briefly, I want to express few points on this because police officers are here and they are going to investigate these cases. Basically, data protection, when it is in the digital world or in the digital space, it is almost, it is not only almost, it is exactly the replica of any cyber evidence for that matter. So the IT Act and other acts are applicable. So you need not worry about that if it is DPDP Act or any other thing. So exactly what you are doing is cyber crime. It is basically one mode of cyber crime only. So don't get confused that if it is DPDP Act or some case of that kind comes to you, that it is something else you have to do as investigator or the supervisory officer. Having said that, we ultimately got the threatening letter, that 5 minutes time. So only 1 minute for each and not beyond, because now I am a police officer also. So at the last, just give one line, the advice to all the speakers and the audience here. What is your advice for this August gathering? In one line, ma'am.
1 line or 1 minute, sir?
Okay, 1 minute.
All
right.
Okay. So 1 minute. Number one is treat your data how you treat money. How you protect your money, that is how you should protect all facets of your identity, giving out your name, clicking photos with people you don't know, giving your biometric data to whoever, not caring about your personal data as much, and how we tightly care about the money that we have. Think of your data as a financial asset, because every company in the world is thinking about your data as a financial asset. So it's time that you start thinking about it as well. Be aware of your rights as a data principle. Use the law enforcement methods to understand that this is something which you can do something about, instead of just being held as a hostage by someone who has your personal data. So awareness is the key to making any law successful. As you will take care of your personal data, you will see that the world around you will start to change.
Thank you, Meenal. So I would just say that please don't treat your data like candies. Don't give it to everyone, and don't provide all of your personal information to any organization which does not respect your privacy or provide you with a privacy notice, because these are the basic obligations. Apart from that, for organizations of small scale, please start working on the gap assessment. Large scale organization, please make sure your public facing channels are DPDP compliant, though we don't have the rules. But METI have conducted multiple sessions, consultation, and this is what they have been saying, that please conduct a gap assessment, because in India, हमारे पास कभी भी data privacy या data protection का culture नहीं था. We have always focused on data security, ISO standards. So now this is a new thing. So please make sure you are spreading awareness within your organization and to the general public as well. Thank you.
So first of all, one myth we need to just rule out, that data privacy or security is one person's job, like whether CISO in the company or security professional or DPO or anything. You know, it's everybody's job. Start right from, for example, from university perspective, when you're enrolling the student to post-graduation and alumni, how do you, so even in universities there are multiple processes. In police, or rather government officials also, there are multiple processes. In private companies, there are multiple processes. Just stitch everything in your business, and if you stitch every control in your business, start putting that from the business product perspective to the delivery perspective and post-delivery customer service perspective. If you stitch everything, obviously security by design and privacy by design, everything will fall in place. Then you don't have to worry about the compliance, because compliance is a part of foundation.
So, my advice to all of you is, if you do not follow any of their advices, hire a good lawyer. And if you know of someone who can't afford, there are legal aid in all the district courts, high courts, Supreme Court level. They'll help you free of cost. So that is my advice.
So thank you very much. And at the last, what Ms. Meenal has mentioned, that data is the biggest asset. तो जैसे आप पैसे को कहीं ऐसा है कि खुले में छोड़ोगे तो उसे कोई भी उठा के ले जाएगा, तो सबसे पहले आपको ये सोचना है कि जो आपका डेटा है, चाहे वो फोटोग्राफ हो या कोई भी चीज है, उसे आप कहाँ प्लेस कर रहे हैं, किस जगह पे रख रहे हैं. अगर आप खुले में छोड़ दोगे किसी भी जगह पे, तो देन डोंट थिंक दैट पीपल आर सेंट. नंबर वन. दूसरी चीज ये है कि पुलिस ऑफिसर के रूप में मैं आपसे ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि आप जो भी जितने भी फ्रेंड्स हैं, घर का भेदी लंका ढाता है, तो आप सबसे पहले ये देखिए कि आप अपने जो बैंक है जहां पे आपने डेटा रखा है, चाहे वो सोशल मीडिया है या कहीं पे भी है, उसमें आप किसको एंट्री देते हैं. तो जो आप फ्रेंड बनाते हैं वो उसमें एंट्री पा जाता है. तो आप फ्रेंड्स बनाते टाइम में जरूर ध्यान रखिए. दूसरी बात यह है कि आप अपने घर का आंखों देखा हाल मत सारी चीजों को शेयर करिए. आपको कहां जाना है, हम कल वहां जा रहे हैं, परसों वहां जा रहे हैं. लॉन्ग बैक जब ये फेसबुक शुरू हुआ था, एट दैट टाइम आई वाज इन सम डिस्ट्रिक्ट, तो कई बार चोरियां ऐसी हो जाती थी कि उन्हें पता चल जाता था कि ये जो है हरिद्वार जा रहे हैं घूमने के लिए और 4 दिन में आएंगे, हमारा ये प्रोग्राम है, और फिर आराम से चोर जो है वो पूरी रात उधम काट करके सारा कुछ ले जाते थे. तो ये सब काम ना करें. इस चीज को भी लोगों को आप अवेयर करिए, क्योंकि जो डेटा है दैट इज द बिगेस्ट एसेट. पहले तो चोर उचक्के जो है वो पड़ोसी जो 10-20-50 किलोमीटर के लोग जो थे वो आपके धन पे नजर गड़ाते थे. अब तो दुनिया आपके इस डेटा पे नजर गड़ाए हुए है. तो आपको बहुत अवेयर रहना है. आपको तो रहना ही है, आप तो लॉ एनफोर्समेंट के हैं या जो भी यहाँ और हैं, लेकिन इसकी आपको दूसरे लोगों को सूचना देनी है. मैं ये आपसे अपेक्षा करूंगा कि आप जब जाएं अपने क्षेत्रों में, तो अपने थानों में, अपने जिलों में इनको लोगों को अवेयर करने के लिए वर्कशॉप कराएं और इस तरीके से लोगों को अवेयर करें. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ हमने 3-4 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा लिए, उसके लिए मैं मॉडरेटर के रूप में क्षमा मांगते हुए और कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए अनुरोध करता हूं. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful to the moderator of this panel and our honored speaker for sharing such profound perspective. I now request Mr. Tarun Nagia, sir, to present mementos to our panelists as a token of our heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, sir. We now move to panel 9. We now move to panel 9 on genetics and genomic landscape, forensic phenotyping and biogeographic ancestry. Genetic science now enable us to deduce physical traits and ancestral origin, providing powerful investigative leads.
Moderating this session is Dr. Shruti Dasgupta, Professor at UPSIFS. Ma'am is a dedicated researcher with years of experience across diverse fields of human genetics, including molecular, biochemical, clinical, population, and forensic genetics. Her expertise spans sequencing, genotyping, statistical analysis, and genetic epidemiology.
On our panel, we have Dr. Neeraj Rai, Scientist E at the Birbal Sahani Institute of Paleosciences, Lucknow, a specialist in ancient DNA, population genetics, and forensic genomics. Sir has extensive research experience across premier institutions including CSIR, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, University of Cambridge, and Harvard Medical School, USA. His work has contributed to landmark studies on human evolutionary, genetic ancestry, and forensic identification with numerous publications in leading international journals.
Next on the panel, we have Dr. Shivani Tyagi. Dr. Shivani Tyagi is an associate professor at Galgotia University, Greater Noida, with a PhD in human genetics and expertise in forensic science and epigenetics. She was an ICMR Senior Research Fellow, an INSA visiting scientist, and has been a visiting research scholar at AIIMS, New Delhi. Her research focuses on DNA methylation-based age and phenotypic prediction and forensic applications in diverse populations.
Our next panel is Mr. Rajendra Singh, Senior Principal Scientist at CSIR, Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow, a geneticist and reproductive biologist. Sir has spent over 16 years pioneering research on male infertility, particularly focusing on sperm RNA and epigenetic. Dr. Singh has also earned numerous awards for his groundbreaking work in reproductive science. Please welcome all the dignitaries on the stage with a round of applause. Before we begin, I kindly request our Deputy Director, Mr. Chiranjeev Mukherjee, sir, to present sapling to our esteemed panelists. Thank you, sir. Shruti ma'am, please take it forward.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm really privileged and feeling honored that today I'm sitting and moderating a session on next generation sequencing, unpacking STR, SNPs, and advances in predictive forensic phenotyping with such eminent scientists. And I feel that this session will be a little bit fruitful to all of us. As we all know that genetic profiling has been invented in the year 1986. When it started, we started with RFLP. And now we are in an era when the STR typing using PCR and capillary electrophoresis has become a gold standard. Now, we are in an era when we cannot say that next generation sequencing is future. We are currently actually performing next generation sequencing in many of the different kinds of domains. However, in forensic field, the advent of NGS is very recent. Why I feel it is recent is because still it is not that much admissible in the court. But with the advancement of the forensic science, our technology is getting advanced and we are expecting that NGS will take up. So now what I would like to ask to Dr. Neeraj, that how does NGS improve the way we analyze STR compared to the traditional methods like capillary electrophoresis, which is a very fundamental question, sir.
Thank you, Shruti. Thank you, everyone. मैं स्टार्ट करूंगा STR प्रोफाइलिंग या जिसको हम बोलते हैं DNA फिंगरप्रिंटिंग का जब स्टार्ट हुआ 1985 से ये जो है हम इस टेक्निक को यूज कर रहे हैं फॉर फोरेंसिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन अंटिल 2008-9 हम जो है STR का काफ़ी यूज़ था विद DNA मैचिंग. STR कुछ नहीं होता है, सारे जितने भी इंसान इस धरती पे हैं 7 अरब लोग, उनमें जो DNA के कुछ ऐसे पार्ट्स होते हैं जो दो लोगों में मैच नहीं करता है, उसको बोलते हैं शॉर्ट टेंडम रिपीट्स. और ऐसा देखा गया है कि 7 बिलियन लोगों में सारे STR के जो मार्कर्स होते हैं उनकी जो मैच करने की प्रोबेबिलिटी है वो 0.0010⁻⁸ है. तो वो जो है प्रैक्टिकली पॉसिबल नहीं है कि दो लोगों में मैच हो जाए. बट STR के कुछ सारे लिमिटेशंस भी हैं. हमें जो है अगर मान लीजिए कि विक्टिम एंड सस्पेक्ट्स के जो है DNA प्रोफाइलिंग मैच नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो उसके रीजन बहुत सारे होते हैं. अगर DNA का अमाउंट कम है या अगर प्रॉपर सैम्पलिंग नहीं हुई है तो STR में कॉन्टामिनेशन आ जाएगा, उसकी मैचिंग नहीं हो पाएगी. तो 2009-10 में NGS नेक्स्ट जनरेशन सीक्वेंसिंग एक टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट था और जिसने कि सारी मेडिकल जेनेटिक्स, पॉपुलेशन जीनोमिक्स एंड फोरेंसिक की दुनिया को बदल दिया. अभी भी इंडिया में हम NGS को पूरी तरह से अडॉप्ट नहीं कर पाए हैं, जबकि पूरे वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड में NGS बेस्ड ही STR जीनोटाइपिंग एंड प्रोफाइलिंग हो रही है. उसके फायदे ये हैं कि अगर मान लीजिए कि आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं और कुछ भी मैच नहीं हुआ, DNA प्रोफाइलिंग मैच नहीं हुई, तो NGS के एडवांटेज ये होते हैं कि आप STR प्रोफाइलिंग तो आप उसे निकाल सकते हो, साथ में आप देख सकते हो उसकी एंसेस्ट्री, उसका हेयर कलर, उसके अदर फिनोटाइप्स, स्किन पिगमेंटेशन, उसके जो है आई कलर और एज वेल एज उसकी जियोग्राफिकल ओरिजिन. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर क्राइम होता है कश्मीर में या हिमाचल में और क्राइम करने वाला है सपोज दैट उड़ीसा का, बिहार का, यूपी का, मैं कोई एक स्टेट का नाम नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ, तो आप उसके NGS प्रोफाइलिंग से आप उसको देख सकते हो एंसेस्ट्री. आप बता सकते हो कि उसकी एंसेस्ट्री डेफिनेटली हिमाचल की नहीं है, कश्मीर की नहीं है, या पंजाब की नहीं है, हरियाणा की नहीं है. और आप विथ 70 to 90% एक्यूरेसी के साथ आप बता सकते हो कि एंसेस्ट्री कहाँ पे, किस पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया से मैच कर रही है. तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में उससे काफ़ी हेल्प मिलती है. और NGS का एक और एडवांटेज है कि आप काफ़ी फास्ट है, आप बहुत सारे सैंपल को एक साथ पूल कर सकते हैं. अगर आप प्रोफाइलिंग कर रहे हैं STR में तो आप एक 1-to-1 सैंपल आप करना होता है, बट NGS में आप जो है अप टू 96 सैंपल्स को एक साथ पूल कर सकते हैं DNA बारकोडिंग की हेल्प से. तो बहुत सारे एडवांटेजेस हैं और मैं हर जगह अपील करता हूं कि ट्रेडिशनल STR प्रोफाइलिंग का जो मेथड है उसको उसकी को रिप्लेस करते हुए हमें NGS को अडॉप्ट करना चाहिए. थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू सर, वेरी वेल सेड. बट एक चीज से मैं शायद थोड़ा सा वो नहीं होंगी कि उसको पूरी तरीके से हम हटा नहीं सकते फिलहाल. बट व्हाट आई वुड सजेस्ट इज कि to enhance the power of the STR profiling, we can of course use NGS because NGS हमें बहुत सारी जगहों पे जरूरत पड़ सकता है for monozygotic twins को differentiate करने में, या the people who are very closely related, how you will differentiate between them. So it is actually increasing the resolution. That is the thing which you wanted to point out. Thank you, sir. Next question will be from Dr. Rajendra. This is again a very fundamental question, but I feel that it will be very good for our students to know. What do you think, whether SNP or STR, which is a better marker in a forensic perspective, and in what circumstances we will be using those markers like SNPs and STRs? Just a comparative sort of.
Thank you, Shruti. For students, I'll keep it simple, and for even general public, we have two kinds of DNA. अगर मैं हिंदी में कोशिश करूं, दो तरह का DNA होता है हमारे पास. एक DNA जो साइलेंट होता है, दूसरा DNA पार्ट जिससे हमारे फीचर्स डिफाइन होते हैं, आई कलर, स्किन कलर, हेयर टाइप, हाइट. तो ये दोनों तरह के मार्कर्स यूज होते हैं. जो पहला बताया मैंने, जो लार्जली साइलेंट होते हैं, उनको हम STR बोलते हैं. यहीं से DNA फोरेंसिक शुरू हुई थी STR मार्कर से. दूसरे मार्कर्स हैं, इनको हम स्निप्स बोलते हैं, जिनसे आपका हेयर कलर, बॉडी टाइप, स्किन कलर, ये सब डिसाइड होता है. शायद आधा आंसर आपको इसी से पता चल गया होगा कि जहां पे आपको ऐसी फिनोटाइपिंग करनी है, पता करना है कि इस आदमी का, इस क्रिमिनल का रंग कैसा रहा होगा, इसके आई कलर कैसा रहा होगा, इसकी हाइट कितनी रही होगी, तो वहां पे आप SNP मार्कर्स यूज करते हैं। जहां पे आपको सिर्फ ये जानना है कि एग्जैक्टली ये जो सस्पेक्ट है मेरे पास, यही क्रिमिनल था कि नहीं था, वहां पे आप साइलेंट मार्कर्स यूज कर सकते हैं, जैसे STRs है। सो बोथ मार्कर्स दे हैव देयर ओन यूजेस, और आजकल इनफैक्ट ये प्रपोज किया जा रहा है कि दोनों मार्कर्स इकट्ठे यूज करिए आप। वी कॉल इट SNP STR, मिक्स्ड प्रोफाइलिंग। STR भी करिए, SNP भी करिए, बिकॉज STR का डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ज्यादा है। STR अगर 100 लोग हैं, 100 लोगों को अलग अलग बता सकते हैं, 1000 को बता सकते हैं। SNP कम लोगों को अलग अलग बता सकते हैं। सो दोनों के अपने यूज हैं, लेकिन कॉन्टेक्स्ट पे डिपेंड करता है। अगर आप फिनोटाइपिंग करना चाहते हैं तो उस केस में आपको SNP ज्यादा काम आते हैं, नहीं करना चाहते हैं तो STR ज्यादा काम आता है। बट आइडियली इन टूडेज वर्ल्ड यू कैन यूज बोथ ऑफ देम एंड बोथ आर इक्वली गुड and go together very well. In fact, they are complementary rather than being supplementary or independent.
Sir has actually underlined a very good point that amalgamation of both the markers, यानी कि STR और SNPs को combine करके, और आजकल जो भी market में whatever panels are available, they are actually mixed together, SNP plus STR, so that you can have a better understanding of that person. Not only for the identification like the SNPs which are available in the market, they are for ancestry markers or identity markers, or the markers which are present within the STRs to differentiate between the two closely related individuals. Like if they are two brothers, or if you have isoalleles like 11-11, two people have 11. Now 11 also the sequences will be different. That we can only get to know through NGS and through SNPs which are present within these isoalleles. So very well said, sir. Now the next question will be again to Neeraj sir. That sir, as you said that of course I agree that NGS should come forward and we should start using NGS. But what do you feel are the challenges that we are not able to implement it in the real world and in the casework right now?
देखिए, एक तो है हमारा इंडिया का डेटाबेस। यहाँ जितने हॉल में बैठे हुए लोग हैं, अगर उनकी हम DNA प्रोफाइलिंग करें या हम टेस्ट करें एंसेस्ट्री टेस्ट, एंसेस्ट्री मीन्स लेकिन इनकी ओरिजिन, एथनिसिटी, रीजन वाइज कहाँ के हैं, तो इस हॉल की जो डाइवर्सिटी होगी वो पूरा यूरोप की डाइवर्सिटी का 2 to 3 टाइम्स होगा। ये डेटा मैं ऐसे नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, हमने 50,000 लोगों का DNA प्रोफाइलिंग किया हुआ पूरे इंडिया में, और हम देखते हैं कि जो एक गाँव में जो लोग रहते हैं, 4 लोग, एक सपोज दैट एक गाँव में 4 कम्युनिटी है, उनकी जो डाइवर्सिटी होती है वो 1-2 कंट्री की डाइवर्सिटी के बराबर होती है यूरोप के। तो हमारे पास काफ़ी एडवांटेजेस भी हैं। अगर आप इस तरह के टेस्ट को करते हो जर्मनी में या अमेरिका में, तो आपको ना मिक्स एंसेस्ट्री मिलेगी। एक इंसान के अंदर 10% स्कैंडिनेवियन एंसेस्ट्री है, दूसरे में उसी में 10% जर्मन एंसेस्ट्री है, उसके ग्रेट ग्रैंडफादर कहीं और से आए होंगे, तो वो एंसेस्ट्री को बता पाना मुश्किल होता है। बट इंडिया में एडवांटेज ये है कि जो हमारा जो पॉपुलेशन स्ट्रक्चर है इतना यूनिक है कि यहाँ पे इस तरह के मार्कर्स को हम डेफिनेटली यूज कर सकते हैं। तो जैसा कि मैं बताया कि एंसेस्ट्री जो है बिल्कुल ही अलग अलग होती है रीजन वाइज, बिकॉज ऑफ न्यूमरस रीजन्स, क्योंकि हमारे पास बहुत सारे ऐसे जो पॉपुलेशंस हैं जो ज़्यादा मिक्स नहीं हुए हैं ओवर लास्ट 1 to 2,000 ईयर्स बिफोर प्रेजेंट। तो इस तरह के मार्कर्स को हम यहाँ यूज कर सकते हैं। बट चैलेंजेस क्या हैं? हमारा जो पॉपुलेशन है 1.4 बिलियन, बट हमारे पास जो डेटा है अभी तक जो डेटा है वो सिर्फ 50,000 लोगों का है। यूके की पॉपुलेशन है 50 मिलियन, 5 करोड़, वहाँ पे 10 लाख लोगों का DNA सीक्वेंसिंग हो चुका है। तो वहाँ पे अगर ये सीन हमारे पास होता तो हमें STR पे डिपेंडेंट होना ही नहीं पड़ता। हम हर एक इंसान की जेनेटिक एंसेस्ट्री बता सकते हैं कि इंसान की ओरिजिन कहाँ, मतलब वी कैन अगेन गो बैक टू देयर लाइक विलेज, रीजनल वाइज किस रीजन से वो इंसान बिलोंग करता है, उस तरह का डेटा को हम निकाल सकते हैं। तो ये हमारे पास बहुत ही अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, पर्टिकुलरली इंडिया के लिए, क्योंकि यहाँ की भी इतनी डाइवर्सिटी है कि जितनी डाइवर्सिटी पूरे वर्ल्ड में नहीं है। अफ्रीका के बाद इंडिया ही सबसे ज़्यादा डाइवर्स एक जियोग्राफिकल लैंड है। तो NGS की टेक्नोलॉजी को मैं इसलिए एडवोकेट करता हूँ क्योंकि ये जो है अभी इमर्जिंग टूल्स हैं एंड दिस इज द हाई टाइम कि हमें NGS पे शिफ्ट होना चाहिए। आप NGS से STR प्रोफाइलिंग भी कर सकते हो, SNP मार्कर निकाल सकते हो, आप 20-22 STR की प्रोफाइलिंग करते हो, आप सेवरल 100 STR निकाल सकते हैं एंड कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव भी है। आपको अगर STR प्रोफाइलिंग करनी है 3 लोगों की तो आपका 20-25 हज़ार रुपये खर्च होंगे। बट आप अगर लो डेप्थ सीक्वेंसिंग करते हो तो आपका 10,000 रुपये में आपके 3 लोगों की प्रोफाइलिंग हो जाएगी. सो एक बहुत सारे एडवांटेजेस हैं एनजीएस पे, और पूरा वर्ल्ड ऑलरेडी शिफ्ट कर चुका है, हमें भी शिफ्ट करना चाहिए. जैसे कि स्किन के जो मार्कर्स होते हैं, पूरा यूरोप एंड अमेरिका के जो स्किन का पिगमेंटेशन होता है वो 2-3 जीन होते हैं, बट इंडिया में बहुत सारे ऐसे जीन होते हैं जो हमारे स्किन के कलर को डिफाइन करते हैं. आप सिर्फ स्किन के मार्कर से आप बता सकते हो कि इंसान की ओरिजिन या उसका जियोग्राफिकल लोकेशन क्या है. जैसे कि आई कलर हुआ या हेयर थिकनेस जो होता है, उड़ीसा और छत्तीसगढ़ में जो एक जीन होती है इसको बोलते हैं ईडीएआर जीन, वो सिर्फ उड़ीसा और छत्तीसगढ़ लोगों में मिलता है और पूरे इंडिया में कहीं नहीं है. आप सिर्फ ईडीआर जीन के 2 मार्कर हैं, आप उसको जीनोटाइपिंग करके बता सकते हो तो वो इंसान उड़ीसा छत्तीसगढ़ का है. इस तरह के बहुत सारे ऐसे मार्कर्स हैं, जैसे लैक्टोज टॉलरेंस के मार्कर्स हैं. हरियाणा पंजाब में जो है दूध की जो प्रोटीन होती है लैक्टोज, उसको डाइजेस्ट करने का जीन है, जबकि पूरे इंडिया में उतना डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नहीं है. उड़ीसा और छत्तीसगढ़ में तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं है, चाइना में तो 0 है. तो इस तरह के ऐसे फिनोटिपिक मार्कर्स हैं जिससे कि हम रीजनल वाइज हम बता सकते हैं कि इंसान की ओरिजिन क्या रही होगी.
तो सर इसका मतलब आप 2 चीजें सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं. एक कि वी शुड इंक्रीज आवर पॉपुलेशन डेटाबेस, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, एंड अनदर इज दैट वी शुड स्टार्ट वैलिडेटिंग दिस particular technology so much that becomes admissible to the court.
In case of like bone, या अगर हड्डियां मिलती हैं कहीं पे किसी भी जगह पे खुदाई में, या कोई मिसिंग इंसान उसकी हड्डी मिलती है, तो आप उसकी एसटीआर प्रोफाइलिंग नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि उसमें जो 400-500 बेस पेयर के आपके एसटीआर मार्कर नहीं मिलेंगे. बट एट द सेम टाइम आप उसकी सीक्वेंसिंग कर लीजिए, होल जीनोम सीक्वेंसिंग, विद इन अ डे or 2 आपको डेटा मिल जाएगा. यू कैन एग्जैक्टली रिट्रीव द एसटीआर, लाइक शॉर्ट लेंथ के जो एसटीआर मार्कर्स हैं, यू कैन रिट्रीव इट.
आई थिंक आप लोगों को देखकर मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि सेशन काफी ज्यादा टेक्निकल हो रहा है, जिसमें बहुत ही बट व्हाट आई वुड लाइक टू से कि हम लोग इस टेक्निक के बारे में इसलिए बात कर रहे हैं क्योंकि ये बहुत ज्यादा अभी लैब्स में, फॉरेंसिक लैब्स की बात कर रहे हैं हम, नॉट इन डायग्नोस्टिक्स लैब्स, बहुत ज्यादा अभी पॉपुलर नहीं हुआ है और हम इसको पॉपुलर करना चाहते हैं. वाई? बिकॉज कि ऐसे बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस होते हैं फॉरेंसिक जेनेटिक्स में जिनके सवाल एसटीआर प्रोफाइलिंग में नहीं होते, जैसे कि डिफरेंशिएटिंग बिटवीन द मोनोजाइगोटिक ट्विंस, और जैसे मैंने कहा कि 2 अगर ब्रदर्स हैं जिनकी वाई प्रोफाइल बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली सिमिलर है, द वाई प्रोफाइल ऑल्सो कैन बी डिफरेंशिएटेड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ एनजीएस. Then there are many situations where कोई maternal lineage हमें जानने की जरूरत है, paternal lineage जानने की जरूरत है. अगर हमारे पास टाइम परमिट किया तो हम एक आध आप लोगों को केस भी डिस्कस करेंगे जो थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्टिंग लगेगा, तब समझ में आएगा कि इस टॉपिक का रेलिवेंस क्या है. बट नेक्स्ट गो टू अनदर क्वेश्चन टू मैम. मैडम एक्चुअली शी हैज वर्कड लिटिल बिट ऑन she has worked a lot on forensic phenotyping. She had an experience with age identification. So I wanted to put forward this question to her. That madam, this question is for you, ma'am. How reliable is the current predictive phenotyping for traits like eye color, hair color, skin tone, or aging per se? How much reliable it is?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Good afternoon, all. First of all, it is a privilege to be here and to discuss how next generation sequencing is transforming the field of forensic genetics. Talking about the prediction of phenotypic traits, so this is the most of the people are really excited about and nervous too. So phenotypic prediction is something where we are trying to predict the features, or you can say somebody's appearance using their DNA. Phenotypic prediction is that. So if I talk about simple traits like the eye color, brown, blue, black, so we have handful of genetic markers which can give us a lot more or large amount of information that why that person got those eye colors. Similarly for the hair color, and skin color is also improving. But if I talk about the complex traits like the height and the body shape or the facial features, these features cannot be predicted using a single genetic marker. Why? Because these are the traits which are getting influenced by various factors like the lifestyle. if somebody is smoking, if somebody is drinking, that thing is influencing their genetic variant, which is further responsible for their phenotypic trait. And let's say aging also. For my PhD, we have predicted the age within the bracket of plus minus 3 years only. So for that matter, we cannot conclude whether that person is 45 years age only. We can only say plus minus 3 years to 45 years. So to cut it short, we can say that we can predict the eye color, hair color, or let's say skin color also. We have reliable genetic markers, but when it comes to body shape, facial features, these are still in infancy, and there are a lot more to be done in this field. And to conclude my answer, I would like to say there are probabilities, but not certainties, and that too with disclaimers.
Okay, so you are suggesting that this is a kind of a probative science where you are just probably you can say that this is the facial feature and eye color. So very rightly said, ma'am. Actually, many of the forensic students here, please raise your hand and tell me how many of you know about the Golden Gate State killer. Teachers can also raise their hand. Golden Gate State killer. Porvi ma'am, she always teaches in the class. I have seen in the board sometimes. Nobody? That was an epic case which was solved using forensic phenotyping. However, that was completely on probability. But that particular case, if you know, that was a case in Europe where a person was involved in multiple murders and rape. And his eye color and hair color, through that he was identified as European origin. And finally, through genetic genealogy, there was a database called GEDNAP, through which he was identified through his third or fourth cousin that he is the actual criminal. But this particular case I am actually highlighting because it will, connect the answers between Neeraj sir and madam. That madam said that it is a probability value, of course, through that, and they have a lot of genetic database. That is why they could get a clear answer, which we may not have because our database is not that strong yet. So next question will be from Sir Rajendra sir. That how does a population bias affect the accuracy and fairness of forensic tools like phenotyping or ancestry inference, anything which population biases occur, right sir? Yeah.
Okay. पहले मैं आपको पॉपुलेशन बायस समझा दूं से अगर हम इस हॉल में जितने लोग बैठे हैं इनके बेस पे कोई एक मॉडल बनाए तो यहाँ पे मे बी 80% लोग यूपी से हो सकते हैं, 2-4% दिल्ली के होंगे, 2-4% साउथ के होंगे. तो अगर इस पॉपुलेशन के बेस पे कोई मॉडल बनाया जाए और कल को इसको अप्लाई करें हम लखनऊ में या फिर कानपुर में, यूपी में कहीं पे, वो मॉडल जो है 99% एक्यूरेट होगा. बिकॉज जो ट्रेनिंग हमने बनाया है, जिसके बेस पे हमने मॉडल बनाया था, वो यहीं की पॉपुलेशन थी. अभी आप इसी मॉडल को उठा के आप महाराष्ट्र ले जाइए, वहां पे आप ट्राई करें. क्या उस मॉडल को यूज करके, उस डीएनए मॉडल को यूज करके हम प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते हैं कि इसकी आई कलर कैसा रहा होगा, स्किन कलर कैसा रहा होगा, हेयर कैसा रहा होगा? नहीं, वहां पे वो लागू नहीं होगा. लेकिन कुछ सपोज करिए वहां पे 5% यूपी की पॉपुलेशन है, उन पे फिट लग जाएगा ये मॉडल, बाकी 95% पे नहीं लगेगा. दिल्ली जाएंगे, दिल्ली में हो सकता है यूपी की पॉपुलेशन 15% हो, वहां पे लागू हो जाएगा. सो दिस इज पॉपुलेशन बायस. इसी से आपको लगभग समझ आ गया होगा कि पॉपुलेशन बायस बेसिकली इज बिकॉज ऑफ सर्टन पीपल बीइंग हायर इन नंबर और डिफरेंट इन एंसेस्ट्री, जो दूसरे में सेम नहीं है. इसीलिए कोई भी मॉडल मान लीजिए अमेरिका में बनता है, अमेरिका की पॉपुलेशन के डीएनए के बेस पे किसी ने कोई मॉडल बनाया, उसको आप ब्लैंकेट रूप से इंडिया में नहीं लगा सकते, उसको आप यूरोप में नहीं लगा सकते, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में नहीं लगा सकते. दिस इज पॉपुलेशन बायस. इसी तरीके से जो है आपके रिजल्ट्स इंटरप्रेट होते हैं और आप कंप्लीटली मिस इंटरप्रेट कर सकते हैं। तो अगर आपको अपनी पॉपुलेशन के लिए कोई मॉडल चाहिए तो आपको अपनी पॉपुलेशन का ही एक ट्रेनिंग सेट बनाना है, जिसके बेस पे आप मॉडल बनाएं, कल को उसको आप अपनी पॉपुलेशन में यूज करें।
Thank you.
Clear enough?
Yeah. Very well explained, sir. So, one small question to Neeraj, sir. Can you just give any example of such cases?
तो देखिए, फोरेंसिक का जो केसेज आते हैं वो डिपेंड करता है सैंपल टू सैंपल। अगर आपके पास हड्डी आई है, बोन सैंपल बहुत फ्रेजाइल है, तो आप STR मार्कर नहीं लगा सकते हो। तो आपको एज ए फोरेंसिक साइंटिस्ट आपको डिसाइड करना होगा कि आपको कौन से टेस्ट या कौन से मार्कर लगाने हैं। मैं बस 1 मिनट लूंगा। मैंने एक्चुअली एक केस सॉल्व किया था जो 2017 का सबसे बड़ा केस था पूरी दुनिया का, टॉप 10 फोरेंसिक केसेज में आया था फोरेंसिक एंथ्रोपोलॉजी में। हमें जो है गोवा में एक चर्च में खुदाई के दौरान कुछ हड्डियां मिली, 2-3 हड्डियां मिली। हमने जो है वो सैंपल हमारे पास आए, हमने उसकी DNA प्रोफाइलिंग की। DNA काफी कम था, तो हमने क्या किया, उसका माइटोकॉन्ड्रियल DNA एनालिसिस किया, जो मदर से आता है बच्चों में से। मदर से हमारा जो DNA होगा माइटोकॉन्ड्रियल, हमारी माँ से आएगा, फादर से नहीं आएगा। तो हमने उसकी प्रोफाइलिंग की और हमने देखा कि जो 3 सैंपल में से 2 सैंपल मैच कर रहे हैं लोकल गोवा के लोगों से, 1 सैंपल पूरी इंडिया में किसी से मैच नहीं कर रहा है। फिर हमने उसकी डेटिंग कराई, कार्बन डेटिंग। कार्बन डेटिंग में चला पता कि वो सैंपल 1624 से लेकर 1630 का है, 15-16 सेंचुरी का सैंपल था वो। अब तो ये बहुत बड़ा समस्या हो गया, 16 सेंचुरी का सैंपल अब हम किससे मैच कराएं। तो हमने उसकी जो है माइटोकॉन्ड्रियल DNA डेटाबेस देखा पूरे दुनिया में, तो वो मैच करा था जॉर्जिया के लोगों से, जॉर्जिया यूरोप में। फिर हमने जो है उसका और स्टार्ट किया इन्वेस्टिगेशन कि जॉर्जिया से यहाँ पे सैंपल कैसे आ सकता है। तो एक पुर्तगाल में एक वो मिला, क्रॉनिकल मिला, पुर्तगीज लैंग्वेज में लिखा हुआ था कि क्वीन कैटिवन ऑफ जॉर्जिया का मर्डर हुआ था ईरान में, ठीक है, 1624 में। और एज पर लीजेंड्स उन सैंपल को लेकर के ऑगस्टिन फ्रायर्स थे जो रानी के जो थे रक्षक, वो गोवा में लेके आए थे। ये था हिस्टोरिकल नैरेटिव्स था। उसको फिर हमने जॉर्जिया के लोगों की क्वीन की फैमिली से मैच कराया, जो अभी मतलब फिलहाल अभी वहां पे रहते थे। वो 100% मैच हुआ। तो ये कंफर्म हुआ कि ये जो सैंपल हमें एक चर्च में मिला है वो क्वीन कैटिवन ऑफ जॉर्जिया थी, और जॉर्जियन गवर्नमेंट उस रिलिक्स को पिछले 100 सालों से ढूंढ रही थी पूरी दुनिया में। तो हमारे फॉरेन मिनिस्टर वो सैंपल को ले गए, इसी DNA एनालिसिस के बेसिस पे हमने पब्लिकेशन भी काफी बड़ा किया था उस पर, और वहां पे उनको रिलीज को वापस किया गया। तो इस तरह के फोरेंसिक केसेस करने में काफी मजा आता है, और डिपेंड करता है, अगर आप फोरेंसिक साइंटिस्ट हैं तो आपको डिसाइड करना होगा कि आप कौन से मार्कर और कहां तक आप उस केस को ले जाना चाहते हो। जैसे कि STR प्रोफाइलिंग में आपको STR मैच नहीं मिला, आप क्या करते हैं, छोड़ दिया उसको, बट उसके और भी मार्कर्स होते हैं, उसके आई कलर, हेयर कलर, उसका जो पोस्चर, उसका जो जेनेटिक एंसेस्ट्री, आप बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। आप बता सकते हो कि एग्जैक्टली वो कहाँ का ओरिजिन होगा, कहाँ से उसकी माइग्रेशन हिस्ट्री होगी। इवन दांत से आप बता सकते हो कि एक इंसान कहाँ पे पैदा हुआ, दांत के स्टेबल आइसोटोप से, और वो इंसान पिछले 6 महीने में कहाँ कहाँ घूमा। अगर तमिलनाडु का एक इंसान दिल्ली में आकर मर्डर करता है या मारा जाता है, उसके स्टेबल आइसोटोप से आप बता सकते हो कि वो चेन्नई से कब निकला, उसने उड़ीसा कब गया, छत्तीसगढ़ कब गया, दिल्ली में कब आया, दिल्ली में कितने दिन से है वो। ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन विथ एक्यूरेसी, क्योंकि इंसान जहां का पानी पिएगा वो उसके दांत में जाएगा। एज जैसे कैल्शियम कार्बोनेट, कार्बन में क्या होता है, ऑक्सीजन होता है, फॉस्फेट ऑक्सीजन, वो ऑक्सीजन कहाँ से आएगा, जहां का इंसान पानी पिएगा, जिस रीजन का। और जियोग्राफिकली हमारे पास पूरा मैप है पूरे इंडिया का कि कहाँ के रीजन का किस पानी का स्टेबल आइसोटोप का सिग्नेचर क्या है। आप उसकी पूरी हिस्ट्री, अमेरिका में ऐसे ही होता है। अमेरिका में फ्लोरिडा का एक इंसान जो है कैलिफोर्निया में जाता है और वहां से आता है न्यूयॉर्क में मर्डर करता है या मारा जाता है, उसकी पूरी हिस्ट्री निकालते हैं लोग, कहाँ कहाँ माइग्रेट, कहाँ कहाँ रहा हो। अगर वो दिल्ली में रहा है 1 महीना, तो आप बता सकते हो कि 15 से 45 दिन तक वो दिल्ली में रहा है। इस तरह के जो है एडवांसमेंट हो चुके हैं फोरेंसिक में। बस यही है कि हमें जो है स्ट्रॉन्ग विल पावर, हमें इस तरह के टूल्स को अडॉप्ट करना होगा। और सारी फैसिलिटीज हैं हमारे लैब में, स्टेबल आइसोटोप की होती है एनालिसिस। इट्स ऑल अबाउट द कोलैबोरेशन। आप कोलैबोरेट करिए, आप जो है उसको एनालिसिस करिए, और केस को छोड़िए मत, केस को आप आगे ले जाइए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you very much, sir. So the most important here, the take-home message, what I understood is that NGS has a very high resolution power, and it is not the future. It is actually current time when we have to start using. There is high time when we have to start using NGS in forensic fieldwork, and we have to validate it and also find out the SOPs so that the evidence become much more. Whatever sir is telling, Of course, it can be explained by a forensic scientist, but sometimes it becomes very difficult to explain it in the court. So to make it more and more admissible in the court, we have to validate these kind of, studies so that the result can be interpreted in the form of criminal justice system. Because that is our aim as a forensic expert. Thank you very much, all of you. I think we have finished in time. Yeah. Congratulations for that.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
A heartfelt thanks to the esteemed panelists for those insightful opinions and discussions. I now request Mr. Sandeep Shukla sir to present mementos to our dignitaries.
That was to come.
After lunch, everybody's tired, huh?
Thank you, sir. Our next session is titled Evolving Contours of Privacy, Data Protection and Cybersecurity, an Emerging Global New Normal. We are honored to have Mr. Bhuvnesh Kumar, CEO of Unique Identification Authority of India, New Delhi, an officer of 1995 batch IAS from Uttar Pradesh, whose leadership has played a pivotal role in shaping secure and citizen-centric digital identity system in India. Please welcome him on the stage with us with a round of applause. Before we begin, we request our Additional Director, Sri Rajiv Malhotra, to present a sapling to Mr. Bhuvnesh sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, we look forward to your address.
Hello. Very good afternoon to this August gathering. Senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. It's really an honor and a privilege to be a part of this wonderful, power-packed conference for 3 days. And the kind of sessions which have been curated directly by the Director Shri G.K. Goswami ji, and how he has been able to manage so many speakers, so many sessions, each one looking into a very, very different kind of an aspect. The last session, which I just had the opportunity to be listening to, it was quite an eye-opener. So totally a new thing for me. I have never heard something about this. And my job as a speaker has been made very easy by the session 8. And they have spoken about the digital personal data protection at length. And I believe there was a previous session also. Why privacy, cybersecurity, and digital data protection has become important? And what is roughly the history of that? We may need to go a little bit back in history, say about 15 years. There was something called Information Technology Reasonable Security Safeguards and Procedures and Sensitive Personal Data and Information Rules, which were promulgated in the year 2011. And most people today are not aware about these rules, which in short are known as the SPDI rules. So actually, that is the beginning of privacy law in India in terms of the digital data. In fact, the basic principles of the Data Protection Act, which have been brought in the new law, have been taken from there itself. The basic provisions of consent, data minimization, transfer of data, safety, security of data, all those. Yeah, okay, thank you. So they were incorporated there itself. But when we look at 2011, perhaps we didn't have such a huge presence of social media intermediaries. We really did not have very large number of e-commerce entities. We almost had negligent presence of OTTs in India. And of course, the app culture on the mobile, it was very, very, very minimal, and very small number of apps were there. And that is why, as a society, as a culture also, we really did not worry much about the personal data and the privacy aspects of it. But then came the Aadhaar project. And I hope many of you would recall from 2009 onwards when the Aadhaar project was set up and the enrollment was happening. And that enrollment was happening on the basis of biometrics. And that's when people started talking about the sensitivity of biometrics being captured and the possibility of surveillance, tracking by the government machineries. And that was a time when it was challenged. It was challenged in the Honorable Supreme Court. And there is this famous Justice Puttaswamy case. And Supreme Court at length discussed about the privacy and interpreted the Constitution of India, and under Article 21 of the Constitution, in the right to life, the Honorable Supreme Court said that right to privacy is an integral part of right to life. And that is why right to privacy is also a fundamental right. And that is how the Aadhaar Targeted Benefits of Delivery of Benefits and Subsidies Act 2016 was examined, and judicial scrutiny happened in the Honorable Supreme Court, and each and every single section was scrutinized in detail. So, since I am now the CEO of UID, earlier I was Additional Secretary in the Ministry, and we were drafting the DPDP rules. We published the first draft, and it was available for the public consultation. The rules are yet to be finalized. And since the rules are yet to be finalized, and the law says that the act will be made effective when there is a notification. And that notification still has not come. And that will come post the rules are finalized. And what I anticipate is that there will be a reasonable time, maybe about 18 months or 24 months, which will be given even after the rules are published. So that means there is a time horizon of roughly 2 years from now when the DPDP Act will actually become effective. It's not effective today, but what is effective is actually SPDI rules. And most people are not aware about the SPDI rules, and that is why they think that privacy law is not effective in India. On the other hand, privacy law has been effective in India since 2011. Now, since I'm dealing with Aadhaar, and there are a lot of apprehensions and misconceptions which go around Aadhaar, and Aadhaar Act is one such law which, in my opinion, is not only fully compliant, perhaps little over compliant with the privacy laws. In fact, this is one of the most restrictive laws, and my friends from the law enforcement agency who are sitting in this hall, they would all tell me that's so difficult to actually get any information from Aadhaar. And we could have solved so many cases if we had got this information from Aadhaar. Because we don't get, we are not able to. And there is a very, very cumbersome process of Section 33(1) where you could go to a high court and get an order from the judge of the high court to get information from UIDI. Or you could approach the Home Secretary in Government of India, and then the Home Secretary of Government of India will pass an order which will not be given effect to unless it is approved by Cabinet Secretary of India. So getting information from UIDI becomes really, really very challenging. But at the same time, I don't know how many of we realize how much is the information available in terms of Aadhaar. Any guess how many fields are there in Aadhaar? Total number of fields in the database. What are the total number of fields in Aadhaar? What do you think? It's a big database? It's a small database? Everybody thinks it's a very, very big database. It's not. It's a very simple, small database. And there are only 9 fields in Aadhaar. That's all. Or 2 of them are optional. So Aadhaar works only on 7 fields. Correct? The 3 important fields which give it the uniqueness to the Aadhaar are the 10 fingerprints, which is one attribute. The second attribute is the 2 iris, and the third is face. So these are the biometrics. Face is not considered the core biometrics. On the other hand, fingerprints and iris scans are considered the core biometrics. So based on these 3 biometrics, an individual's uniqueness is established. So many of you may already be aware, but at the cost of repetition, I would like to tell you that there are about 142 crore Aadhaars which have been generated till now. About 1.4 billion Aadhaars have been generated till now. And when somebody applies for a new Aadhaar, then the 10 fingerprints of that individual along with 2 iris and 1 face, these 13 attributes are compared with the 13 attributes of the 142 crore Aadhaars which are available in the database. So that means 142 crore multiplied by 13 is the number of computations that happen before a new Aadhaar is generated. And for every single Aadhaar, this is repeated. And there are about 75,000 applications which are received in UIDI on a daily basis for generation of a new Aadhaar. We have about 99.8% of the adult population which is saturated. We have about 98% of the population which is in the age group of 5 to 18, that is also saturated. And we have about 40% of the children below the age of 5 years whose Aadhaars have been generated. So roughly 60% of the children below the age of 5 years do not have Aadhaar. And they are the ones who are coming. So 75,000 per day roughly amounts to, including holidays and other things, about 2.25 crores every year. And that is the population growth of India, the total number of people being added. So 2.25 crore new Aadhaars get added every year in the system, and then whenever the next is generated, it will be compared against 144 crores or 147 crores in 1 year's time or 2 years' time or 3 years' time, just like that. So apart from the three biometrics, there are only 4 fields. One is name, other is gender, third is date of birth, and fourth is address. Mobile and email are optional. It is not mandatory to provide a mobile number, not mandatory to provide an email number. So person with the 3 biometrics and name, gender and date of birth, that's more than enough to establish the identity of an individual. Most people will ask me, or rather I should ask you also, how we see Aadhaar. Today we see Aadhaar in terms of every activity. A school wants date of birth to be corrected in Aadhaar because they don't want to change date of birth in their own database. Right? Aadhaar is not a proof of date of birth. Aadhaar is not a proof of address. Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship. Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship. So, people who are foreigners, legally, they can get Aadhaar. The only condition is they have to reside in India for more than 182 days during the last 12 months. Somebody who has lived in India legally for 182 days or more in India for within last 12 months is eligible to get an Aadhaar. So then what is Aadhaar? It's not proof of citizenship, it's not proof of date of birth, it is not a proof of address. So what is it? It is a proof of identity. It's purely a proof of identity. It's the functional ID. It is the foundational ID. Now, how is a foundational ID different from a functional ID? Now, I'll give you 2-3 examples of functional IDs. One example I'll take is passport. Okay, you want to travel abroad. If you want to travel abroad, you need a passport. If you don't have a passport, you can't travel abroad because that's the document and it's a functional ID for traveling abroad. You want to drive a vehicle. So legally, if you want to drive a vehicle in India on the road or any part of the world, you need a driving license. So if you don't have the driving license, then you are violating some law by driving a vehicle. So it's a functional ID to drive a license. It's a functional ID to travel abroad, the passport. And just like you have the EPIC, Elector's Photo Identity Card, EPIC to vote. Nobody says, oh, I have an Aadhaar, why don't you allow me to travel abroad? Nobody says, oh, I don't have the driving license, but I have Aadhaar. Since I have Aadhaar, why don't you allow me to drive the vehicle? No, it can't be. So functional ID is different and foundational ID is different. And by design, this has been kept with minimalistic data fields to ensure the privacy. While the Aadhaar may be populated in so many databases, you may have Aadhaar in your bank account, you may have an Aadhaar against the APAR ID of your children in the school, you may have an Aadhaar populated against a driving license, or if you are taking ration from the public distribution system, ration shops, then there may be an Aadhaar populated there. You want to get subsidy or a scholarship, there may be a requirement of an Aadhaar. So that Aadhaar may be populated in separate databases. But UIDAI database does not have any of those. We do not have your birth certificate, we do not have your bank account, we do not have your driving license, we do not have anything. Apart from this, that is the only thing that we have. And what more we have, perhaps which many times the LEAs ask us, is the supporting documents. And this is extremely important to understand that Aadhaar is not the first identity. Aadhaar is not the first identity. And many a time people think, oh, Aadhaar has been compromised. And there is a serious issue. So Aadhaar is compromised to the extent that the previous document which has been submitted for getting Aadhaar is compromised. If a person has been able to get a fake birth certificate, or if a person has been able to get a fake domicile certificate or a fake mark sheet, and he brings and submits as a proof of identity, and also one more document as proof of address. So these are two mandatory documents to get an Aadhaar. You need to have a proof of identity and you need to have a proof of address before you apply for Aadhaar. You come with these two documents, you go to the center, you provide your biometrics are captured, these biometrics are matched, your documents are checked by a quality team, and then the Aadhaar is generated. So if the domicile certificate or the caste certificate or the birth certificate or any document which has been, or the passport which has been presented as a proof of identity is compromised, then definitely the Aadhaar is equally compromised. Right. And that's why it's extremely important to understand for the authorities in the revenue administration, police administration, everywhere, when a verification is asked, it should be taken seriously so that people who are not eligible to get an Aadhaar, people like illegal immigrants, they are not able to get Aadhaar. Because once you get an Aadhaar, it has a catalytic effect. It has an avalanche effect. You got an Aadhaar, now you can go and say, oh, I have an Aadhaar, now everybody accepts Aadhaar. And that's where people have to be careful when you accept Aadhaar. It's extremely important to understand that Aadhaar should be accepted only as a proof of identity. If you are accepting it for something else, then there is a mistake which is happening. If for something which people have to be below or above 18, if there is a cricket team to be formed which is under 16 and you say, please bring an Aadhaar, and you check date of birth from there, it's going to lead to a problem. If you are looking something for which address is mandatory thing, and you are looking only at address from the Aadhaar, it could be a troublesome thing. But Aadhaar can provide you the guarantee that if so and so is claiming that I am so and so, and my system will verify and tell you that whether his claim is correct or not. So that is the guarantee that UID gives, that individual's identity is verified from our database, and verification, what we call actually authentication, happens in multiple ways. The weakest one is the demographic authentication. Somebody provides the name, date of birth, gender, and address, and we match with the database and say that yes, okay, somebody is saying this, it matches. But it could always be manipulated. The second better method is the OTP authentication, when you have a mobile which is entered into the UIDAI database, and somebody says that, okay, this is my Aadhaar number, and this is the mobile. So our system will generate an OTP which will go to the mobile number. Mobile number will be, that OTP will be fed back to the requesting entity, and verification will happen. This is known as OTP mode of authentication. The third kind of authentication is known as biometric authentication, and it can happen in 3 ways, because we have 3 biometrics. So first is fingerprints. So in your office attendance, you have those biometric devices. You put your thumbs and fingers to mark your attendance. You put your fingers or thumbs in the PDS ration shops, the POS machines. The identity is verified. And you have a lot of applications nowadays which are using face authentication. And all these techniques actually are privacy preserving. There is a one-to-one match. UIDAI never does a 1:n search. For authentication to begin, and I'm stressing this, it's an important point. First of all, you must know the Aadhaar number. If you don't know the Aadhaar number, then UIDAI will not be able to provide you any information. You cannot come back to me and give me the fingerprints and say that from the fingerprints, please tell me who is this. No, it's not possible. This cannot be disclosed. The law does not permit this. You come with the Aadhaar number, so we do a 1:1 match. The Aadhaar number and the fingerprint or the face or the OTP assigned to that particular Aadhaar. So it will be matched 1:1 exactly. It will not look for other Aadhaars. It will not look at the demographic data or biometric data of any other individual. And that's how this authentication happens. And these authentications happen all around. While I am speaking, we would have passed approximately 10 lakh authentications by now, during the period I spoke. We do about 9 crore authentications every day. So all of you who are using these OTPs, biometrics and everything, on a daily basis, all your UPI payments and everything is based on Aadhaar. Everything is based on Aadhaar. All your e-signs that you put on the files, they are all based on Aadhaar authentication. So Aadhaar authentication is an online process, but there is an offline process of Aadhaar verification. And this is extremely important again, and please note it down. Aadhaar should never be accepted as a number. Should never be accepted as a number. Aadhaar should always be accepted either with authentication or with offline verification. And you ask me, how do you do offline verification? So, just like you give me this card or I carry my government ID and you have so many other IDs, your driving license and others. If you want to check whether it is genuine or not, how do you check it? Can you go to some website and find whether this driving license is genuine? Or a government ID, somebody has not actually done a Photoshop or something? So most of the IDs which are available today, they don't provide this facility, what Aadhaar does. So if you are carrying, any of you are carrying your Aadhaars, if you take it out, you will find a QR code. You will find a QR code on every Aadhaar. Every new Aadhaar, if you are carrying some 10 years old, perhaps it may not be, but you can actually download a fresh Aadhaar. So I'll tell you about 3 apps, 1, 2, 3. So first app is known as M-Aadhaar, which is mobile version of the Aadhaar app. So we have a My Aadhaar portal, but there is an M-Aadhaar app. So you can go to M-Aadhaar app, and if you have a mobile number, simply using your OTP, you can download your latest Aadhaar anytime, anywhere, provided you have the internet connectivity. And it will come with the latest details. It will come with a QR code. And if there is a QR code, then that QR code, there's a QR code. That's my Aadhaar, and it's only a printed one. It's really not the PVC which has been issued from the UIDAI printing setup. This is what I had downloaded. I printed it on a simple computer, and then I got it laminated. So this QR code can be scanned with an app which is called the Aadhaar QR scanner app. And this QR code will not work with any other app. If you pick up any QR scanner app, this is not going to work. On the other hand, if you download our app, UIDAI app, and scan this, and it's available on both Play Stores. It's available on iOS App Store as well as on the Google Play Store, Android Play Store. It is available. Easily it can be downloaded. It takes 20 seconds to download that app. It's a simple QR scanner app, but only for this QR code. So the moment you scan it, and believe me, please put your phone on the airplane mode and go offline and scan this QR code on the offline mode, and you will get exactly the information what is there on this card, printed on the front side and the back side. Every information will come. It's a data packet. It's a data module. It is not a link. So when you scan this, it doesn't lead you to link. Because when it leads you to a link, you need an internet. It doesn't lead you to any link, and that's why it's a packet, data packet, that's why it looks a little complicated than the usual QR codes. Because it contains that full information, all those bytes of information, which is there in the photo, name, date of birth, address, everything, which is there, and it will work offline. So all the LEAs and anybody, whosoever actually wants to use this, should actually accept only when it has been verified online and or offline. So if it is not verified online or offline, then that number is no relevance actually. That's of no use. Because Aadhaar by design is an unintelligent number. This is a random number. 12-digit number is purely a random number. And it has no intelligence. Any of the 1 trillion combinations which is possible. 1 trillion combinations possible, and only 1.4 billion have been used. So that means 800 times more numbers are available which can be used. And just unlike other functional IDs, which will have, say, something starting with 2 digits, UP, so and so, UP 30. So, which will mean actually it belongs to Uttar Pradesh, 30 would mean some Hardoi or something, and then you can identify. Aadhaar doesn't provide any such thing. Once again, that unintelligent 12-digit number is a privacy-preserving thing. So, this is extremely important to understand that getting information from Aadhaar, you either need to go to the High Court or you go to get an approval of Cabinet Secretary, and everything else which is provided on these systems have been done secure by design. Thank you. So, given the time frame, I will just conclude. Coming back to the fact that the DPDP Act is going to be implemented, and most of the times, all of us look at DPDP as a privacy law. I look at DPDP more as a cybersecurity law. And you ask me why should I say that it's a cybersecurity law, not really a privacy law? Because it contains civil penalties. It purely is based on civil penalties. There are no criminal offenses. There are no criminal offenses in the DPDP Act. Everything, a person can complain to a board, data protection board, and then board based on the circumstances of the breach. And breach, when I say, most people think breach as data leakage. In DPDP, breach is not only data leakage, but also unauthorized processing. So, breach is a common definition. Breach is a very, very common definition where unauthorized processing, I gave you data for a particular purpose and with my consent for that particular purpose. If you use it without my consent for some other purpose, or you pass it on to somebody else without my consent, that is an unauthorized processing, and that unauthorized processing is also defined as breach. And if there is a breach, the data principle, which has been explained well again and again, can sue the data fiduciary in the data protection board, and data protection board will impose penalties. Now, if the business has to face penalty, so how would the business ensure that they don't have to undergo those penalties? They will ensure that the data is protected. And when you are protecting data, you just don't protect only and only the personal data, because it's very difficult to segregate personal data from the business data in most circumstances, and the definition of personal data is extremely wide, extremely wide. It says personal data belongs to an individual, but when combined with other data, an individual can be identified with that, then that also falls in the personal data. So purely a random digit of 12-digit number can be personal data. Your bank account can be personal data, or anything which looks innocuous may turn out to be a personal data, and definition being wider. So businesses will then try to ensure that their whole system is secure, cyber secure. And there are no breaches in terms of the hacking and unauthorized processing. So businesses will ensure that. So that way, the two are linked. The privacy law is converting into a cybersecurity law. So this is the total significance of having DPDP, and it is in line with the global practices. It is one of the most profound laws of the recent times, which tries to balance. There is a balance which has been struck between the genuine needs of the data fiduciaries to process the data, and data fiduciary could be a state also. So all the government agencies which are sitting in this house would actually be a fiduciary. There is a need to process that data, genuine need, legitimate purposes, and at the same time, there is a need to protect the rights of the individual. And it strikes the balance. On this note, I will conclude. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, sir, for guiding us with your thoughts and experiences. I now request our Director, Dr. G.K. Goswami, sir, to present memento to Mr. Bhuvnesh, sir. Now, we move to panel 10 on digital frontlines, navigating cyber conflicts in a fractured geopolitical landscape. In today's interconnected world, cyber conflicts are influencing national strategies, alliances, and diplomacy. Moderating this panel is Mr. Rohit Negi, cyber expert from IIT Kanpur, with over a decade of experience in industrial automation, operational technologies, and cyber defense. His work spans from designing advanced cybersecurity testbeds to conducting security audits for ports, energy, and financial systems.
On our panel, we have Dr. Manoj Bharadwaj, Head of Executive Education, School of Law, Dhirubhai Ambani University. A former international civil servant, lawyer, and policy strategist with global experience across climate change law, carbon markets, and sustainable development, Sir has advised governments on building climate-resilient economies and advancing the transition to a net-zero future.
Mr. Indrajit Rai, CEO of Luxor Lab, Noida, the first Indian forensic journalist having prolonged career with the prestigious news channel like ABP, Zee, News 18, etc. His expertise extends beyond journalism as he has trained various police officers including the UP, MP and Punjab Police. He earned international acclaim with prestigious World Book Record as the first Indian and the longest-serving forensic journalist.
Next on the panel, we have Mr. Navneet Rai, Senior Consultant, State E-Mission Team, SEMT, Lucknow. Sir is a seasoned professional with over 18 years of experience. Sir specializes in government and public sector, ICT projects, cybersecurity, and digital governance. Sir has led large-scale e-governance and IT infrastructure programs across multiple Indian states. His expertise includes state-level cybersecurity framework, crisis management, and compliance with national guidelines. Please welcome all our panelists present on the stage with a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Before we begin, Ms. Meenal Maheshwari Shah ma'am, I would like to request you to present saplings to the esteemed panelists. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Rohit, sir, you may now take the lead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, UPSIFS. So, this is a very interesting topic where two different nations, or you can say two different actors, are conflicting with each other, right? Students, समझ में आएगा तो you please have a round of applause for the lovely audience first. Thank you. Okay. So, conflict हो रहा है, जियोपॉलिटिकल conflict है, दो देशों के आपस में तकरार है, right? So, आपको क्या लगता है ये conflict क्यों हो रहा है, क्या evolution है इसका, क्या चाहते हैं ये लोग?
Absolutely. Thank you, Rohitji, and thanks UPSIFS for having me here. Just a disclaimer, first of all, so whatever I'm going to speak today, it's my own views and should not be attributed to the views of my employers that I'm working with right now or past or United Nations or WTO. So what you said, it's very interesting these days. जैसे कि हमारे अभी हम देख रहे हैं इतना fractured geopolitical landscape है, हर एक continent में wars चल रहे हैं, एशिया में बहुत सारे हैं, आप देख रहे हैं, यूरोप में है, अमेरिका, साउथ अमेरिका में बहुत सारे इश्यूज चल रहे हैं. तो टुडे द वॉर इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट मिसाइल्स एंड ड्रोन्स, राइट? इट्स ऑल अबाउट, वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग फ्रॉम लास्ट 2 days की साइबर वॉर्स एंड साइबर चीज़ें, साइबर इश्यूज हो रहे हैं. सो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, these conflicts are no longer very isolated incidents. They are deeply tied to politics. Earlier, wars were fought on land, as I just said. So the fractured geopolitical environment means we see proxy wars. A country may not attack directly, another may not use groups allied with interests. For example, state-backed hackers. So जो hackers हैं जो state-sponsored होते हैं, sometimes government और जो agencies होती हैं, अपनी राष्ट्रीय agencies होती हैं बहुत सारे देशों की, I won't name them, but they mobilize hackers. They are backed by these governments. So सबसे बड़ा important aspect उनका ये है, that gives a plausible deniability to these governments that this is not what happening. This is an independent hacker group which is doing this issue. So this is what's happening right now in the cybersecurity space. And ये क्यों हो रहा है, इसका सबसे important ये है, पहला तो है कि किसी भी देश को हम पैरालाइज कर सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर आपने किसी देश की नेशनल ग्रिड को हैक कर लिया, तो इफ द ग्रिड इज अफेक्टेड, द एंटायर कंट्री इज पैरालाइज इन टर्म्स ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, एनर्जी. सो ये चीज़ है. दूसरा चीज़ है, बहुत सारी कंट्रीज अपनी पावर्स को शो करने के लिए बहुत प्रॉक्सी वॉर्स करते हैं, और कभी कभी बीच बीच में ऐसे अटैक्स करते रहते हैं जो ट्रेसेबल होते हैं, और पता चलता है कि फॉर एग्जाम्पल चाइना इज डूइंग दैट, राइट, टू शो देयर साइबर, आई वुड से, पावर. So this is happening, and why it's happening? Because to attack the data. So country like India has the biggest data in the world. We are the biggest population on this planet, and data is the key. So once the data is hacked, the data is procured by any government or any foreign alien powers, it is very easy to, like I would say, किसी देश को विकलांग करने के लिए डेटा पे साइबर अटैक बहुत ईजी है. तो बहुत सारी कंट्रीज करती हैं, बहुत सारे जो इंडिपेंडेंट साइबर ग्रुप्स हैं वो कर रहे हैं. बट जो आज हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं और कल डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, वही कि हमारा साइबर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैसे स्ट्रेंथन हो, और अभी सारे जो पुलिस ऑफिसर्स और लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट ऑफिसर्स हैं उस चीज़ को जान रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं. तो आई थिंक दिस इज अ ग्रेट अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर आवर स्टूडेंट्स हियर, एंड या दैट्स माय स्टार्टिंग कमेंट. थैंक यू.
तो आपका कहना है कि अगर दो देशों के बीच में लड़ाई होगी तो एक दूसरे के क्रिटिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को अटैक करेंगे, और अटैक करेंगे तो एक दूसरे देश को नुकसान होगा जिस पर अटैक करेंगे। मान लीजिए कि चाइना और किसी दूसरे देश की लड़ाई हो रही है, हमारा कोई रोल नहीं है, तो क्या इससे हमें भी इम्पैक्ट होगा? आप बताइए नवनीत जी।
थैंक यू एवरीवन। हाँ, डेफिनेटली होगा। सी आई जस्ट गिव यू एन एग्जांपल। जैसे आज से 10-15 इयर्स बैक अगर दो कंट्री के बीच में लड़ाई होते थे, ठीक है, हो सकता है कि एक तीसरी कंट्री, जैसे मान लीजिए कि वहाँ पे आर्मी होती थी, लड़ाई होती थी, जो कंट्रीज के लोग हैं उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करते थे लेकिन कम करते थे, मतलब उनका जो रोल था ना वो बहुत मिनिमल था। साइबर के केस में क्या है कि हर एक सिटीजन का रोल काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है, क्योंकि साइबर वॉर में आपके फाइनेंस सेक्टर पे भी इम्पैक्ट हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि दैट इज आल्सो कंसीडर्ड एज ए क्रिटिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। आपके ग्रिड पे भी हो सकते हैं, आपके ट्रांसपोर्ट पे भी हो सकते हैं, और इसीलिए इसको प्रोटेक्ट करना इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब इसको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए लॉट ऑफ रिसोर्सेज की रिक्वायरमेंट है, लॉट ऑफ प्रोटेक्टिंग टूल्स की रिक्वायरमेंट है, 24/7 सर्विलांस की रिक्वायरमेंट है। तो वाई रिसोर्सेज इसलिए इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि आपको डे 1 से उनको प्रोटेक्ट करना होता है। अब डे 1 से प्रोटेक्ट करने का सेंस क्या है? जो स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड अटैक है, जैसे कोई रैंसम वेयर करता है तो उसका एक मोटिव होता है कि मुझे पैसा चाहिए, दैट इज वाई दे आर गोइंग फॉर रैंसम वेयर अटैक। लेकिन स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड जो अटैक होते हैं उसमें उनका मोटिव ये नहीं होता कि उनको पैसा चाहिए, वह बेसिकली आपके सिस्टम में एज ए इंट्रोड्यूसर पड़े रहते हैं, और उनका रोल ये होता है कि जब कभी कन्फ्लिक्ट होगा तो हम इनको नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल इंडिया और पाकिस्तान की लड़ाई हो रही है, या इंडिया और पाकिस्तान के बीच में टेंशन चल रहा है और चाइना कन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है, तो हमें चाइना से भी उतना ही सिक्योर होने की जरूरत है जितना अपने नेबरिंग कंट्री से। सबसे रीजन बिहाइंड इज कि जियो पोलिटिकल सिचुएशन में एवरी कंट्री, सब कंट्री चाहते हैं आपके एडवांटेज लेने के, आपको मिसलीड करने के, आपके क्रिटिकल सिस्टम को इम्पैक्ट करने के लिए, ठीक है। तो इसीलिए जियो पोलिटिकल सिचुएशंस में हमें यह ध्यान रखना है कि हमें किन किन कंट्रीज से थ्रेट हो सकते हैं, और हमें उन सारी कंट्री से अपने क्रिटिकल सिस्टम को प्रोटेक्ट करना है। क्रिटिकल सिस्टम होता क्या है, मैं एक सिंपल एग्जांपल देता हूं। जैसे मान लीजिए हर आदमी के घर में ज्वेलरी रखे जाते हैं। आप कैसे रखते हैं? आप कोई ना कोई डिजिटल केस या वॉलेट वगैरह यूज करते हैं, या कोई अंदर जो है आप उसको बंद करके रखते हैं वॉलेट के अंदर। आप अपने घर में दरवाजे ताले उले सब लगा के रखते हैं। आप उसको इतना सिक्योर करना चाहते हैं जितना आप कर सकते हैं। इवन आप ये बताते भी नहीं हैं कि हमारे यहाँ कोई इस टाइप का केस पड़ा भी हुआ है, ठीक है। सेम विथ क्रिटिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। क्रिटिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारे क्या होते हैं? आईटी इंफ्रा होते हैं, सर्वर होते हैं, आईपीज होती हैं। हमें उनको प्रोटेक्ट करना होता है। हमें उनको प्रोटेक्ट कैसे करना होता है? प्रोटेक्टिंग टूल्स के थ्रू प्रोटेक्ट करना होता है। 24/7 सर्विलांस के थ्रू उन्हें प्रोटेक्ट करना होता है। हम बहुत सारे साइबर सिक्योरिटी टूल्स भी अप्लाई करते हैं। माइट आप लोग शायद सुने भी होंगे, सीम, सोर, एनडीआर, नेटवर्क लेवल सिक्योरिटी, पेरीमीटर लेवल सिक्योरिटी, एप्लीकेशन लेवल सिक्योरिटी। तो इन सारी चीजों से हम अपने नेटवर्क को, सर्वर को, क्रिटिकल इंफ्रा को प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। और प्रोटेक्ट करने के पीछे रीजन क्या है? अगर हम प्रोटेक्ट नहीं करेंगे तो उसको कभी भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया जा सकता है। जैसे अगर हमारे किसी भी, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल अगर ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम को कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर दिया गया, ठीक है, तो हमारा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सिस्टम हैक हो गया, तो हम रिजर्वेशन नहीं करा सकते, हमें रियल टाइम डेटा नहीं मिलेगा, कियोस मच जाएगा चारों तरफ। तो इसीलिए क्रिटिकल सिस्टम का प्रोटेक्शन जो है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और डे 1 से है।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच। सो हैव यू सीन द वीडियो ऑफ क्लाउड बर्स्ट इन उत्तराखंड, धराली? अभी उत्तराखंड धराली में एक बादल फटा था, उसका वीडियो वायरल हो गया था। तो जो रिवर का जो बैंडविड्थ है उसने वहां पे एक डिजास्टर क्रिएट कर दिया था, ठीक है। लेट अस कंसीडर Pakistan and China, they are fighting with each other and trying to compromise their dams. तो जो ब्रह्मपुत्र नदी है वो चाइना से तिब्बत होते हुए इंडिया में एंटर करती है, राइट? सो कंसिडर अ केस कि पाकिस्तान ने उस डैम पे अटैक कर लिया, राइट? एंड इफ दैट डैम गॉट कॉम्प्रोमाइज, पानी का फ्लो तो हमारी तरफ ही है. So whether they are fighting, at the end, we should have a threat modeling that there might be a threat. If they got compromised, there will be a realization at our land also. Right? Okay. There is another part. So why they are able to target, why they are able to compromise? अगर एक देश दूसरे देश को कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर पा रहा है तो इसका मतलब है कि उसके पास कुछ ना कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन है दूसरे देश की, राइट? तो वो क्या इंफॉर्मेशन है, किस इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए जो है इंपॉर्टेंस दी जा रही है? सो इफ यू सी द न्यूज यू विल फाइंड दैट देयर इज अ पुतिन एंड देयर इज अ poop box, right? And there is a Alaska summit in which Putin and Trump has met, and they are saying that Putin is taking his poop back to Russia, right, so that they should not be able to exfiltrate any information out of it, right? So अगर हमें इंफॉर्मेशन का क्लासिफिकेशन नहीं पता, right? So from you, like I would like to ask you कि जो फोरेंसिक का जो कन्फ्लिक्ट में फोरेंसिक का कितना बड़ा रोल है? लाइक फोरेंसिक अभी तक हमने जो समझा वो डिफेंसिव है, that if there is a case we will do a postmortem, we will do forensic, if there is a cyber attempt we will do forensic, but forensic का तो अभी समझ में आ रहा है कि ऑफेंसिव भी यूज हो सकता है. तो आप फोरेंसिक के बारे में कुछ बताइए.
जैसा कि आपने क्रॉस बॉर्डर और इन द सिनेरियो ऑफ ट्रांस बॉर्डर और कन्फ्लिक्ट के बारे में बात की, जियो पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो में, देखिए एक छोटे से एग्जांपल के थ्रू मैं समझाता हूं. एक ड्रोन, अभी हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में देखा कि दोनों तरफ से ड्रोन्स का एक्सचेंज काफी हुआ. व्हेन वी गेट वन ड्रोन फ्रॉम अदर साइड we have a lot of information. For example, ये ड्रोन पाकिस्तान के किस बेस स्टेशन को डेटा ट्रांसमिट कर रहा था, उस सर्वर पे हमारे बारे में पहले से कितना इंफॉर्मेशन अवेलेबल है, उसके लोकल स्टोरेज में और कितना हमारा डेटा है, उसके साथ कोऑर्डिनेटेड होके हाउ मच ड्रोन्स वाज कोऑर्डिनेटेड विद द पर्टिकुलर ड्रोन. सो फोरेंसिक कैन get a lot of information from any live or dead device. So it is very important to examine each and everything, either it is machine or it is information or it is human. We need to critically, forensically examine everything in the scenario of national security. So forensic science is very important and very crucial. We get the actionable information, we get the truth in true terms, we get the right actionable things through the forensic.
Okay, so my question to Navneet ji now. So recently there was a news, UP की news है, महाराजगंज में there was a news that DM was having a Zoom meeting with teachers, right? And then there is some unintentional content has been published. ये भी हो सकता है कि किसी का लैपटॉप हैक हो गया हो, उसने रिमोट में लेके अनडिजायर्ड कंटेंट जो है पब्लिश कर दिया, राइट? सो यू हैव टू टेल अस अबाउट द रेडीनेस, दैट कि कितना अवेयरनेस है, क्या रेडीनेस है, क्या कैपेबिलिटीज हैं, क्या मैच्योरिटीज हैं, सो दैट कि हम फॉरेंसिक कर पाएं, ये प्रूफ कर पाएं कि इट वाज अ कॉम्प्रोमाइज, इट वाज नॉट इंटेंशनली ही वाज वॉचिंग पॉर्न एंड publishing it over Team, Zoom or any other media, right?
So in this scenario, अभी हमारे पास काफी कुछ केसेज आते हैं, ठीक है. दिस इज अ क्लियर केस ऑफ कि आपका कोई सिस्टम कंप्रोमाइज हो गया है, ठीक है. वी हैव गॉट अ इंसिडेंट रिपोर्ट. समटाइम्स हमको इंसिडेंट रिपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट से नहीं आते हैं, डायरेक्टली वी गेट इट फ्रॉम सर्टेन कि हाँ इस पर्टिकुलर डिपार्टमेंट का सिस्टम कंप्रोमाइज हो गया है, ठीक है. तो हम उस डिपार्टमेंट से बात करते हैं और वहाँ पे हमारे पास कुछ एक्सपर्ट्स हैं जिनके थ्रू हम उनका ऑडिट करवाते हैं, फोरेंसिक ऑडिट करवाते हैं, थ्रेट हंटिंग करवाते हैं. एंड बिसाइड्स दैट बेसिक कुछ चीजें हैं जो हम लोग इंश्योर करते हैं कि अगर आपका कोई भी सिस्टम कंप्रोमाइज है तो सबसे पहले उसका आप इमेज बनाइए, उसको नेटवर्क से इमिडिएटली डीएसोसिएट करिए, सो दैट कि अगर कोई भी सिस्टम, जैसे हमें नहीं पता कि उसमें क्या मैलिशियस है, किस टाइप का रूट किट मेलवेयर है कि किस टाइप का मेलवेयर है, वह कितना हमें फर्दर इन्फेक्ट कर सकता है, तो उसके कुछ प्रिकॉशंस साइबर सिक्योरिटी साइबर क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट प्लान में हम अपने सीसोस डिपार्टमेंट के डिप्टी सीसोस को ये सारी चीजें एक्सप्लेन करते हैं कि दिस काइंड ऑफ इंसिडेंट रिपोर्ट अगर होता है तो आपको क्या क्या मेजर्स लेने हैं. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल every department has this CCMP plan in place for their department. फर्स्ट चीज. सेकेंड चीज, जो उनके सीसोस और डिप्टी सीसोस हैं उनको ये एक्टिविटी इमिडिएटली परफॉर्म करनी है. और थर्ड इज कि अगर उनके पास कोई एक्सपर्ट नहीं है जो थ्रेट हंटिंग कर सकता है, जैसे आपने कहा कि कुछ अनइंटेंशनल एक्टिविटी हुई, इट माइट बी पॉसिबल कि वह सिस्टम कंप्रोमाइज हुआ होगा, ठीक है, उसको अगर हमारे पास रिपोर्ट आता है तो हम अभी क्या करते हैं, हमारे पास अभी एक पूल ऑफ एक्सपर्ट रिसोर्स हम हायर भी कर रहे हैं जो स्पेशली स्टेट के अंदर आईटी डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर वो टीम वर्क करेंगे. हम एक यूपी सीसट भी स्टेब्लिश कर रहे हैं, कंप्यूटर इंसिडेंट रिस्पांस टीम फॉर उत्तर प्रदेश, स्पेशली एज लाइक सर्टिन. और ये सर्टिन से इट्स नॉट ओनली फॉर यूपी, सर्टिन हैज मैंडेटेड टू डू इट फॉर एवरी स्टेट, ठीक है. और उसके अंदर थ्रेट हंटिंग, आपके थ्रेट इंटेलिजेंस, periodic security assessment, everything will be part of under CSAT UP, ठीक है. तो आने वाले टाइम में अभी इस टाइप की जो थ्रेट हंटिंग होती है हम सर्टिन को पास ऑन करते हैं और सर्टिन के थ्रू कंडक्ट करवाते हैं, ठीक है. वी आल्सो गेट असिस्टेंट फ्रॉम NCIAPC जिनके थ्रू हम करवाते हैं. और अभी हमारे पास आफ्टर गेटिंग दिस PMU वी विल बी एबल टू डू दिस थ्रेट हंटिंग एट आवर एंड, ठीक है. तो हम इसको जल्दी ही इसको कर पाएंगे. हमारी सारी प्रिपेयर्डनेस हो चुकी हैं और अनदर 1 month दिस टीम विल बी डिप्लॉयड इन IT डिपार्टमेंट. थैंक यू.
सो मेरा किसी से डिस्कशन हो रहा था तो उन्होंने कहा कि जो हमारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर है उसके पास परमिशन नहीं है साइट पे जाने की. अगर परमिशन है साइट पे जाने की तो गाड़ी ले जाने की परमिशन नहीं है. गाड़ी ले जाने की परमिशन अगर मिल जाती है तो फिर तेल की परमिशन नहीं है. तो द SOP इज क्वाइट कॉम्प्लेक्स. बट अगर जो है कि ये अटैक बाद में फॉरेंसिक करके
यहाँ पे आपको थोड़ा सा मैं बताऊंगा कि इट इज नॉट नेसेसरी कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए थ्रेड एक्सपर्ट को जाना ही पड़े. आप उस सिस्टम का देयर आर वेज कि आप उस सिस्टम का मिरर इमेज क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, डिस्क इमेज क्रिएट कर सकते हैं. उसमें क्या होता है कि वो पूरा का पूरा इमेज जो है उसका एक स्टेट कैप्चर हो जाता है जिसमें कोई मॉडिफिकेशन नहीं हो सकता. और ये सारी चीजें हम कर चुके हैं. वी हैव शेयर्ड दिस काइंड ऑफ इमेज विथ सर्टिन NIC cert फॉर फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन एंड द सेम थिंग कैन बी डन हियर एज वेल.
Right. So now to Indrajit ji, right. So suppose we have done forensic of that machine, right, and we identified that the attacker is from outside of the national boundaries, right. So what sort of soft diplomacy and other policies we should consider? Can you emphasize on that?
See, when we get a machine from any scene of crime, then we get very crucial information either from the inside of the country or outside of the country. एक चीज आपको समझनी होगी कि अगर आउटसाइड ऑफ द कंट्री भी है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल एनिमी कंट्री से भी है, तो हम उस अपराधी तक भले न पहुंच पाए लेकिन हमें मोटिव से रिलेटेड बहुत सारा इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेगा. सी, इंफॉर्मेशन वॉरफेयर एंड साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर आर बिगर, very big, very big, because at the time of crisis the morale and the panic trigger is very crucial for enemy country. If we are stuck in the crisis, suppose that we are in war और हमारा पॉपुलेशन में पैनिक हो जाए तो ये एनिमी कंट्री को बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज होगा. तो जो भी फॉरेंसिक से हमें इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेगा, भले ही हम अपराधी तक न पहुंचे लेकिन हमें उसका मोटिव मिलेगा. अगर पाकिस्तान से आ रहा है तो क्या वो साइलेंटली सिस्टम को कंट्रोल करने के लिए बैठा है कि जब वॉर जैसी सिचुएशन आएगी तब हम एक्टिव होंगे और ओवर पावर करेंगे, या फिर उसकी रिसीविंग और लैंडिंग क्या है? तो बहुत सारा इंफॉर्मेशन हमें मिलता है जिसके जरिए हम बहुत सारी स्ट्रेटजी, वी कैन प्लान अ गुड स्ट्रेटजी फॉर द नेशनल सिक्योरिटी एज वेल एज द प्रिवेंटिव स्टेप वी नीड. ये बहुत सारी चीजें हम प्लान कर सकते हैं.
So students like who are working in forensic sciences may get an opportunity to have an international trip with the friendly countries. If it is an enemy country, then we will not send them, right, for any further inspection. So like, and on a statistical part, like you tell us, Manoj, that what sort of policy should be in place so that we can have a friendly environment and there will be ecosystem which is supported by each another and the conflicts as minimum as possible.
Sure. So Rohitji, when we talk about the cyber issues in the fractured geopolitical landscape, see, we need to understand no country is your partner or no country is your adversary. It all depends on like what you want from them in terms of diplomacy. So there has been a lot of issues that the government of India and other governments are discussing on, I would say, multilateral forums. UN has been one of them. So there's been a conversation around a group where the countries can share counterintelligence, cyber intelligence, which is one of the most important things. And see, when we talk about cyber warfare, especially like, for example, in a country between India and one of the neighboring countries, another adversary countries, we need to understand it's not bilateral. It spreads to the cyberspace where a lot of, I would say, private players, private hackers, different servers from different countries get involved. So we need to understand, and the diplomacy has to play in such a way, and I'm sure Dr. Jaishankar is doing it in a great way, that we need to be partners with the with the countries, those who are leaders in this. For example, Israel. Israel should be our first partner and leader in that space. So I think we need to create alliances, and the government of India is doing it really well while being a part of Quad, and at the same time part of being BRICS and part of being Shanghai Cooperation. So India is playing very safe on this front, and I'm sure through UN or any multilateral forum there will be a treaty, a robust treaty when it comes to cybersecurity.
Thank you. So, let me conclude that there might be a case that conflict is directly with us, or there might be two different nations who are conflicting with each other. There will be a supply chain impact on us. There will be an impact of that cyber attempts on us. So, what we have to do, we have to be a self-sustainable model. We have to be ready for any situation, any kind of a crisis, right? And we have to adopt some frameworks which are already in place, or we might be defining with our own threat landscape. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you for all the panelists and the UPSIFS. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the esteemed panelists of this discussion for those incisive thought and perspective. I request Additional Director Shri Rajiv Malhotra sir to please present the panelists with a memento. Thank you, sir.
I would now like to invite our director, sir, to give an introduction on Shantanu Bhattacharya.
Good afternoon, friends. Connect, please. So, I think Santanu is on the screen now, and I am highly privileged and very happy to introduce him. In fact, Santanu Bhattacharya is a very renowned technocrat, and he has so much of credentials to talk about, but due to paucity, I will give few highlights. As a young technocrat, he was part and parcel of the team when if you remember the Param computer, the supercomputer, the first supercomputer, he was the team member as a young scientist at that point of time. Then, as a young scientist, he joined the office as scientist B probably in DRDO when our honorable president, then president, Abdul Kalam Saab was the scientist, and he also participated in construction of the missile project. Now, he is very important key position in Australian government for cybersecurity. Today, he is going to talk about legal perspective of AI and emerging technologies, issues and challenges. I think he has addressed our students earlier also once, and I must say with very great confidence that I had interacted with him multiple times on various occasions, and every time I find the different colors of his knowledge which impress me time and again. And I believe that next 10-15 minutes, whatever he is going to speak will change the course of our thinking process. So, Santanuji, you are most welcome. I can see the cold which Australia is facing by your attire, but here we are enjoying hot summer. So thank you once again, and please, the dais is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goswami Saab, for such a nice introduction. It is a very important problem to address the, governance of artificial intelligence, national sovereignty, and borderless nature of artificial intelligence and the legal aspects related to that. So, it is AI, as we know, is actually at the forefront of. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. So, this is a very important issue that, which we need to consider in terms of the foundational aspect and the importance and the urgency of while we keep using artificial intelligence and we feel that we are increasing productivity and all of those kind of stuff, there is an inherent tension between national sovereignty and the borderless nature of the AI systems. What I mean by that is when we actually use an LLM model, if it is not in our own cloud, which is sovereign cloud, then the data which we are supplying to the LLM goes into a different country, different jurisdiction, and it becomes difficult to handle as to the sovereign aspect of the data which is supplied to the LLM. So we are actually at a cusp where we need to understand the importance of cyber defense, the data governance, the AI aspect, and the AI also has a cybersecurity aspect of its own. So even if the LLM itself does not do any harm to our data, if there is an attacker who actually goes and attacks the LLM, then that is, a challenge in itself, because if the LLM is not made secure or the use of LLM is not made secure, then there is a chance that it can be a big problem in that particular thing. So given that I have highlighted some of the topics, one of the key critical aspects which we need to
We're
look
sorry
at.
to interrupt you, but we haven't been
Yeah,
able
sure.
to invite the other panelists yet. Could you please give us 2 minutes?
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought I had to start my conversation. So I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
It's totally all right, sir. Thank you, sir. We now proceed to panel 11 on legal perspectives of AI and emerging technologies, its issues and challenges. This discussion will explore the regulatory, ethical, and governance challenges emerging with rapid AI advancements. Moderating this discussion is Dr. Manoj Bhardwaj, Head of Executive Education, School of Law, Dhirubhai Ambani University, a former international civil servant, lawyer, and policy strategist with global experience across climate change law, carbon markets, and sustainable development. Sir has advised governments on building climate-resilient economies and advancing the transition to a net zero future.
Our panelists are Mr. Amit Kumar, IPS Commandant 35 Battalion PAC Uttar Pradesh. Sir has served as Operation in Charge at the Integrated Command and Control Center for Mahakumbh 2025 Prayagraj. He has been recognized nationally for his contribution to policing. His honors include IACP 40 Under 40 Award and DG's Silver and Gold Commendation Disc. Mr. Shailesh Tripitkar, CEO, Cybersecurity Corporation. Sir is a distinguished leader with over 2 decades of experience in technology and business executive, with deep experience in information security and privacy, skilled in global standards like NIST, ISO, and GDPR, and works with industry leaders to drive digital transformation and cybersecurity.
Before we begin, may I request our additional director, Mr. Rajiv Malhotra, to please present samplings to our esteemed panelists. Respected panelists, you may now take the lead. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon again. I was under the impression that my job will be much more easier because when Shantanu started, I thought he's going to be solo. But now again, back to the action. So again, it's an honor and privilege to speak before the law enforcement officers, so those who are actually protecting the society. So I'll do a bit of context setting when it comes to AI, and it's the last episode of this entire grand show today. So I'll try to keep things simple and practical while talking about the legal perspective of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. So AI is no longer a fiction, and it is already used in various practical aspects, I would say, facial recognition, fraud detection, cybercrime tracking, and even predicting criminal behavior. This is powerful, but it brings a lot of, I would say, disadvantages and challenges. So there are 3 major challenges that I would like to note here. That accountability. So first of all, if an AI tool makes a mistake, like misidentifying a suspect, who is responsible? The officer using it, the software company, or the government? So laws are still evolving, and India is at a very nascent stage. So we need to have discussions like this, discourse like this, to come up with a set of toolkit rules or laws. Second is privacy. We talked about data privacy, the DPDP Act, the DPDP rules. Bhuvneshji was here. So AI works on data, and often our personal data. Everyone writes everything like, young people write random stuff to get like refined answers on ChatGPT. So the DPDP Act 2023 ensures citizens' information is used only with consent and is kept secure. Police officers will often face the challenges of balancing privacy with public safety, as one of our panelists talked about selective privacy. And the third one is criminal misuse. So just as you use AI to catch criminals, they use it to trick people, deepfakes, phishing, cyber fraud, and fake identities. That is why awareness and training are very crucial. Now, a lot of, I would say, when it comes to AI and emerging technologies, a lot of onus lies on government. So what government is doing? We had a pleasure of listening to, and I often refer him to the AI and digital transformation czar of India with Mr. Shri Abhishek Singh ji. He's been doing great work. So India has started the India AI mission, which has been launched to develop safe and ethical AI, and I would say it will also develop responsible AI. So as one of the previous panelists talked about CERT-10, which is Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, which monitors and responds to cyber threats in real time. And then we have National Crime Reporting Panel, BPRD, and then the DPDP Act provides the legal backbone for safe data used in investigation. At the international level, other countries are also moving fast. The European Union has passed the AI Act, which classifies AI into high-risk and low-risk uses and bans harmful like mass surveillance. The US, through the White House Office of Science and Tech Policy, has also come up with, I would say, AI Bill of Rights, focusing on privacy and fairness and algorithms. Same with OECD through Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. One of our colleagues, Maya Sharman, was supposed to be here, but she couldn't make it. So what does this mean to police officers, the law enforcement? To stay updated with new laws, use AI as a tool, but blindly not trusting it. So these are a few important points in the starting that I would like to set the context with. And AI should actually serve justice, not replace it. So for the conclusion of my opening statement, I would say that we must use technology to serve justice and not make justice a servant of technology. So the use of AI in justice delivery, criminal justice system should be very well regulated. And with that, without further ado, I would like to welcome my fellow panelists, and we have a very robust and interesting panel. We have Mr. Amit Kumar, IPS. So Amit ji, I would like to, without delaying it and getting into it, I would like to ask you that AI is being deployed in law enforcement and national security, but it also raises concerns around surveillance abuse and cyber vulnerabilities. How can we balance national security needs with the protection of fundamental rights in this context?
Thank you for your question. Let me rephrase your question. Police uses rifles. So are rifles good for police or bad for police, or good for society or bad for society? See, it's a tool. AI is a tool. How we use it as an organization and as a society, that totally depends on us. And I think we need to set the pace, we need to set the tone as to how we are going to use such a tool. This is a double-edged sword, and of course, whether or not we use it or not, by we, I mean police and criminal jurisprudence, whether we use it or not, the criminals are going to use it. So it's better to be skilled and be ready and be prepared with the equipment and everything, so as to tackle the challenges that the criminals are going to they are already using it. They are going to use it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the crisp answer, Amit. I think what you said makes a lot of sense, that how we use our weapons, our technology is of utmost importance. I also would like to urge this institute to focus on teaching the students of the School of Law, the School of Science and School of Forensic Science and School of Tech, how to use AI in the most ethical and the responsible way. My last posting was in Switzerland. I was with the World Trade Organization, so I utilized the opportunity because Switzerland is the forefront of when it comes to AI regulations and all that stuff. I happened to be at the ETH Zurich forum for AI Week. So a lot of people were using AI as buzzwords, were not like very much interesting of talking about the ethical part of it, because once you talk about regulations, people say that it's too much of regulation and we not be able to use the technologies at an extent. But I think regulation, being a lawyer, I understand it's very important, and it actually lays down the entire framework that how the technology should be used for a better way. So now coming back again to Shantanu ji, to you, I hope I'm audible to you. So my question to you is, Perfect. And my question to you is, and please feel free to elaborate on your opening remarks that you were giving, that since AI application easily cross national borders, especially in areas like cyber defense and data governance, how should international law, international relations, national sovereignty interact to build a common ethical and legal framework for AI? And you can utilize examples from your past experience in India, I think with DRDO, if I'm correct, and with, I would say, Australian government. So please feel free to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And I think this is a very foundational and, a pressing issue, an urgent issue that we should be talking about the governance of artificial intelligence. And that actually brings about the tension in national sovereignty, like what you mentioned, and the borderless nature of the AI systems. So like I was actually saying in the beginning in my opening remarks, which I thought, I continued on, but I'm sorry for that particular thing. So especially if you actually draw parallels with cybersecurity, which is also something where it becomes very easily borderless, and then your sovereignty of the country becomes very critical, or even within a country, the jurisdiction becomes critical, because we are talking about policing. And in policing, for example, if there is a crime which is done in Uttar Pradesh, then the government of Uttarakhand or the police force of Uttarakhand cannot go and pursue those criminals unless they get into an agreement and then they pursue. So that is one of the things which is there, and that is why the national sovereignty and the borderless nature is something which is critical. So there is a core legal tension in terms of the sovereignty part, and the transnational AI is also important, because what happens is the AI by its nature is serviced across borders. So for example, you could actually have LLMs which are located in the cloud, which is on a different national boundary. How do you make sure that there is no storage of the data that you provide to the LLMs and those kind of things? And we also probably need to learn from the existing legal regimes that are there. So for example, in case of cybersecurity, we actually have already a lot of maturity in that regard, and we are trying to come up with regulations which work across nations, and we are therefore hold people accountable for their act. Similar kind of frameworks would be very useful in the case of AI. So international principles like soft law or hard law kind of things can be something which we can mull over, and we can also look at regional or plurilateral agreements which are there. For example, EU, like you mentioned, that Dubeji, that there is already a AI Act in EU which actually goes through all of those kind of stuff. So other than that, there are ethical anchors which we need to be mindful of, like human dignity, proportionality, and things like that. And in summary, I would say that because AI in the generative form is just a couple of years old, where it has gained so much of popularity, I think it is all becoming more and more obvious, and we need to actually draw parallels from other fields which are also transnational and things like that, and that is what will help us tide over the challenges in AI as well.
Great, thanks Shantanu ji, and I think we are also living what we are talking about right now because you are sitting cross-border. So while we have a cross-border panelist, we are talking about the cross-border implications of AI. And as you mentioned about like the legal frameworks, soft laws, and I would say multilateral frameworks, the United Nations Secretary General of Envoys on Technology, I think they call this campaign AI for Good. What they are doing is they are focusing on global AI cooperation and to ensure trustworthy and human rights-based AI. So there's a lot of angle from the human rights basis involved when it comes to regulating the AI or just creating frameworks around AI. Building on that, on human rights, there is a lot of issues around, I would say, monetary aspects or money-related AI issues, right? And as we have someone on the panel who has worked with fintech sector, Shailesh ji, Shailesh, I would like to understand like your perspective, your view on like that, how the fintech sector and security in that works. So my question to you would be that as we see India witnesses some of the world's, or not some of the world's largest volumes of daily money, digital money transfers. How do you see AI being applied in this space, both to improve efficiency and security, and what kind of compliance challenges or safeguard do you see around it? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So, in the world of money transfer, right, I will describe a couple of use cases that I'm working on right now. There are two challenges, right? So, your receiver is legitimate and your sender is legitimate, right? In some cases, when the receiver, you're sending the information, how to validate his identity, and if the volume of money transfer is very large, how do you do that on a large scale, right? There will always be a limitation because compliance and identification is always a cost function. People don't like to pay a lot of money for the compliance. So how to scale this up? That's one challenge, and that can be solved using AI, development of or setting up AI agents or using any at that type of technology. You can identify fictitious senders or senders on blacklists, right? Various blacklists. So that's one challenge. The second challenge is of the false positives. So when the money is sent across the border, there are softwares that screen the transactions, these types of transactions. And often these transactions, when they're screened, they result in a very large number of false positives. So these AI agents can be used and systems can be trained to reduce the volume of false positives so that people can focus primarily on transactions that are of real concern.
Thank you, Shailesh. So I think seeing the paucity of time, Shantanu-ji, and I believe it's midnight or maybe early morning there, I've got indications to like conclude the panel, but thank you very much for such a power-packed, for having such a power-packed, I would say, panelists with me. One last thing for the betterment of our students, benefit of our students and people who are here. When you talk about AI, India is doing, making strides and trying to be a leader in that. Like I think next year we'll be organizing, the government of India will be organizing the AI India Impact Summit 2026, which happened in Paris last year, where we saw our Prime Minister meeting Vice President J.D. Vance and President Emmanuel Macron. So I think it's a great opportunity because the government has asked for proposals to organize side events, and they are very much looking forward to educational institutions. So I would urge all the teachers here and the students to create a proposal, send it to the government, and maybe you will get selected. So you will be one of the key, I would say, policy influencers when it comes to create a framework around AI. So with that, thank you very much for being the patient audience, and thank you very much to all the police officers for listening to us. So a great, huge round of applause for all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for that enlightening conversation. I would now like to invite Mr. Pawan Sharma sir on the stage to give the concluding remark of this session.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you so much for such a informative information. I loved, Mr. Amit Dubey's analogy of the rifle. It's a tool, but how you use a tool. And AI is classic. A lot of people are, pretty hyper, I would say, by the word AI. Everybody's talking of AI. Now, we also started hearing about quantum. I'm sure maybe the next conference that we have, AI would be forgotten and quantum would be the, next theme. So I call these are thematic bases, acronyms that, we in the industry, we are people who are to be blamed for it. But thank you so much. I think at the end of the day, the two examples that both Dr. Chirputkar and you gave were very pragmatic to say that, how can one use a tool for the betterment of what you're doing? And then society at large. And of course, Shantanu gave a very different picture. So Shantanu, thank you so much. I know it's really midnight over there and you coming over here. And I just realized that we have three things in common. One, both of us are from Pune, including Dr. Chirputkar. So there are three people in common. The second is both of us worked on missile systems. And the third is both of us worked on India's first massively parallel computing, which is Param. So always a great honor to listen to you and, listen to your bits of wisdom. And we really look forward to seeing you again tomorrow when you have a solo session. I think I will have to get my notepad to write a lot of notes. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, sir, for really hosting, being the moderator of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Pawan Sharma, sir, to present our panelists with a memento as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir. I now request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Day 2 of the 3-day International Summit on Dimensions of Cyber Warfare, Multilateral Legal Frameworks, Forensics and Strategic Countermeasures. On behalf of UPSIFS, we extend our gratitude to all moderators, speakers, panelists, delegates and attendees for making today's discussion meaningful and impactful. We look forward to welcoming you tomorrow for day 3 of this summit. Until then, have a pleasant evening. Thank you.